Welcome back to the final day of the EU Great Push. That's right, 2 teams today will make it through to the World Championships next week. But it's going to be close. This is going to be one of the closest days of the Great Push I think we've ever had. I see a lot of nodding among our casters and analysts here. Let's go down the line. I want to get some expectations because it's not a guaranteed thing that Echo is going through today. That's just kind of the thing that we want to put out there right away. I would be surprised if they didn't, but still. Now, Tettles, you picked them as your wild card. So, what does that mean? What does it mean to have Echo as a wild card coming to the final day like this?
Well, they're exceeding expectations. Currently, they're top 2. They were the 3rd seed coming into this weekend, and the fact that they are currently in that top 2 in a heated race against Monka is very surprising.
What do you mean?
Oh, is it?
Well,
the
if
fact
you're
that
exceeding my
Petals didn't break
expectations-
while saying that. Wow.
Just don't humor him. Let's go to the next question.
The dedication to the bit is what is the most impressive, I think. That's what I like. And there is a lot of money on the line, too, as well, in this tournament, of course. $210,000 US total in pricing over 3 weekends. There you go. We had the NA region last week. We got the EU this week. Simultaneously, China was also going as well. They just finished their qualifiers, where they will send 2 teams as well. Next week, we're going to have 2 NA, 2 EU, to China and find out who takes that top prize. Dratnos, being an NA guy, but seeing these EU teams compete, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually going to be a really close race for the end of our day here. We have 3 teams that are within striking distance of each other for those 2 spots out of the weekend. And then, of course, 3 pods and speed. They're only even one little bit further behind. So you can see we got Monka and Echo currently in the lead for those top 2 spots. Monka 1 key level ahead of Echo right now. GigaChads look like they're 2 behind Echo, but they have that 2-chested 29 upper available. So they actually only need to run 1 dungeon to tie Echo's scoreboard, at which point those 2 teams will be neck and neck. Looking at the times, Echo will have a slight advantage on that tiebreaker, but neither team will make it through the end of the day if they don't then get some more keys. So GigaChads, after about 30 minutes, might be able to tie it right up with Echo, and then if they can do better in the new dungeon that comes out today, or in the push keys that are available on their board, they could potentially, make Tettles' predictions correct. So that would be absolutely crazy.
You never know.
Yeah.
Speaking of that final dungeon, it's going to be one of 3. It's either going to be Iron Docks, Mechagon Workshop, or Tazavesh Streets. Those are the 3 that we have not seen yet. Nagura, which one of those 3 do you want to see today?
Good question. I think I would like to see Iron Docks, just because it's one of those dungeons that we haven't seen in a long time, and it's also the dungeon where I think there could be the most surprise kind of strategies coming out of the teams as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I would also like to see Streets, because Streets is a dungeon where there's also so many different things you can do, so many different strategies and paths you can take throughout the dungeons, which is also interesting. Workshop, on the other hand, is a little bit more, I would say, like linear. So that's not my favorite dungeon to see as the 3rd one, as the last one to be revealed, but we'll see.
I'm also hoping for Iron Docks. It's got the most variety of strategy we've seen. You can do some funky stuff with it. Should be fun.
I
Zyronic.
heard.
Oh, no.
Hello.
Tettles. Go ahead.
I was about to say, I heard there was some jank tech if it's fortified docks.
Ooh.
We'll talk about that
I
if
hope-
it is the dungeon.
All right, so we'll see what we get here. We've got a few minutes yet to wait. We don't reveal it until 10 a.m. Pacific time. All the teams get to see it at the same time that they get to choose to dive in. But Zyronic, I just wanted to get your take on the day. Do you think it's going to be Monka and Echo at the end of the day? Do you think there's a chance GigaChads maybe even 3 pods gets through? Stop laughing.
Sorry, I'm not
question.
laughing about the question. I'm laughing about something Sarah just posted. Sorry, Sarah. I don't want to steal your
No,
moment.
go ahead. I can
but-
answer the question afterwards.
Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
So our admins asked Echo, how does it feel knowing Petals has you down as a wild card dark horse? Any words you want me to pass on to him? And then Clicks wrote, Tettles is a Moonkin main. His opinion means 0, no flame, of course.
None
And
taken.
Mira seemed to agree with that. So
That is a correct take. Thank you, Clicks.
exactly.
Yeah, all right.
Clicks
Clicks
ends up playing Moonkin fairly regularly.
To answer your question about the teams today, I want to reiterate what I said last night at the end of our show, Doa, that I think that in any dungeon that's not the new dungeon we're showing the teams today, which still isn't revealed yet, by the way, there's going to be this like ceiling that the teams are going to start smushing up against, right? Like, so yeah, Giga Chads and 3 Pods and Speed are a couple points behind right now, but I think that they'll be able to close the gap here because we already saw yesterday when these dungeon levels get to the 32s and the 33s, which is all that Monka and Echo have left, you're not guaranteed to time the key. We saw the lower Karazhan. Echo spent 42 minutes in a key yesterday and didn't time it. That's going to happen quite a bit today, I think. And I think this is going to end up being a lot closer than the scoreboard we have on screen right now is going to determine.
Yeah, that's what I'm the most excited about, really, because I feel like in NA we had a lot of room, I think, for keys to be pushed on that final day. Today, of course, we've got the new dungeon coming in, but like you said, I mean, looking at our top 2 teams, the lowest key they can do, aside from the new dungeon that'll start at 26, is going to be a 32. And so we're going to see a lot of wipes. We're going to see a lot of teams like push to the absolute limit. But this is where I think the Great Push gets, the most fun, right? Where we see teams kind of like take the gear that's available and see what it can do at the absolute extreme levels, right?
Yeah, and I just noticed that the backdrop is actually a workshop. Last
There it
weekend, on the
Oh,
last
there it
day.
is.
Oh, it is workshop.
Oh, it's workshop.
What?
There you go.
Where
Wow,
did
it must have hurt
bursting
me.
storming?
Okay,
All right,
I
person
do.
storming in workshop. Yeah.
I do have some insider
Fortified.
information about Fortified Mechagon Workshop, but I don't want to leak which team it is, so I'm going to use a code name. Let's
no.
call him PVC the Dude has told me that they
Subtle.
think a Fortified Workshop is possible on 33. Because if you remember,
Oh.
the squirrel
Okay.
tech,
The squirrels.
squirrels are more effective on Fortified. So that means your priest
Yeah,
isn't going to be
it's
doing
true.
like 20k damage on the third boss. They're going to be doing closer to 30k. Also, that boss dies really quickly. So you can do some really fast strats in a Fortified Mechagon Workshop.
That is a
you
fair
know it's
point.
it's very funny. So during time trials, Giga Chads were the only European team to put up a 31 workshop.
Oh.
So that actually could be a very good dungeon for them, depending on
point.
strategies and depending on what
Tunnels
has
is looking for a
changed in
way
that key.
where his predictions make sense still.
All right, we have dungeons
Time will
starting
tell.
though.
That's right.
Monka going right into that workshop. Giga Chads actually are starting with their 31 upper. That makes sense. So that will be the thing that ties them with Echo in second place. Echo, on the other hand, have gone into the 32 Gambit, not the lower we saw them attempting yesterday. So they are going to try and equalize with Monka on this keystone. 3 Pods also heading into a 32 Gambit. Oof. Okay, it's some nosebleed keys already at the start of our day here. Some very, very high dungeons, but Monka, with the lead they've already made, don't have the pressure to go in and catch up in any of the other dungeons, so they are going to try and instead set the pace in the workshop.
Which of these dungeon choices do you like the best? Because I think it was Tettles who said that like running the new dungeon at first is really smart if you can push it high, like with the workshop in NA last weekend. But I feel like for Giga Chats doing that 31, that's like the smartest thing they can do because it ties them, right?
Yeah, I mean, Giga Chads, they definitely have to do that at some point today. I think it makes sense for them to choose to do that early because it's something that they could have been preparing for, right? It's, the best points on the board, and they knew the affixes and stuff like that. Whereas Monka, it makes sense to go into the workshop because they don't have any keys that have been, like, proven to be doable on their scorecard, right? Because they're in the lead every single dungeon.
I love that phrasing.
Yeah, I mean,
It's true.
Obviously, like, we think that some of the 32s are doable in the other dungeons, but Monka, I think, would rather wait and see another team do it first, or at least, beat this dungeon, bring it all the way up to a high level before they start doing those kind of speculative keys, because you don't want to be the team that does that experimenting if you don't have to. You don't want to have to, put up if you're already in the lead, you can just stay in the lead by doing the new dungeon and then just following wherever anybody else gets extra points.
Yeah, so I actually have a feeling that that 32 lower that we've seen Echo wipe to at the very end of the day yesterday, I think the teams probably know that the 32 is possible, considering that Echo literally could have done it if they wouldn't have used their Scars trinkets there at the very end. But the problem with that key is that it's really, really long. The reason why Echo attempted it yesterday was because there was only 5 minutes left on the clock, basically, and they decided to just try the 32. Now, this time around, or today, it would be a lot riskier to try that at the very end of the day, because then the tournament is over, right? There isn't another day that they can bank on. So I wonder if any of the teams even want to do the streets at a lower 32 at all. And if they decide to do it, I think it's going to be so important if teams can one-shot that dungeon or not. Because you just lose so much time if you end up not timing it at the very end. Now, I don't think we're going to see any teams do that at the very start of today, but I think maybe later on we're going to see some teams go into that 32 lower as soon as the workshop is pushed all the way up and there's no other keys they can really go for, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think having it be your last dungeon run of the day as well, like, it is still the most theoretically efficient way to do it, right? It's just like you do put yourself in a spot where you have to one-shot it pretty much, but
yeah,
maybe... I mean, the dungeon looked like it was feasible. It did for Echo, right? It's a case of like, I bet they feel like they could get it if they had one more try at it. So maybe you save that try for the end of the day so that you can be the most time efficient as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the only team that maybe could risk that is maybe Echo, because yesterday they executed it pretty well, except the very end, right? So they might know, okay, we already had a warm up yesterday. We can do it in one try. Well, none of the other teams actually have tried the 32 yet, so for them it will be a bit riskier to only go for one try at the end, I'd say.
Okay, so with production going into the full screen in the workshop here, we are on a 26 because this is the last dungeon that was added, so we scale it up so they don't have to run like a 24 up on the last day. Do you think there's a chance where they 3-chest this, keeping in mind that Tettles and Zyro were saying that it's really easy to like go fast here with how the scrolls scale up?
So the squirrels also scale with the keystone level, so they don't actually help as much in the 26 relatively to how much they'll help even in the higher keys. But it is fortified, so they do help there. Massive spell coming out from Monka to keep them from having any deaths in this area. That's really nicely done. I think that, so I always have thought of this dungeon as one where like the timer itself is pretty lenient, but the 3-chest timer is not, because of how linear it is, how few opportunities there are to speed things up, right? You got that like little gauntlet section. There's a lot of trash pulls where you just really can't combine and pull bigger. So I think 2-chest is more likely here, but I'm willing to be proven wrong. The affixes are pretty favorable, like you said.
I was also thinking that 2-chests might be more likely, but we will see how close it is for Monka, because if any team can do it, then it's Monka for sure. But one thing I also just noticed is that 3 of their players are actually playing Night Elf instead of Dwarf, which is interesting because there's a lot of debuffs in this dungeon, especially from those MK3 bots. And then additionally, there's also Bursting. So Dwarf would make a lot of sense. I wonder why they're playing Shadow Melt. Maybe they want to skip something at some point that isn't like the last pack.
Yeah, we did see Ambition skip the mini boss in front of the Detecto bot part of the dungeon, where they put down a Warlock Gate and then skipped over. So maybe that's the reason.
You don't need Shadow Melt for that either, though.
No,
right?
you don't. You don't need it. But like maybe they were doing something where you need it.
Yeah, so there's the Giga Zaps on the last boss, right?
Yeah,
that's
right.
It's a lot of value to prevent that cast on yourself. Maybe that's what they're going for here, and then you don't need it on the Warlock because your Warlock is just always going to survive it. Because yeah, Crimson and RX, they both have Vanish or Invis, right, as well. So extra cast of that. You also get an extra way to prevent this Explosive Leap. Although again, you have Vanish and Invis that should also work on that. But there's the Meld against it, so a little bit of extra value against that. I think it is the boss mechanics rather than like dungeon pathing, which we do sometimes see Night Elves for.
Yeah.
Okay, I also wanna like note quickly that back in BFA when this dungeon first came out, Mode was like OTPing this priest. So he has a ton of experience with like playing these scrolls even from back then. Where I would assume that other people in BFA played classes that were actually really good at dungeon pushing. So maybe that gives them a little bit of an edge in this dungeon.
Yeah, possibly, because the squirrels also sometimes do something like some funky stuff, especially the squirrels in front of second boss, for example. And depending on if they want to pull the last pack in front of the last boss as well, there's also... That squirrel is actually really hard to make work perfectly because there's so many other things that are going on. And of course, when the priest is mind controlling, your character's just standing there channeling. And you really have to watch out because there's an infiltrator that has a frontal, there's debuffs going out everywhere. So you really have to be, you have to know exactly how you're mind controlling and when you're canceling it to get the group back up, to make sure you dodge the frontals and so on. It's not that easy.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably also not as easy with bursting and storming, but we'll see. GigaChats are restarting their key here. Did you see what happened? Was it curator?
Yeah, they wiped the curator.
Please remain in your domiciles.
Unfortunate.
It looked like just didn't have enough damage. Did you see it, Dreadnoughts?
No, I was watching the workshop mostly, so... That being said, the curator is definitely the boss that gets the hardest in upper fast, so it's the one you're doing with the least shrouded buffs. It is the one I would be expecting to see the most wipes on, but I didn't see exactly how that happened for them.
I'm checking right now, so I'll let you know once I see what exactly went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, we are expecting to see a lot of resets over the course of the day, right? Day 1 is like 95% completed dungeons, right? And it was a question of, are you 2-chesting, are you 3-chesting? But by the time we get here to day 3, it is all about these dungeons where it's like, oh, you know, this is a 20% success rate dungeon, this is a 50% success rate dungeon. So we are expecting to see a lot of resets, and the question is going to be which teams can clutch it out and get those dungeons done, not necessarily on the first time, but relatively quickly.
Yeah, so it was actually just volatile energies. I think there was like for a split second there was 3 that sent splat into pod, and then the rest of the team followed rather quickly due to some additional debuffs that came out there. But it is a pretty volatile boss, like you said, and we have definitely seen other teams struggle there as well, so they're just going to run it again, and hopefully it works out this time.
Yeah, and if you're investigating, maybe you can also see what happened with Echo, because they reset as well, like 4 minutes ago. Investigator makes.
Yeah, I can have a look.
Maybe it was, wait, let's see. It definitely was really early on, so it was either like one of the Murloc trash pools, or it was the mini-boss pool. It was under 32. Sulgamax, definitely, yeah. Very dangerous. There's a lot of HP, the Siphon Life does a lot of damage as well, the shield is really big. So they always pull it around the corner to make sure there's no other trash mob they're pulling while dealing with Sulgamax. But it can still be really hard, especially because it's tyrannical. And right after Sulgamax they want to do the first boss. So you don't necessarily want to commit like literally everything. Surely they are going to commit all of their defensive cooldowns, but Lust has been used on the first trash pull already, so they don't have that available for example.
Yeah, I mean...
So Echo actually accidentally pulled one of the Goliaths, and that was it. They just reset it, which I think is very smart. Like, you don't want to waste time doing this. If you have something like this happen 4 minutes in, like you said, it's just go again.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Look at 3 pods down in the bottom right. This Hillbrand fight is going on for ages. They're only halfway through, and they're already nearly 12 minutes into this dungeon. The timer is actually going to be so tight on this plus 32 keystone level because of how long these boss encounters are all going to take. The damage from that laser as well.
Pretty substantial, yeah. Taking players to like 10% HP. Ouch.
Yeah, Timber actually went with the versatility. Banner actually went with the wrong region. Went with the versatility buff. In comparison to Salia, who went with the haste buff. We did see Salia go with haste in a few dungeons where other priests decided to go with verse. I don't think in the end it's going to be that big of a difference. Maybe just a more of a comfort thing, really. Because the haste one makes you heal a bit more, you heal stronger. Gingy actually going down here on Sulgamax immediately. Clicks is also in a pot. Salia going down too. That might be another reset for them. As I don't think they can recover this, so it's gonna be another town portal, I think. But yeah, as I was saying, I think the haste shrouded affix is a bit stronger for healing output, but versatility is of course stronger for any kind of one shots for incoming damage and for surviving. And priests
Yeah.
are pretty squishy in comparison to some of the other damage
Exactly.
dealers. So I do understand why they would want to go for it.
Yeah, it's just that the defensive that a Holy Priest has, Desperate Prayer, right? It's not so great. You can see all of the Holy Priests also running the Fate Conduit, which just gives you a little bit of extra damage reduction, which is being used all the time. Just right now, Iglu used it. So that helps them a little bit, and then push comes to shove, they also have that Guardian Spirit, but ideally you don't want to use that for yourself as like a defensive, right? So it's just an overall pretty squishy class, and maybe if you feel like the dungeon you're in doesn't have like very intense healing requirements, then you'd rather just live and survive.
Oh, 3 pods are getting another intermission here in the bottom right at 2%, 3% on the boss. And they actually have some ads left alive as well that they're going to have to kill off here. We're going to be looking at over 14 minutes on their Hillbrand split. I actually don't know if the timer is...
reset.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a timeable dungeon at this rate, and they
Yeah,
are
they're
indeed
town
agreeing with
portaling.
me on that. They are all going to cast that town portal, get out of this dungeon, and cut their losses. So even with 0 deaths, this 32 Gambit is proving to cause some trouble here for 3 pods.
It's interesting that they didn't last, because they reset now at like, I think 13 minutes, 14 minutes
Yeah.
into the key. And they had lasted the very first trash pull, so last was already up for like 2 minutes or 3 minutes before they reset there. So they definitely could have lasted this boss. I wonder what they're saving it for, because you definitely want less on the last boss, but I'm sure there's a time in between that first pull of the dungeon and the last boss where you can last one more time. And in my opinion, Hillbrand would be a really good idea or a really good point to use that last on. So I don't know what their plan is on where they want to use it for.
Yeah, I feel like it was a planned lust after Hillbrand, and then they looked at the time and it's like, oh, we are 5 minutes slower than we were in the, in the 29 or whatever. Ah, okay, maybe we need to go back to the drawing board on this one.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it is tyrannical after all, so it's just gonna take some time to choose through these bosses, even if you get those 50% trash count prior to Hillbrand. But if I can direct your attention to the top left, we can see Monka, who will play both of the ad packs here, because they don't have enough count with just the one, but I think they're gonna do the Ambition strat, where they play the last ad pack after the final boss, just in terms of, like, coolies. We can see Maystine setting up the portal here, and they will just pull the aerial unit, I think. But look at their timer. I know it's like pretty much not possible, but it's not too far off. Like,
I think they can do it.
Yeah,
I think this boss takes quite a while, but I think they have the time maybe.
We are looking
well, they
at
still have to play the
19
trash outside. That's the.
1912.
I think if it was just the boss,
I think they
1912.
I think they got it. Yeah, I mean,
That's like
we're looking at
4 minutes.
4 minutes from here, and it's a plus 26 fortified boss. I mean, the boss should take maybe 2 minutes from here, so they'd have 2 minutes to kill the trash pack. I like their chances. I think this is actually going to be a 3 chest for Monka. It is going to be really close, though. They will have the squirrels available on that last pack as well. Mo does know how to play that there if they need it. Also, I think they might just have enough time that they won't even need to do anything too aggressive with it. Like, yeah, I think they're actually just looking on pace. They're not going to get another Bloodlust is the problem.
Yeah, I also think they can do it. You can see how fast that aerial unit is dying for them as well. They also have all of those Shadow Melts available too, in case something goes wrong in that second phase. Maybe if someone is too low to take the Giga Set, they can just Shadow Melt it off. And then, yeah, that trash pack after the boss is still very dangerous to deal with. We've seen Ambition do it last weekend, but I'm pretty sure Workshop was tyrannical for NA.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So that means the trash pack for EU on 45 is obviously going to be a bit more difficult. We'll see if they can do it even on the higher key levels.
So
but
they
yeah.
have like
Happily obliged.
2 minutes, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. Is that
Toy
correct?
is Maystine using. I want that.
Yeah,
Be a fish person.
Naguro's role-playing dreams being fulfilled on broadcast. But yeah, 2 minutes and 10 seconds now to finish off this boss, and then also the trash bag. I think they can do it, but it will be close.
It is going to be really close. Yeah,
let's see.
You might be right. This boss is taking a little bit longer than I was. Than I think they.
There's
needed it
this
to be.
role play event in between, which I feel like it's very easy to forget that also has to go into the count for like any role play. I always think like, yeah, the boss is going to be like 2 minutes, but you have to stand around for like 15 seconds. So. That's going to be added to the counter here, and they are doing a really good job with bursting this boss down, but I think it won't be enough. 19, 12?
Yeah, it doesn't look like
That's
it's
They're going to have like 30 seconds for that trash
1.5?
pack. I think it is going to be just the 2 chests for Monka. Even unfortified, this boss is just taking such a long time to go down for them.
Cannon fully charged.
Unfortunate for Monka.
Maybe
Unless,
they
I
had
mean,
last. What did they use last on? Because it's on a really long cooldown, so I assume. Yeah, I don't
Must
know
have been-
actually.
Machinist Garden?
well, Machinist Garden went down at 12:45. Yeah, I guess Lust will
Yeah.
be coming back around. So it probably was where they sent it. I actually think that is a good Lust, though. I mean, if you don't
I
use the
think
Lust
they-
there, that fight can take a really long time. Yeah, we're looking at the boss. They're going to have 20 seconds or so for the trash pack.
Right? I would say it has a
Just
little bit less value
gotta have a
on
really
Machinist
strong
Garden.
scroll.
Because mode is
Yeah, mode
mind-controlling.
squirreling there. That's true.
So I would say the value on the last boss is higher. But yeah, I mean I guess so.
Okay, 30 seconds for this trash pack. It is... Whew, I don't know. I don't know how much of this I actually need to kill for count. I think it is most of it. Mode. Thinking about firing off the mind control. Has to use the master spell. Ooh, they're all taking so much damage here, though. Maystein goes down.
Oh,
Good thing is, you're like, wait,
that's
Is he... Is he
yeah,
a
that's
ghost?
a bug. Yeah,
Oh,
he's
no.
a ghost.
that is definitely
like,
not
"Hi,
intended. They can
guys,
finish off the
I'm
key
here."
without
Banished to the
Maystein,
Shadow
but
Realm.
yeah, it's obviously even if Maystein wouldn't have had
Yeah,
this issue, it still would
the
have been
pack had
over
so
the
much
time.
health here. I think this doesn't change whether
They
they
did
2 or 3
res
chest
him
it.
though, so he's back
still
with the
res
team
now.
now, but yeah. A little bit unfortunate there. Wouldn't have changed a thing though. They will get the 2 chests. They wouldn't have gotten the 3 chests, so...
Yeah, this clock is
Yeah.
going to stop almost 30 seconds after that 2 chest timer. There's actually even more because they still need to kill that defense bot or the Tinkerer. Tinkerer does finally go down, so they were 32 seconds over that 3 chest timer. That is okay, though. I don't think other teams are in too much danger of beating that because that run was so smooth up to that point. Unless another team has a really fast way, potentially through the trash before second boss, I don't see how you're going to make up 30 seconds on Monka's run.
Yeah, maybe with a different com. I'm not sure if something other than the rogue, like a survival hunter instead of the rogue,
Yeah.
for example, would make
double
up the
demo?
difference possibly.
Double demo, anybody interested? Or a double warlock, rather, a demonology and a
Yeah.
destruction warlock. Like 3 pods are playing in the bottom right up against their Gambit right now. That I feel like Workshop is one of the premier dungeons to run that sort of composition.
Yeah, and Monka was also running Destro Warlock instead of Demo as well, because I've seen some teams run Demo in Workshop.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do think that there's some things they could have done to maybe...
Either
I
way,
don't
it's
know, we'll
water
see.
under the bridge, right? Unlike
Yeah.
failing the 32, failing the 3 chest is not something that you get to like get another try at, right? You only have 1 shot at
Yeah.
that because after the 2 chests, the key's already gone up to the 28 anyways. And now the question for Monka is going to be, can they 2 chest that plus 28 keystone? It does look like they are making some swaps on their composition here, or maybe just a relog for Maystein.
That's an Orc. So
Ah.
decided to switch to Orc instead of
I
Dwarf.
believe Orc is the demonology race because they have that command damage increasing pet damage. So
Looks like the
See an
demo
Infernal,
cooldowns
though,
too there.
so-
That's why Unholy DK also plays Orc.
yeah, we do see Infernal
Unfortunately.
still, so it may still be maybe still Destro, yeah. All right, well, we'll see once the dungeon
Interesting.
starts for sure, but
They just
definitely,
decided that they
curious.
want even less dwarf racials to help out with the bursting. It's like, oh, if no one else dwarfs their bursting, I'm also not gonna do it.
To be honest, I keep thinking about like that Bloodlust timing. I just watched back what they did at Machinist Garden, and I thought maybe like with a Bloodlust they just pulled the trash into the boss or something, because they do have the squirrels, and they also used them on the boss, but they just played the trash as like singular by itself, and then after that the boss. And they did use the scroll as well, and Momo did significant damage on it. I think like around 15k is where he ended. So not too bad. Some of the squirrels didn't hit, but I'm not sure that Bloodlust was needed there. Maybe it would have been like, if you know you're only gonna get 2, you could have saved it for maybe the last pack or maybe the end boss, and maybe could have gotten that 3 chests. So maybe another team will pick that up, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that other teams maybe have like a 6th person and they saw that Monka run and they are telling them, hey, I think that Workshop is actually 3 chestable. Let's go all out on the 3 chests, right? And that might give another team an opening to save some time there. But first they need to get the keystone that they're in right now, because we've seen a lot of teams struggle with the run in that they're trying to finish. We see Giga Chats had to reset their upper carousel again, as they're only 4 minutes into the dungeon, and it's already 24 minutes into today's timer. So they definitely had to reset one more time after they had previously wiped on Curator. Echo had to reset twice as well. Now this is their 3rd try, and they are on Hillbrand, but they have 2 deaths already. So definitely didn't go perfect for them there either. And Echo and Monka are so close in points, but Monka yesterday actually, I'm pretty sure they one-shot the 32 Gambit, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah, so I went back and had a look at the Monka 32 Gambit just to get some kind of time points to anchor for us. So they completed that key with 12 seconds to spare. Their Hillbrand split was 13:29. So when we're watching Echo in 3 pods here on Hillbrand, if they are much over that 13:29 mark on Hillbrand, then they're going to have to be much faster than Monka to catch up and still time this key. Even if they exactly hit 13:30 or so, it is still tight for the rest of the dungeon, because that was a good run out of Monka the rest of the way. So that is going to be something to pay attention to as these teams are trying to get through Hillbrand's health bar here, but they have to do so many of these intermissions on plus 32 Tyrannical that it starts to be just such a marathon boss encounter.
Yeah,
Giga Chat's now also back on the Curator. That has caused them a little bit of problems before, and it looks like they're holding back Lust here to wait for maybe towards the end of it. Oh, yes, right, of course, for evocation. I was like, huh? But yeah, of course. Like, you're right. Yeah, so they are holding that for evocation to try to get the most out of that damage jump, of course.
Yeah, but I just wanted to quickly say that Echo, I mean, we know they have like a pretty strong mental, because they've been competing in TGP and in the MDI for a long time already, so I'm pretty sure they're going to be capable of not being affected by that start of today that didn't go too well in that 32 Gambit. But still, I think they're definitely on a clock, considering that they depleted that 32 lower yesterday, and now that 32 Gambit is not looking too great either. You said 13:29, correct?
13 minutes and 29 seconds is the Monka split on Hillbrand, yep.
It's looking pretty close. That boss has a lot of HP.
Meanwhile, 3 pods are actually about a minute faster here.
They're also not lasting, Echo. Can you, do you know where Monka lasted actually in their 32?
I will go take a look right now.
Interesting. That no one is
So
admitting their last here.
Monka lusted, it looks like on cooldown?
That sounds like them.
So they did last
Yeah, so they sent
yeah?
the lust. They sent their 3rd lust at 21:30, so they definitely were lusting
Okay.
pretty much on cooldown, yeah.
Huh.
Or it came off cooldown then, so they used it on Celia. Okay, so it was like at the start of the dungeon, and then about 10 minutes in, and then... So yeah, start of dungeon pull, Hillbrand and Celia were there less. Oh, Echo! Wow! They've barely killed Hillbrand before that intermission started, but look at that split, 13:56. They are actually 20 seconds behind Monka's split, and Monka were only 12 seconds ahead of the dungeon timer, so they are going to have to speed up through the rest of the dungeon. That being said, I've loved how well Echo has looked in the Hooktail room, but Giga Chads in the top right are having another Curator wipe here. Back to the start of this dungeon they go once again.
Yeah, the thing I want to mention about Echo and also 3 pots and speed, if they're not committing the Bloodlust on Hilbrand while Monka did, that means that it's fine if
They're
their
only
split is a
getting
bit
2.
slower, because they're going to be able to use the lust for something else where Monka didn't have lust, right?
Yeah, true, but
Yeah. Echo
it also
needs to
means they're
press
gonna
this
have
lust
1
soon.
lust less.
No,
No.
they won't.
Yeah,
They have like 9 minutes.
it's a
window
3 lust
to
dungeon
use
either
your
way,
lust.
right? They have to press this lust before 19 minutes, right? So they have
Alright,
4
yeah,
minutes
fair.
to press lust, and they will get 2 more lusts in the dungeon. So it's just a question of, are they going to find an efficient second lust? If the second lust is on Hooktail, that's pretty efficient on a tyrannical dungeon, but, you know, Hilbrand would have also been an efficient lust. That being said, they did kill Hilbrand right before an immunity phase, so they already were being as efficient as possible on dodging immune phases, unless they thought a lust could do a whole phase faster, which it can't, I don't think. So, yeah, as long as they
Do
can
you
pull
think they're going
Hooktail
to pull
soon...
everything into Hooktail and then sending lust there? Because that would be like a very worthy lust if they can get the mobs under control and not have too much sanguine healing happening.
No, there's no way they can pull the whole room into
Well, there's a skull
the
marker
boss.
on one of the right-hand packs here. There are square
There's
and X
markers
markers
on the
around.
left side too.
Let's
No
see what
way
they're
they're
doing
doing that.
here.
It would be a now thing to do. I'm not like it's very on brand for
They are
Echo
pulling
to
all
do
the
these
packs.
kind
It's
of
not going to be the
pulls.
boss.
There's Bloodlust.
So no boss. It is just 12 pirates. Well, 11 pirates and an infiltrator, and the bloodlust for these mobs. A lot of danger here, but they do have AoE stuns. Looks like Clix has actually been applying tongues to all of the Tide Sages as well, so that there's a little bit less damage coming out, and it's going to be a little bit easier for them to interrupt those brackish bolts that are really nasty, even for Blood Death Knights, even
Mirrors with
nastier for
aggro?
other tanks.
Mirror's just getting a quick 1 versus 1 with the infiltrator here, but does survive that, so they are able to. Ooh!
Mira's
He's gonna
getting hit there.
Pakara's end seed
Oh!
here.
He gets
Goes down
cauterized
still.
and potted and then sniped out of the pod. Brutal for Mirez. Does get the soul stone though. They still have a battle res as well, but now is in full kite mode at this point. Look at this beautiful kite movement that he's doing though. He's running in these circles, and that's going to keep these melee mobs in the AoE of the casters. That's a really good thing to do. If you're ever a tank that's kiting, don't just run straight away, but run in this sort of circular pattern, and you can keep the mobs ideally all getting AoE'd here. Now his health is getting so low though. The mass grip.
Mass grip.
Disciplined save on the mass
Sanguine?
grip, and then followed by a
Nice.
shining force for the sanguine.
Purgatory being procced by now, immediately getting healed up though. Those haymakers are doing so much damage to now right now. But yeah, that was really well executed there. It took them a bit long to finish off the last like 20-30% of the mobs. But yeah, then it was really beautifully kited. There was barely any sanguine healing going off with that kiting that now was doing, plus all of the knocks that came out of the team as well. So yeah, considering that Miras died, it went really well for them. Now, if we get another split from Monka on Temcat and Hooktail, we could have another comparison.
That
if
was
the timer...
2027
27.
is the
Ooh, okay,
Monka
that's probably a
Hooktail
bit
timer.
close. Because 32 tyrannical bosses take a long time.
Yes, the nice thing about Hooktail compared to Solia or Hilbrand is that Hooktail doesn't have any of those intermission phases, doesn't have any immune phases, so you do get to at least deploy your full damage for the whole time. But it is still, as you said, 32 tyrannical. That boss has a lot of health, and they don't have Bloodlust available for it, so they're just going to be sending their cooldowns on cooldown here. Still, I think they're probably going to end up being over Monka's split on Hooktail, which means they're going to need to save time relative to Monka in the last room. And yesterday, Monka's last room looked very good, so Echo are going to have their work cut out for them here.
Yeah, for
so-
sure. I mean, they have like 1 minute 30 to finish off Hooktail. So I think they're going to be slower than Monka, and Monka's end of dungeon was really fast as well. This is going to be a very close call on just the overall dungeon timer in this 32 for Echo. Then on the
Meanwhile-
other hand,
Yeah, 3 pods in the bottom right. They're actually like a minute and a half faster than Echo right now. Look at Wolf Disco's damage on that Demonology Warlock as well. Just pumping the single target into Hooktail here. I really like this choice for the high tyrannical keys. The double warlock lifestyle seems like such a good place to be for these dungeons.
So now that we had this discussion between what's better, like Demo Warlock or Mage, and Syro was being adamant that the Fire Mage is better, but now we see Echo versus 3 Pots and Speed, and they're running the exact same comp, except Demo versus Mage, and it looks like the Demo is doing quite a bit more damage overall here, or at least they're faster, so I don't know.
You're gonna make Syro mad. But yeah, 3 Pots and Speed are looking really, really good on the overall timers. They also didn't commit that Lust at Hillbrand, but you said in the similar way that Echo did, and somehow rounded it up a little bit quicker overall. So let's see where their time cap and Hooktail ends up, because they now also have like 1 minute 20 seconds to finish off Hooktail, and I think they can do that.
3 pods are on pace. Echo are not. Echo are behind time of Monka in this dungeon, and Echo are, I think, in pretty serious danger of being about 30 seconds or a minute slow in this dungeon. But worst of all is now it's gone down. Oh, that is really bad. Okay, they get the res. The hook swipe comes out. Gingy, beautiful turtle though, recognizing that he was in the danger zone there, hits the turtle and does not get that bleed. Really clutch play there. Avoids what would have been certain death on this 32 tyrannical level. Oh, now he's down again. They use another battle res here, but they are now out of battle reses. So that has cost them another 10 seconds. And now we are looking at a hooktail split for Echo that is more than a minute slower than Monka. I actually think they are pretty much dead in the water here, and they should town portal. But the question is whether they have that timer in their head, or if they think they actually have a last boss room that is a minute faster than Monka's. Because if they do, then they could still time this thing.
It looks like they want to continue, or maybe they're discussing it right now. Because, yeah, as far as we are aware, they're not going to be able to make it. But maybe, as you said, they have a really fast way to deal with this last boss room. I guess they can technically go for like a Hail Mary pull. That is something that happens in Gambit a lot, where you just say, you know what, let's just pull both the Starseers into the boss with the trash pack, you know? And it's like, might as well try, right? Because it probably doesn't work out, but maybe it does, and then you can still time it. So we'll see. For now, they only pulled the patrol plus another pack. We'll see if they do something crazy afterwards.
This is definitely a scary spot here for Echo. That timer is starting to get so intense. So Leah was pulled for Monka at 23:53. So Echo have another 1 minute to get Solia pulled if they are hoping to keep up with the Monka timer in here. Meanwhile, in the bottom right, 3 pods and Speed are in such a safer position. They have all the time in the world to take care of this trash before getting to Solia. They are just so speedy in this dungeon, looking so good, although their Hooktail split did lose a little bit of time relative to their Hillbrand split.
Yeah, and GigaChat is on Curator now on the top right side of the screen. We'll see if they can do it this time around, because they had to reset this dungeon 3 times already, wiping on Corridor. We'll see. The damage is looking okay, but they definitely have to get through another evocation. And that damage from the explosion at the end of the evo is really crazy. And now they're just gonna have to deal with those volatile energies, making sure that they finish them off as fast as they can before they ramp up. You can see 2 of them are already up, and that is not ideal.
Yeah, but we have seen for like most of the teams, there was most of the time 2 of those volatile energies up, and like as soon as they kill one, the next one is going to spawn. So that is what's going on. But right now there's 3 for GigaChads, and slowly but surely they are running out of room. They still have to DPS the boss down for about 17%, and it doesn't seem like it wants to budge. So Cauterize being procced by Dr. J here. Feats are burning. Not much to work with. We do have a turtle remaining, and it looks like an ice block would also be available, but now evocation comes in. So they should be able to finally take this boss out here in the 31 as they are smashing those coolies into the curator. It finally goes down. 3rd try. I'm a little bit scared for the next bosses.
Echo did one of those crazy pulls that we talked about. It looked like they pulled the last few trash mobs into Solia here as they realized that they don't have enough time. They pulled Solia, I think when there were still 6 minutes on the timer, which honestly is still a bit close for that boss. It
is possible.
But close.
Look at Sanguine on that healing meter as well. We've had some Sanguine healing go off. I don't know if any of that was onto Solia, but there is still almost 1 million Sanguine healing that they have had to chew through here. And they have another 5 minutes to deal with really still most of this boss. I mean, I don't know about this one. This is going to be so close.
I don't think it's possible, but we'll see. Maybe Echo can conjure like damage out of thin air once that bloodlust comes back up. They are very good at that, but I think Monka is too, so how much quicker can you be than what Monka has shown us yesterday? Echo will definitely try, and it seems like they believe in themselves and having the damage here, else they wouldn't run this key further. They would have reset it if they didn't think it was possible. So they will try their very best. Collapsing Star is up, and just look at the damage that's coming in from that thing. It hurts so bad. One more set of assassins on top of that, but Zelia does have the group under control.
No, 3 pots and Speed had a cast go through from one of the ads of Solia, and Speed actually went down. We have a pot on both Disco and the Shine as well.
Oh, 3 pods and Speed living up to their name.
No!
Oh.
You sound so excited about that, Dreadnought.
There were 3 pods and Speed. It was perfect.
It's actually true.
I've never been more sad in my whole life.
I mean, look,
That was tragic.
Obviously we're sad for them, but, you know, they named their team and it happened. It's like in Suicide Squad when they said Suicide Squad, right? It's
a self-fulfilling prophecy,
Pointed the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, no. They were
But
so good on time as well.
Echo have like 3 minutes to chew through all of Solia.
There's no way, right?
Maybe there is. Bloodlust is available to them.
We're going to get
wait for
one more
cooldown,
power infusion, 1 Bloodlust. We're probably going to line those 2 up and try and do just some insane damage with it. We do have another probably 2 Infernals, 2 Combustions, 1 Coordinated Assault. No, 2 Coordinated Assaults. I don't know. They do have a lot of damage, but it is so much health here on 32 Tyrannical. I think I'm still on the side of this is depleted by 30 seconds.
Now let's take a look at Giga Chats and that 31 upper. They're now fighting Medivh. Medivh also incredibly dangerous. Maybe not as dangerous as Curator actually, after a lot of this abilities got nerfs. But that Arcane Phase and the Flame Wreath is still incredibly scary. We'll see if they get through this and just how much damage is incoming on the group as well in just a second as the debuff is ramping up on everybody.
They've split damage on 2 of those images as well. That always makes it a little bit sketchier at first, but it is a time efficient and it ends the phase nice and quick as well. So well done by GigaChads to live through that damage. We are going to see the Flame Wreath in the near future here. Sort of important who it chooses. You'd really like that to go on, ideally, your Warlock. And then second to Warlock, you're hoping Mage also gets targeted. The Hunter and the Priest tend to be the squishiest against that kind of effect, so often one of them gets targeted and it's fine, but if both of them do, then it can be really, really tough for Igloo to heal.
Pod for Echo. Zelia has gone into the pod here right after their Bloodlust, so PI is not available right now, even though they would have probably liked it to be there for this moment. He is going to come out of that and will live and not have a battle rest, but it's 1 minute and 3 seconds
Clicks
to go for them.
Well.
Yeah.
Oh, can they still angle it? I think they can.
Get there.
If they're like,
He doesn't have a.
they don't
they
need
can
have
hit
a
C.
line.
Big brain.
They don't need him though. They've got the
one.
line. Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that was so
Still
nice.
not enough,
so.
right? I mean, maybe.
Maybe it is. 45 seconds for Echo against this boss. They don't have any cooldowns available except for PI, but where are you going to send it without the cooldowns?
You're putting
Maybe
it on Miraz
who
here.
is
You just have
getting
to
that
press it.
that combustion back up and just a little bit.
You press Power Infusion on Miraz in 5 seconds, and then it will last for the rest of the dungeon timer. Let's see if that's what
Let's
they're
go.
choosing to do here. There it is,
Yeah,
exactly
there it
right
goes.
now. It is on
Nice.
Mirez. And here
All
he goes
eyes
with
on
all the
Mirez.
damage that he's got. 12%
Come
on
on.
Solia, 10%. I think this is still going to be just over
10
the timer
seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6.
5% on Solia.
Can they do
Come on.
this?
Do we have a monk? Can any
There's
monk
no
come in?
touch of
it?
that. It's
Oh,
over.
it's depleted
no.
for Echo. Wow, this was
But
so
so
close.
close.
Though. 5
Oh.
seconds over our Echo in the
heartbreaker.
32. And you know what? That was actually well timable right up until the end. If those pods, if that
Yeah.
death there at the end hadn't happened, if those deaths on Hooktail hadn't happened, that was a timed keystone. So Echo really, really close. And they definitely have the formula for the 32 Gambit. Even though their splits looked a little bit slower than Monka up to the end, they actually were going to be on pace for that time. It was just a couple of small hiccups that lost it for them.
They also saved the situation so well with Clix and Zelia going into the pot there for a second and still being able to play the orbs. It's so unfortunate that it was 5 seconds over, but I mean, it means that they can do this. They know that they can do this, so they're just gonna run it again. But it does mean that they just lost 30 minutes.
Yeah, Monka easily two-chesting this 28 workshop, though. I mean, look how much time they still have left. Actually pretty crazy on the 28. Maybe even two-chestable for the 30 as well? Considering that the squirrel's damage scales up too? I mean, maybe.
Maybe.
They get another last because the last is coming up in
Maybe.
5 seconds. So
Yeah.
I think they would have the last at the start of this trash pool. So I think there's a possibility, but we'll see. Their route definitely seems pretty solid.
Absolutely, that is definitely the case. Yeah, 22:10 is their end timer in there. So, I mean, in theory, there's enough time to two-chest the 30 as well. If you two-chest the 30, the reward you get for yourself is doing the dungeon on plus 32, though. That's starting to get up to the really high levels here.
Ooh. Oh my goodness. I was not ready for that. Dr. J giving me a minor heart attack here, but they are able to kill off Medivh, and that looked rather clean. I want to say, there was a cauterize being procced, and that moment just there, but that's about it. All of the flame wreaths, even the guardian image phases, it all looked very, very well executed, and now Mana Devourer is waiting for the Giga Chats in the 31.
And I think, of course, the Echo thing was kind of heartbreaking for them, especially considering what happened with the 32 lower yesterday. But even more heartbreaking, I think, was the 3 pots and speed wipe, because they were so good in time. They had ages for Celias. I don't know what their route is, but they're incredibly fast. And then having one of those interrupts just not come out, not sure what exactly happened. Yeah. Maybe it was supposed to be a pet that should interrupt, and then the pet died, or you never know, right? When you have 2 warlocks, and both of them have pet interrupts, that can be a bit sketchy once in a while.
Yeah, it's hard
Yeah,
to be
they
sure
can.
exactly what was going on there, especially because they're pulling so much trash with the boss, right? There's so many different things that you're trying to do at the start of that fight, and really got to make sure that the assassin casts do not go through, though. That's something that has to be a high priority, but it can be pretty easy to just assume that somebody else is going to get it, and then it turns out that the interrupt or the death grip or whatever that was assigned for it was inadvertently used as a stop somewhere else.
Yes, I'm just looking at the overall leaderboard right now. I'm trying to see does GigaChat actually have a chance to come back at Echo? Because
Absolutely.
Echo, after losing those 30 minutes, I mean, GigaChat's also had some trouble in their 31, and keep in mind they are playing from behind because they're still trying to equal up. But it feels like they could take this qualifier. And that is something I did not have on my score sheet. And we're going to pretend that Teddles also didn't have it on his score sheet because his was just troll. But GigaChats could definitely take this.
Right, I mean, if GigaChats time this key, they equalize with Echo. That being said, looking across their timers, they are generally a little bit slower across the scores, although it actually kind of evens out. I mean, their Grim Rail is basically the same time. They are a minute faster in the lower. You know what? They were a bit more than a minute slower in the junkyard, but depending on their time in this upper, which I suspect Echo's 31 upper is going to be faster than GigaChad's by a couple of minutes, but either way, this is going to be something where, yeah, in theory, it would go right down to the tiebreaker right now. In practice, it'll probably go down to just whose dungeons for the rest of today are better, because I think this isn't going to be either team's final scorecard by any stretch.
Yeah, I think this can still be incredibly close, and we see it's the start of the day, and we already see teams trying those really like high-end cutting-edge keys, which is something that we haven't seen last weekend until like the last hour or so. This is already incredibly interesting, and you just need those. You can always come back as well if you ever like one-shot a really high key, right? So yes, GigaChad's Echo and 3 Pots and Speed, they ended up having to reset these dungeons a few times, but you never know. Maybe afterwards one of the teams goes into a 32 lower and instantly one-shots it, right? And then all of a sudden they're ahead again, right? So really anything can happen.
That would be so
if,
insane,
those high
man.
keys needs to be done. Yeah.
But have a look at GigaChats. They are on Mana Devour in the 31 right now, and it is looking like there's a lot of damage coming in. We just saw one of the arcs go off, and everybody dropped to like 30%. They still have a lot of boss HP to go through.
Look at Dr. J.
Dr. J in the ice block on that rat mound, putting in the work. That's exactly what we love to see. Really, really cool. But that's what I mean. You see the Guardian Spirit come out here. You see defensives being committed here, and still everybody drops so low.
Yeah, they are making good time against this Mana Devourer. Igloo actually dropping off one of the stacks in the Energy Void. And wow, that's a lot of Coalesce energy that the Mana Devourer is sending out right now. It is so deep into this fight. And they need to make sure they get almost all of these orbs. Splat actually going to use Wall and Pact to get into there. Whew.
I can't believe
A
that
true
broke.
team player.
The Dark Pact broke, even though he had wall up. I was, that's some crazy damage coming in.
Ooh, Toba. Ooh. It is very, very intense for sure. That 31 is doing significant damage. Keep in mind, if they time this, they tie with Echo. So it's all on them to get back into the race here, and they are doing their very best to get there. I'm a little bit scared because there's still a bridge and a chess event that they need to play. But so far, their timer is looking okay, right?
Yeah, look at Lemike's damage here. He's been sitting on he was sitting on a 12 stack of that energy for a while. Look at his HPS as well, doing nearly 50k HPS to himself to sustain through that stack. Some Blood Death Knight things, and is actually going to finish in top 3 on the damn. Oh nope, barely edged out by Tobo at the end there for a 4th place finish on
doing
Mana
Survival
Devourer.
Hunter damage.
Yeah, that is crazy what Blood DK can do on this fight. And yeah, I mean, I think the timer is looking safe for GigaChads, but I do think they are going to be a little bit slower than Echo were in here, so they are going to end up having slightly slower times across the board. They actually would be faster if you weren't factoring in the upper yet, but upper was so fast for Echo on the 31 that I do think GigaChads are going to end up being a tiny bit behind on that.
And they're up soon. The most dangerous part of upper is gonna happen for GigaChats, and it's the bridge skip. We've seen so many teams fail that skip some way or another. So we'll see if they can execute it. But first, we have Perk being procced for Lemike, as they're not actually dragging these Mana Devourers into the corridor, as we've seen a lot from other teams. They decide to pull it outside, so they get all of these orbs that they have to soak, which, of course, technically it makes you a bit faster because you get all of the orb buffs. But realistically, if you fail one of the soaks, then you're in big trouble, especially because it is bolstering. At the very end, these Mana Devourers are super highly bolstered, and if one orb goes through, it basically just one-shots the whole group. But really nicely done by GigaChats.
Yeah, now they are just a
sure.
chess event away from the end of this dungeon. Gonna be
The bridge, don't forget about it.
Yes, and
Don't
the bridge.
forget about the bridge.
No way
Very
they would have any
scary
trouble on the
bridge.
bridge skip, though.
Can you not curse our teams, Gratnos? I thought we've been over this. It's very, very rude.
Dr. J
Caster cursing them.
doing his invis.
Yeah, looking
All
good.
right, 1 out of 5 people are through. Send the next on.
Yeah, you like this.
I like how they're going one by one. It's like
Yeah.
in case one person pulls,
Is
the
that,
other ones
are they
aren't
actually going
incumbent at
full
least.
1 by 1 through this? That is
It
interesting.
looks like it.
It looks like, oh, they're sending 2 now for the next set.
Oh,
Yeah.
The Mike and Tobo. Huh.
Next tag team is through.
yeah. Because
Gotta
the problem
dismiss
with this
that,
bridge is actually that there's one infiltrator there, and notably, if an infiltrator gets pulled, it puts everyone in I think in a 60 yards radius in combat, something like that. So I guess that's why they're going so slowly to make sure in case something does happen that the rest of the team isn't immediately in combat, which I do like. It takes a bit longer, but if they think they have the time, then why not?
Yeah, I mean, it does look like they are not going to be up against the dungeon timer here. They just need to play cleanly. You know, we're expecting them to likely do Visa-Doom slowly and safely as well by staying back on the ship on the second platform, right? And never triggering that phase to actually truly begin. So it's all consistent with their strategy, and it's a very Upper Karazhan thing to do, right? Upper Karazhan is this dungeon where if you do not wipe in Upper Karazhan, you will time this keystone no matter what the level is. It is always the wipe that gets you in here, and they are just trying to minimize the chance of that happening.
Look at 3% speed. They are on Hillbrand again. The last time their Hillbrand split was like 13 minutes. Speed actually going down here. They can rest them back up, but obviously that is going to cost some extra damage that they would have liked to get in, but I think they can still do it. They pulled the boss all the way to the side, so it doesn't go right into the phase 2% remaining before it starts walking, but I think they can do this. Looking really good here.
Nice.
A little bit slower than the last time, but still very much in time for the overall key.
Confused in how Speed even died there, because I saw him press turtle right before he died. Is there anything that pierces turtle on this fight other than
Some
like
stuff does, yeah. I'm not sure on this fight in particular, but I know there are some abilities that do go through turtle. It's a bit of a funky immune. There's some stuff that gets
Interesting.
through it that doesn't get
It's
through
not
the
a
other ones.
real immune. It's,
Yeah, because like most stuff
yeah.
you're deflecting rather than immuning, and some stuff is not deflectable, I guess. So I don't know what those specific abilities are in that room, but it's an unfortunate time to find out is the plus 32. The other option is sometimes people have their turtle and their cancel turtle like on the same button, so if you press it twice, you just
maybe
go
that-
right in and right out of it. But I
Yeah.
suspect it was the former, not the latter reason that one
Yeah.
led to a death.
Maybe, yeah.
I think so too. It's just a very funky immune, like you said. Let's look at Echo. So they're also on Hillbrand, basically exactly in the same position that we just saw 3% speed in. And they're going to try to push this boss as quickly as possible too. They will get one more intermission for sure, but their overall timer looks really good, no?
Yeah, last time they had 2 deaths. Oh, Gingy dropping really low from that bolt there. Barely surviving. But yeah, last time they did the 32 where they just barely depleted the key. They had 2 deaths already here on Hillbrand. So definitely a little bit better this time around. And their split is also probably going to be a bit better. Still not the greatest split compared to Monka that we've seen yesterday. But of course they're also not committing their Bloodlust here, which is something that Monka did. But now they have to chew through 24% health of Hillbrand before that next sanitizing cycle starts. And that is something that they just barely managed to do last time around.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage that they're looking at here. Even if they fail that push, though, I think they are still going to be faster than they were last time in here. And we also know that their time last time was actually more than enough for the rest of the dungeon. So I actually would be feeling pretty good if I was Echo in this spot. Just do the same thing you did last dungeon, but slightly cleaner on Hooktail and on Solia, and you would get over the finish line with 20 seconds or so to spare. So we'll see how that lines up. They are going to beat this Hillbrand push as well, and they are going to be putting up a 13-minute split on Hillbrand. Pretty good time
Beautiful.
for Echo. They are back with a vengeance here.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want to see. And I think we said this before. Echo is just a team that's so good with mental and recovering from situations that might be a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, production is right. GigaChats are on Visadoom. This is what they need to tie in with Echo and catch up before they can go on to the new dungeon of the day and funky stuff like that Gambit that teams are running right now. Let's see how they do here. Second phase has been triggered, and of course they're grouping up here to the side to not get the boss out of phase and just cheese a little bit of extra damage into it as they're all waiting here.
Yeah, they have more than enough time here. They just have to play as safe as possible. As you said, not engaging the phase at all, so the boss just continues to cast Disintegrate and does not do anything else. The most deadly part about this fight is probably the magic debuffs that send out orbs whenever you dispel it, or whenever it runs out. And if you do it this way, then you don't get the debuff at all. It makes it so much easier. They still have Bloodlust available as well, which they're probably going to be using in that last phase. And yeah, they're looking really, really clean. They actually started the phase now. They probably know that the orb debuffs happens pretty late, and they're going to be able to push it before that happens.
Exactly. The boss has a pretty fixed spell queue that it will do, so you can actually go in and push as long as you know that you're gonna get it below 33% before it gets to that Clawing Shadows castle. Though they are actually just going to deal with one of those casts and hit the dispel. But at least they know they aren't going to get a second one, and they're going to go straight into the portal from here. 32% on the boss as they push to the last platform, and the clock has started on that Stabilized Rift cast for them.
The overall clock looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks great.
They have like 4 minutes to finish this. They do have Bloodlust available. They have all of their...
Oh, Tobo.
Oh, no.
What happened? Quaking?
Wow.
It wasn't
No,
quaking.
what was that?
Please, no.
It wasn't.
Not again.
It's quaking.
It was
happened
the
right
swirlies,
now.
I think, yeah.
Oh, goodness.
They are going to get under boss here, and they're okay. They still have 3 battle reses, so this really didn't cost them anything, but they do. Splat actually is not going to move from those either. He's a Warlock, has no respect for any game mechanics, just is going to press Unending Resolve and Dark Pact and be just fine against whatever comes his way.
I'm so stressed out right now.
Dr. J pre-immuning there. The Shadows actually misses the pre-immune by a little bit, so they are going to have one of those go out. 2 of them even, but they are going to get Visadoom
1%.
down.
Boom.
Wow.
There it
Got
is.
it done. It was it's been an emotionally taxing first hour already, as we're seeing a lot of progression keys, I guess you could say, and just really, really hard stuff getting done. And you know, we don't want to tax anyone too much. We don't want to make it too stressful for our casters. So we'll let Nagura and Nyx take a break. We'll bring Zyronic in. It's the top of the hour, so it's time to make a swap. Dratnos, I guess you just have to take a little bit more. You just have to
so
dig deep
when we were talking about not wanting
strength.
to tax our casters too much, you know, some of them were willing to do that too. Okay, I see how it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you'll get a break later at some point.
All right.
You know. Yeah, you can handle it.
Well, we do have...
Hello.
Good to have you, Zyra.
We'll see. Hi,
Thank
Zyra.
you. You know what's crazy is this first hour. The only non-new dungeon score we've seen in this first hour was that upper Kara that was just completed.
Right?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's all the
It
score
is.
that we've seen, aside from the new dungeon from Monka Run a couple times. That's going to be a trend, I think, for the rest of the day here. I mean, I've already said that a couple times. These teams aren't playing poorly. These dungeons are just that difficult to do at this high of a key level.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
you might look at that 31 upper Kara and be like, oh, GigaChads, they were 3 minutes under the timer. They could probably do a 32. Well, I mean, technically, based off of time, you're right. But then you have to remember that a 32 Curator has volatile energies spawning every 15 seconds that have 820k HP each. And you think, how do you actually kill those? That might not actually be possible.
Yeah. I would say, in fact, we almost are in this situation because they played so well in the first 2 days, right? Those 29 2 chests and stuff that were coming in from so many different teams, you know, in our Americas region, those were just much less of a thing, and that led to a last day with some easier keys still on the board. But because all of our teams played so well on Friday and Saturday, they've created a Sunday of just pure hell keys left on their boards.
I love it. I want it to be like this every weekend. We'll see what we get next week, but this is great. I mean, we've got 3 out of the 4 teams remaining, aside from Workshop, have a minimum of 32 for the other keys that they have to do if they want to get any points. 3 pods and speed, still that 29 1 chest for Upper Karazhan, so they'd have to do it twice to be able to catch up to everybody else. They certainly could. They've got the time, but definitely in the most trouble right now. But who knows? I mean, maybe everyone else is just going to kind of be stuck for a while and they'll catch up. It could still end up being a very close tiebreaker finish.
Yeah, it is looking like it is going to come right down to the wire. We do have 3 pods, like you said, a little bit behind the rest of the pack, especially because of that 1 chest on their 29 upper, meaning that they probably have an hour to commit to that dungeon to bring it up to 31. That is a lot of extra time that they'll need to spend in there, but Giga Chads and Echo quite literally tied right now, both working on the exact same dungeon, that 32 Gambit. Whichever team can successfully put that on the board first will take the lead between the 2 of them. Both teams, though, at some point need to head into Workshop as well. Monka have decided that they've used their advantage at the start of the day to just go straight into that Workshop, and I'm actually really liking how that looks, because once they finish this plus 30 key, they will be in a position where all of their dungeons are really rock solid, and they just have stretch goal dungeons left over.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the big thing, and I feel like I've been beating a dead horse saying this over and over again. 3 pods in speed, even though they're so far behind, they're not out of the competition whatsoever. Those 30 and 31 Upper Karazhans that they're going to have to go do, yeah, they didn't get the 29 2 chest. That is still a pretty big deal. But they can, relatively easily, compared to the other dungeons, go collect those 30 and 31s, and potentially, in the meantime, nobody else will gain any score outside of their Workshop keys. At which point, 3 pods in speed will have 2.5 or 3 hours to go literally just push up Workshop. And they could conceivably come behind and, just snatch a top 2 spot from the other team. So I think this competition is a lot closer than people are assuming right now, and it's really anybody's game. It's just going to come down to who can do these hell keys, like you mentioned, at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, Monka are certainly in the prime position here, where it's likely that they can make top 2 without even really needing to time all that much more, as long as they just keep going in this Workshop and get a good Workshop up. It's pretty likely that they'll be able to hold on with the rest of their scorecard. Maybe they need one more upgrade in another dungeon, but all of the other teams are fighting for that other spot out of this region, and whew, that is going to be really, really close.
Yeah, and this is going to be an important one for 3 pods in speed to get, right? They are chilling on the timer. They probably actually didn't even have to pull this trash into the boss, and they would have been fine on timer, but here we are, 6 minutes left in the dungeon or so. They've already got Celia down to 60% in phase 1, and they should be very, very fine. Once this assassin gets down, just want to make sure that it doesn't Sanguine heal the boss at all. All right.
The assassins are boss mobs, right?
Oh, so right, you're right. This is an assassin, not a trash mob. I am, yep.
Well, they're still totally capable of killing players, though, so you're right to acknowledge the danger that they present. I mean, just ask Echo last run, right? So
I think
still
there was
mobs
3
to be
pods
aware
even
of.
that lost their last their last Gambit to an assassin cast. So,
yeah, that's true.
That is absolutely something that they're getting their revenge on these So Cartel assassins. This should be the last set of them that they have to deal with. And yeah, like you said, Zyra, this timer is unbelievably good for 3 pods. They are going to have 5 full minutes to deal with Phase 2 Solia. That is all the time they could possibly need. It is just a question of will they be able to successfully execute this boss. And of the bosses that we have in our rotation, this is actually one of the more technically intensive ones. There is a lot to dodge, and there's a lot of throughput required, and just kind of planning ahead with your movement.
But look at the mana bar for Thanner. Totally fine. Literal full mana bar right now. All the mana in the world, even enough in the tank just for a couple extra mishaps. They accidentally get a 2-stack, he could heal that on a 32 tyrannical. Actually, maybe not, but you conceivably could maybe live through that just and use half your mana bar and still kill the boss. But yeah, the timer on this key, Omega fine. They can probably do 4 phases here and still get the boss down before the end of the timer here. But the other thing that's really impressive, on our middle box on the right there, Monka, very close to 2 chest pace in this 30 Workshop, all from the squirrels. Now, I haven't been watching you guys specifically. I've just mostly been listening to what you guys have been talking about. What kind of routing has Monka been doing through that Workshop? Have they been killing Zolgamuks? Have they been skipping Zolgamuks? What's their trash pull plan like in this dungeon?
So at the end of the dungeon, they are pulling the last trash pack of the dungeon. I think it is Zolgamuks being skipped. I think they're doing the pull the dog but not Zolgamuks tactic into Cujo.
Okay.
And yeah, they do have 7 stacks of Shrouded right now, so I could go take a look and see what exactly gets you 7 at this point, but I think that's what they're up to. I know that what they're up to on the last boss is kill the last boss and then double back and kill that trash pack. So they are sitting on... let me check what the 2-chest timer is in this dungeon. It is 25 minutes and 36 seconds for a 2-chest.
Oh, yeah,
so they are looking at 5.5 minutes for last boss and last trash pull. All of their battle reses are available here. It is a long boss fight on plus 30, though. Even with Fortified active instead of Tyrannical, Monka will be in here for a while. I think it's going to be very close on the 2-chest, but, I mean, if they do 2-chest this, the 32 is doable, right?
Yeah, I would say that this is probably about a 4.5 minute boss with their gear level on this difficulty.
So a minute for the trash pack?
A minute for the trash pack, which, if everything goes correctly and mode gets every single squirrel on cooldown, is definitely possible. So, with perfect play, they could potentially 2-chest this. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on that. GigaChads has started that 32 Gambit in the bottom right. We'll have to keep an eye on that. They're still just doing Murlocs right now. Sanguine Healing being mitigated very well from them. 3 pods in speed, yep, still no issues for them. They're going to be killing this boss. Plenty of mana still left on Thinner, still over half mana with Celia at 30%.
Echo in the bottom left. Also zooming through their Solia. They are also going to have 5 minutes for P2 Solia. So 3 pods and Echo are both in the position of they wiped to Gambit 32 for an hour, but they are coming back, and pending the P2 Solia, they have done the rest of the dungeon on pace.
So where do you go after that then? Assuming that they both get the 32s done, do you just jump into Workshop then at that point?
Yes, at least for Echo, I think that is the obvious choice. Yep. For
Makes
3
sense.
pods, you could make an argument for spending your hour in Upper Prison first, but
True.
I think that Workshop, even for them, is probably a good place to go to. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 pods in speed, they do need
There's
to
that
eventually go to the
timer.
Upper Karazhan, right? Like, I think if I were 3 pods in speed, I would go to Upper Karazhan, I would do my 2 Upper Karazhan keys that we need to get done, then I would take my break, see what the fastest routes look like in Workshop.
Yeah, see if I
from
could
the other
3-chest the Workshop 26 if anybody else has,
Yeah.
and copy that. I think
Exactly,
I like that
just
idea,
slam it.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, they timed that 32 Gambit with 1 minute and 40 seconds to spare, so certainly a doable keystone, and actually with this practice in Gambit that teams have been doing, do you think a 33 Gambit is within the realm of possibility?
I'd love to see that. I want to see him
think it
try at
is.
least. Yeah.
I think it is, but it's going to be one of those keys that they can potentially try only once everything else is done, right? Like, why would you go for a 33 Gambit when you still have the, for instance, the 32 lower at the end of the day that you know you'll be able to do? Because they could have had it done yesterday if they didn't just hard commit like they did. There are other key. I mean, Workshop I think will be easily pushed up to a 33 before the Gambit, just because you have squirrels in that key. You don't have squirrels in Gambit. I think that's like that's an icing on the cake key. For
Right.
sure,
It's the kind of thing where it's like, oh, you could spend 3 hours doing prog and get it, but you could spend that 3 hours getting 3 points across your other dungeons instead. So it's not something that teams will probably have time for today.
Right.
We'll see, though.
You never know. I'm prepared to be surprised no matter how the day ends up going.
Yeah, so Leah at 50% here for Echo, and they still have 3 minutes for the end of this. They are also going to be well under the timer. As long as nothing horrific goes wrong here, those projectiles will one-shot anybody that comes into contact with them on this keystone level, so it is still a scary boss fight here.
Important to mention, Echo is still working on Celia here, but 3 pods in speed in the middle of our right 5 boxes there did get that Celia down. They have the 32 on the board in this Gambit, and they instantly went to Upper Karazhan. Literally 0 time spent between keys, instantly ported there, getting that started, already onto the 30s Olgamuks. So they know that time is not on their side here, and they're taking some hints from day one. Remember, Tettles was telling us how he was talking to the team after day one, and they were like, man, we spend way too much time in between keys. Not doing that here. Instantly in that key. We'll have to keep an eye on how that Karazhan goes. 30 should be pretty easy for them. We've seen a lot of teams time that 31, so hopefully there's not too many issues in the 30. Remember, Curator is the wall there, so we'll be able to see how that key goes for them pretty early on.
Less pods, more speed is going to be the name of the game for them.
That is exactly what they're hoping to see. Yeah, meanwhile, Echo just about done here with Zolia. Now doesn't even respect the Hyperlight Nova, just going to stand in there and tank that. They are going to be done here with, again, 1 minute and 40 seconds to spare. Really good time in the Gambit. We'll see where they decide to go next. I think the Workshop has to be the place to choose, right? Even though we know 32 lower is possible and they want to get there, I don't think you can leave that Workshop for too much longer in the day without starting to be a little bit concerned for your safety.
Yeah, I think everyone's assuming they can push it, up to what we were thinking, like probably 32 or something like that. But you don't want to take the chance. You don't want to be in a situation where you only have time to do it once, and if you mess it up, that's your tournament,
Mm-hmm.
So did you guys do like an in-depth coverage of how the squirrel tech even works in Workshop? Because I'm sure there's people in chat that are watching that are like, squirrels? What are they
We talked about it
Why
last
is-
week, but not this
Why
week
is the
yet, I
priest
think.
doing so much damage? Well, let's revisit
Yeah.
that, because we're
Go for
watching
it, yeah.
Monka right now, and if you're looking at the damage meter, Mode's doing 140k DPS on that last pack, and they got
Two
the
chests?
down in the
Wow.
2-chest timer. That was really close, by the way. Less than 10
That's
seconds
huge.
to the 2-chest timer. That is huge. They'll be able to attempt a 32 now, which I wouldn't be surprised if they went right into it. But essentially, there's mind control tech. If you control the Tinkerers in these packs, you get access to their, what's the exact word? Anti-personnel squirrel, I think is what they're called. You press that button, the squirrel moseys on over to the pack and explodes right in their face and does something like several 100,000 AoE damage, and you can do this every 15 seconds or so. It is absolutely ridiculous damage. People were doing this back in BFA when Priest was out of meta in Workshop just because of how strong it is. But man, now that Priest is in meta, I mean, everyone's going to be doing it, and it's going to pretty much melt the packs. It's just a matter of whether or not your DPS can stay alive through the short outs, as well as all the arcing zaps that are going to be in these packs, and just let your healer do the dam for once in a
Yeah,
while.
that's the thing, is when it goes well, you can see that damage meter with Mode doing so much damage, and Mode was one of the people in BFA to really be pioneering this strategy, because was indeed playing Disc even back at the time. But when it goes poorly, it's just like, oh, my priest is here mind controlling, gets hit by something, dies, right? So it's something where when it works out, it looks so good, but it requires you to have so much knowledge of how those packs function so that you don't fall into any of the traps that otherwise can hit you. As Echo are hopping into their 26 Workshop, everybody's just grouping up under the pack here. It's Gingy, Mirez, and Now, and Gingy and Mirez will just stand in there with immunities to bait all of the rocket barrages onto that pack. They've got everything
missed a
killed
tonk.
except for one Strider tonk. That is going to cost them some time. They're going to call down Clix and Zalia now to help them finish off this last mob. That is a little bit of time lost, but we feel like the 2-chest timer in the 26 is unbelievably generous. It's just a question of whether or not they are actually looking for the potential 3-chest, which, whew, it is maybe possible in here, but it actually probably doesn't matter, right? If you 3-chest the 26, you get a 29, which you can 2-chest, but you can't really 2-chest the 31 anyways, so either way, your path is up to a 32. It's just in a slightly different configuration than Monka's path was.
It's going to be nice for Monka, though, to get the shots at the 32 before anyone else, though. That's
Yeah.
Getting the extra time is big there.
Yeah, I mean, they've been crushing it so far, but again, this is the key level where things start to get a little bit insane, right? 32, every single one of these vent jets is going to be ticking on players for insane amounts of damage, so we're going to have to watch how that goes for them. Just tons and tons of damage starts. The scaling on these keys, remember, it's 8% damage and health every single key level, so, 32, that's 1.08 to the 32nd power. Stratos, can you do that math in your head?
Whatever you say.
Yep. Can you run those numbers by me one more time? Just, yeah.
Carry the
Almost ready.
one. Yeah,
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
you got it?
Checks out.
Yep. I've got. I'm not going to spoil the answer for anybody in chat that was doing the math as well, though. So, I'll give the answer later.
Okay. Well, let me
This is
know when
kinda
you've got
becoming
it,
the
because I'm
Leroy
curious to
Jenkins
know what it
video.
is.
Yeah. Happy to help.
It gets really scary at high key levels, so keep an eye on the vent jets here for Monka when it comes out. They already had one of them go off. They have personals for that one, but they do have
And
their
AMZ
immunities
as
up
well.
Yep, AMC too. Well, Echo's only on the 26, so that one doesn't do too much damage.
Easy mode. Just a plus 26.
Just a little low key, the plus 26. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing too serious. Casual content.
Nothing to worry about. You don't really have to pay too much attention to those,
Casual content.
That's right.
Here we go. Watch this Vent Jets from Monka here. Each tick, how much is it going to do? About 30% or so. That's actually pretty reasonable. It's still pretty ridiculous to look at the health bars here. Mode's doing everything it can to top people off. But that is easily doing like 2 health bars of everybody in the group. So
yeah, that's part of the reason they're all stacking so much, is so that Mode can hit all of them with that AoE Holy Word and keep them all nice and topped on HP, because there's no reason for them to not stay stacked here. Also look at where they're standing. The ranged are all standing in the middle of one of these larger plates that's on the floor. This is a nice spot to stand because you won't get hit by any of the blades that rotate either around in circles or that go from the outside to the middle of the room. So really good place to spend your time if you're a ranged DPS, is right in the middle of one of these outer plates.
Makes sense. Question is, how quick will they be able to go? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. You just need to finish the 32. If they finish the 32, where do you go from there? I guess because they've already got the 32 Gambit done.
Yeah, so
Grim
it's
Rail?
either a 33
33?
workshop or I think a 32 lower. I mean, you could go 32 Grim Rail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The lower could be something you try and save for the end of the day. The thing about the lower is everybody knows it's possible because we saw Echo almost do it yesterday, right? So
Right.
the 32 lower is something that's proven to be possible. The question is, how much practice do they have with these affixes in the other dungeons? Is there anything else that they're equally confident is possible that might have a shorter timer than lower?
Well, they've already got the fastest time for the 35 Junkyard, too, so they don't even... In
Yeah,
case of
no
a
way we're going
tiebreaker
back
where that
there.
would matter. Yeah, you don't need to go back there.
I don't think we're going to see any teams revisit the Junkyard here. It's far more efficient to go for the +1 score than it is to go for maybe a time thing based off of tiebreaker. But going back to the question about whether or not teams will be going back into lower, it's a matter of time investment, right? That's a 42-minute key you're committing yourself to
Right.
for a small chance of getting the +1, because that is a difficult key. When you have lower time keys on the board that will also get you the +1 score, I mean, you're probably going to go for the other keys unless those keys actually are way too difficult to potentially do. So I imagine we'll see 32s and 33s done in every other dungeon before teams actually go back and attempt that lower, unless they just don't think it's possible at all.
It'd be a pretty extreme situation. Yeah.
We've been talking about all this theory crafting, but 3+ and Speed has had to reset their upper Karazhan in the top left. They had some issues,
Yeah.
I'm assuming, on Curator, so...
I think it was Curator, yeah. I saw 5 deaths when they were running out, which generally means it was a Curator-related disaster. We are seeing all of our teams really at the start of their dungeons as well, so we may be seeing some resets coming in. These keys are at the level that are high enough where you reset on the first major resistance that you encounter, except for Echo, who will likely continue their key even into some resistance there, as they do get... Was that Zolgamux they took into boss here? Into Cujo? Or was it just a regular
It
infiltrator?
might just be the Remnant and Bat that came from Zolgamux into Cujo with them. Because the Bat sticks around for a little while after you kill it,
Well,
right?
there was definitely a big Dreadlord in there. I think it was actually Zolgamux as well. So they took Zolgamux
maybe.
into the start of Cujo. That might be the kind of 3-chest behavior that you might be up to.
We might have a problem here for Echo. This box
Okay.
is very close to the other box. It might be close enough to get people knocked back when that box explodes. It is right on the edge of it.
They're
Let's see.
they're going to be
Okay,
just
that's good.
fine.
Close.
Ooh, it was pretty
Okay.
close though. Yeah, they played around it by being on the far side of the box relative to the old one. Because when those superheated boxes explode on the next venting flames, they do a little knockback. And this time they baited the next one far enough away that it's not even going to be crossing their minds here.
You know, it hadn't occurred to me, the Dratnos, that people might not know this, but these boxes that you hide behind, they're actually rectangles. There are people that didn't know this. There is a long side and a short side.
Well, they're
Yeah.
cubes, actually, but...
Well, okay, if we're going to be semantic about it, they're certainly not cubes because they're not a 3-dimensional square, right? They're rectangular prisms, right?
Oh, is that what you would call that?
That is the word.
Oh, all right.
Well, the reasoning is if you're a
Geometry
tank
is
that's
part of
trying
math,
to
so.
trying to figure out where to position Cujo correctly, it's a lot easier to position him on the side of the long side of the rectangle. Right?
Yeah.
So when you watch how tanks position this boss, they kind of position him out on the side of the long side. Look exactly how Now's positioning it here. It's a lot easier to make sure you get that line of sight spot on the slightly longer side of the rectangle. So I see a lot of tanks struggling with that, and there are actually tanks that I've played with that were like, wait, that's a rectangle, not a square. I didn't notice for the past 3 years. So, little
It's a very
tip for
subtle
people that
rectangle.
might not have noticed that.
Yeah, and what that sets up is, like you were saying, it's you get to line of sight the venting flames, but Cujo doesn't get to line of sight you if you do it right, and so you get to just
Exactly.
keep blasting your damage into the boss during that, which is pretty important as the key level goes up to get that extra damage. Otherwise, you are going to lose a lot of damage over the course of the fight. Now, given that Echo did do Zolgamux, given the way their count's looking, are they on the ambition plan of skipping the mini boss here? Do you think is that going to be their skip with the Warlock Gateway?
Well,
Or did
okay.
they skip more earlier before the second boss? I didn't see. Maybe they skipped through some of the slimes in the area.
So there's a route that I've seen a lot of people start playing, and Monka has been playing a very similar route to it, where you do skip the Zolgamux, right? But you get exactly the right amount of trash that you need in the in the sewer area beforehand. I think if you do 15 slimes plus the 3 mobs that are in the slimes, that gives you the exact correct amount of count. And then you just kill everything in the dungeon afterwards. You still do the car, you still do all of the, the sort of RP.
Right, but
that
Echo
happens
killed
after the second boss.
Zolgamux, right?
Echo did kill Zolgamux, yeah. So they'll probably
Yeah.
skip the last trash back if I had to guess.
Okay, yeah, because the other option would be skipping the car, right, as you're calling it, the mini boss that's about to spawn for them. So
Yeah, exactly.
we'll see if they decide to do that. That's what Ambition were doing last weekend. It would require a Warlock Gateway here. Click's not really moving to do that. Click's also playing Demonology in here, not the Destruction that Monka have gone with in this dungeon, so a little bit more of a single target focus, also playing that Survival Hunter in here instead of the Outlaw Rogue. Slight differences in composition between our two frontrunners on the bottom of our screens.
Yeah,
So
they
is
do
the
have the
idea
gateway
just
up,
to-
so there you go. They're
Yeah.
skipping it.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
All
So
right.
do you think you can do you think the single target damage of the Demonology Warlock makes enough of a difference that they can maybe finish it a little bit quicker? I suppose they're thinking that, but
Well,
what do you think?
potentially, but Demo versus Destro isn't going to help you dodge those defensive bots any faster, or detective
Oh,
bots.
no.
rather. So,
Yep, Clicks learns that one the hard way,
Clicks.
yeah.
Poor Clicks.
Sitting in
Aw.
a stun there. Unfortunate. Is he going to show us the route that's always available on the right? This route on the right
Yep.
side is always available.
I love this one.
Another tip and trick for everybody at home. You can get that every single time. Has the soul shape too to get past this very easily. So even though he got stunned, he'll catch up with his team.
Unless...
Pretty easily.
Oh,
Nah,
Okay,
he's
yeah, he is good. Doesn't even use the next teleport as well.
you can teleport over the bots, right? With that?
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
you can
It's
like
a little,
heroic
it's
leap
a
them
little
and stuff
close
too.
though, because the soul shape blink is pretty short. It's like
Yeah.
maybe 2 or 3 yards longer than the radius or not the radius of the circle. You can barely blink past it if you're really really close to it. So you have to play pretty close to it. That's why he was just taking it safe and running past, because you don't
yes,
want to
the-
take that risk.
the diameter, yes. Let me pull
The
out my
diameter,
geometry
that's the word.
source again, yes.
Thank you, Mathnos.
Yeah.
The
And-
geometry dungeon.
Okay, another fun fact about those alarm bots, their circle around them it's actually, so you only see the circle on the ground, but it's actually a sphere around the bot itself. So if you jump, you can get over the very edges of it, and if you double jump, you can actually get over quite a bit of the sides of it too. But don't try that at home, because it is still, you'll still get it if you get anywhere near the middle of that sphere.
Yeah.
All
I've
right,
heroic
Zelia.
leaped it many times, but if you go over the middle, you're definitely running a risk of getting
Yeah.
hit.
Let's see how good your mind control tech is, Zalia.
Yeah,
One
Zalia
squirrel
hanging out
coming
right at the
out.
top there.
Pop! 340k damage to the boss.
Getting ready for
Yep.
another squirrel here.
Oh, here it comes. Moving the Tinkerer on up into the corner, so that when he gets it off, he'll be able to mind control again. That's the tech, though, right? You mind control the Tinkerer, walk on down to the boss, use the squirrel, walk it back up so it's in your mind control range again, and then you just do it all over again. And he's going to keep doing that the entire fight. But the difficulty here, as you guys were mentioning earlier on when Monka was doing this, is that your DPS are essentially playing a game of never get hit or you're dead. And
Yeah, look at where
that's
Miras
pretty
and
difficult.
Clicks are positioning here. They are right up against the very middle feature of the room, and that's actually a really safe spot against the saw blades, because the saw blades always spawn from the outer edges of the room, and it's pretty unlikely for them to hit you if you're standing near the middle of the room, because of course they're going to bounce off that and go out towards the edge again, so you only have to dodge fairly rarely if you are right up against that middle terrain feature. So you can see Miras kind of hugging that part of the room to just reduce the likelihood that he's going to have to do too much dodging.
Nicely done. They're going to get Head Machinist Spark Flux down pretty easily. Is that centerpiece? That doesn't break line of sight, does it?
No, it does not. So you can
Yeah.
cast through it if the boss is on the other side.
That's what I was seeing, but I'm only melee at the moment.
All right,
So
Matt,
3 pods have
what's
successfully
the
taken out
three-chest
their...
timer?
The 3-chest timer is 25:36 in Workshop.
No, that's the 2-chest. What's the 3-chest timer? I want to see.
Oh,
if I
the
go through
3-chest
this
timer.
bad boy.
Okay, that is 1912.
Ooh,
1912.
6 minutes from now? I don't know.
that
That's-
doesn't seem doable.
No.
Not particularly, does it? Yeah, I mean, the last boss, even on plus 26, we're probably talking about, what, 3.5, 4 minutes at least? So maybe 3 minutes, maybe 3.5. I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's probably... So Monka, we're kind of close to it as well, but Echo does need all of the trash at the end of this dungeon, right? They do need all of it. They are not going to get another Bloodlust before that 3-chest timer elapses. I think it is probably just going to be a 2-chest for them, which is fine. That's what Monka got as well. It's not like they are up against the gun here, right? They are okay with the 3-chest, or with the 2-chest.
Mm-hmm.
Although Monka
Well-
did 2-chest that plus 30, which was really impressive. That's going to be hard to replicate.
Something very, very important to mention as well. Giga Chad's one dungeon behind Echo right now in terms of just progression. Remember we were talking about 32, this 32 Gambit Tyrannical, a good split for Hillbrand being in around the mid-13s. Check out their Hillbrand split, 12-15.
Yeah.
Absolutely crushing it.
That is speedy.
That's the
Yeah.
fastest we've seen from any team by like probably 30 seconds.
Dr. J on the Venthyr Fire Mage as well. We've seen Night Fae be the covenant of choice of the Fire Mages so far in this competition, but Dr. J actually busting out the Red Covenant here. Zyro, as a mage scientist, that's more single target, right?
That is extremely single target focused. Now, shifting power is very strong for just consistent damage on both AoE and single target. Venthyr, you definitely lose a little bit of AoE damage, but you gain a lot of single target damage. So he's really heavily aiming for single target burst windows here. You get that Mirrors of Torment up every 40 seconds, 45 seconds or so with Unity now. So it's pretty ridiculously good with Kindling. Like you pretty much just always have Mirrors and Combust up. It's kind of ridiculous. I want to see what his single target damage numbers are going to look like when they get to this boss here. He'll probably end up, hovering around something like 23, 24k. Maybe even higher if he gets, good RNG with his procs.
Yeah, that's something that, maybe that's explaining the time difference here, because obviously it looks like he's low on the meters right now, but you have a Destrolock and a Survival Hunter in your group. You don't gain that much more time by having another big pad AoE class, right? But instead going a little bit more single target intensive in a 32 Tyrannical dungeon could be absolutely what they need here as they do start the boss. Dr. J immediately dropping that combustion and going in. A lot of damage right off the bat on Hooktail here.
Oh, wow. That's
yeah.
a good amount. I'm kind of keeping an eye on 3 pounds and speed in the upper left as well. This is a pretty
Yeah.
crucial plus 30 for them. They really need to kind of get this done on the first try, I feel like.
Absolutely. They kind of need to do this and the 31 pretty quick here, or else
Yeah.
they will start to fall even further behind. But the good news for them is if they do that, they will also tie up with where Echo are at currently before this workshop finishes, and with where Giga Chads will be on that 32 Gambit completion. So, yeah, 3 pods, they're maybe looking at being like 45 minutes or so behind Giga Chads and Echo, but we've seen Giga Chads and Echo spend more than 45 minutes and put 0 points up already today, so 3 pods can definitely close this gap and then overtake if they play well and if something goes a little bit wrong for Giga Chads and Echo.
Yeah, and we're also factoring in, of course, when we say that, the probably hour and a half or so that it'll take the teams to push up that workshop to a 32,
Right.
because we are an hour and a half into the day, and Monk is halfway through the 32 workshop. We should focus in on that, though, because this is going to be probably the most difficult part of the dungeon, aside from that last trash pack, for the teams. On 32 Fortified Workshop, you can no longer get hit by one of these saw blades. They will just one-shot you if you don't have a personal up. So, with your healer off in the corner, using that Tinkerer to do max DPS to this boss, you just cannot afford to get hit whatsoever. Now, the caveat is, you will actually kill this boss ridiculously fast. Look at the DPS that mode is pumping out right now.
Wow.
With that Tinkerer. Every single one of those squirrel hits is going to hit. Here it goes. It's going to pop for 400,000 damage. He's doing 25k DPS. consistently. He's keeping up with the DPS players in his group, so they're actually going to kill the boss so quickly that they're not even going to get to approach anywhere near the gear cap. But look at that. One gear goes off on Crims, who already had his barrier up, and he got hit for all of his HP. A second one comes out, and he cauterizes. That is one of his cheat deaths gone. Now, he does still have the pod, but you really don't want to pop that pod here. You just want to get this boss down as quickly as possible, so there's as few cogwheels to dodge as possible.
Yeah, another squirrel comes out, but this one looks hostile, not friendly. Maybe that mind control came out a little bit early.
That was a hostile one. He was healing up Crims there just in case, so they missed one squirrel. That's 400,000 damage just gone, just like that.
Boss getting pretty low here as they get the next flame cannon. Danger for the group. But they're doing okay on the dodge here, and yeah, I mean, everything is pretty much a one-shot. If anybody gets that dot, they will... The dot is actually so nasty here, because you will pod and then still have the dot and die out of your pod. And it is a brutal thing to happen.
Well, the other thing they really need to focus on getting done as quickly as possible is every single time one of those flower cannon comes out, right? Those little ads that spawn in the corner of the room, they need to get a stun on it instantly, because that isn't a lot of damage on this key level. You saw Crims took like half of his HP in 2 seconds because he was the closest to it. There it comes out. The plant right there. Get a stun on it. There's the asphyxiate. Yeah, look at how much damage they took just from that plant, as well as the cogwheel hitting Crims, but Mode is going to commit here. They just got one last squirrel. One final squirrel will kill off this boss, it seems, with how much damage they have in their group. So no healing is coming out. Crims, you're all on your own here. He commits the ice block just to save because he was getting caught in the middle of 3 gears. RXN has gone down on the rope, but that is okay. As long as Mode gets this last squirrel off, they should be totally fine. And you know what? You'll take a 1 death pull on a 32 fortified boss with no healer. That is very impressive to see. And their timer is looking omega fine, too. They have 14 minutes to deal with the rest of this dungeon. 3 trash pulls plus a boss. So if they're clean with the squirrel tech here on the last section of the dungeon, they're looking really good in here.
Yeah, I mean, the timer here, it's almost looking like the 33 is going to be the next easiest key for them once they finish the 32. I'm not saying an easy key, but compared to something like the 32 lower, I feel like 33 Workshop might be their next best bet. So I mean, it is on Monka. They are setting the pace in this dungeon right now to decide if they want to come back in here or when they want to call it and go and start working on other dungeons. Either way, they are putting themselves in such a commanding lead in this dungeon based off of just how well they played it so far.
You've also got that break whenever they want to kind of during the middle of the day to take a step back, strategize, see where the other teams are at, and kind of make a decision based on that too. So I mean, if you're Monka, this is... presuming they take down this 32, like, you could not be in a better spot.
Oh, yeah. Like, this Monka team has played insanely well this weekend to this point. I mean, you cannot be upset about anything that's happened. Yeah, you know what? They'll look at that 35 junkyard that happened yesterday and be like, man, we could have had a perfect weekend up to this point if that didn't happen. But if your only mistake you make as a team is in a 35 key, you can't really be too upset about that, right?
It's okay, yeah.
All right, well, Monka are going to be hopping up towards the last little bit of trash for their dungeon. 12 minutes still on the board for them here for 2 trash pulls and a boss. That boss, King Mechagon, even on 32 fortified, I don't see it going over 6 minutes. So that is 3 minutes per trash pack. That is more than enough time. It is just going to be a question of the wipe or not. Meanwhile, Echo have gotten started with their 28 Workshop, and Giga Chads are just about to pull Solia here. They are on, again, blazing fast pace in their Solia's Gambit up in the top right. If they can avoid a wipe here, they are also well under the timer in that dungeon.
I mean, all the teams are crushing it right now. 3 pods in speed in that 30 upper Karazhan. Probably this is the last really real make or break point of the dungeon for them. This Mana Devourer is going to be difficult, but they saved the Bloodlust for it, so as long as they soak all these orbs going into the boss, should be totally fine. But check it out. Everybody just getting out of the way. Letting the DK do the work here so they know they have the damage to take the boss down. Letting the DK accumulate those sacks, but he actually got rid of them. So he's not going to do the Giga Chad damage.
Trying to just play it safe, I guess?
Yeah. Play safe Big IO, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, it does seem like a... seems like what the timer is encouraging you to do, right? Oh, Maystein pods for Monka. That's one less pod they'll have available on the last boss fight. It is probably the person who needs it the least, though.
Well, I think that's fine. You know, it's there for a reason. But that is going to be the last pot of the dungeon that he gets, right? 10-minute cooldown. They have exactly 10 minutes left in the dungeon. I suppose he could pod to King Mechagon if they go for the
so the King Mechagon, like the
right.
one of the a little 1v1
like
against
truck,
the.
you know?
Have you ever played with tanks that force you to let them 1v1 King Mechagon at the end?
I have not played with tanks that do that, but I've played with tanks who refuse to taunt it and force the DPS to 1v1 it.
I see. Yeah,
That
you gotta
sounds
respect
fun.
the 1v1, of course.
I like that. Yeah. Honorable
Unethical to do anything
solo
else.
combat. Yeah. I mean, King Mechagon deserves a chance, right?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Monka are going to feast up before this encounter. They know that they have enough time for this pull to be as well planned as they want it to be, even waiting a little bit potentially for some cooldowns before Skylar heads on in there. Nason actually playing the Cataclysm in this dungeon as well.
I want to keep an eye on the damage for Giga Zap here, because these Phase 1 Giga Zaps do more damage than the Phase 2 ones. Let's see how much damage this does here on... Oh, looks
Skylark.
like it was... Looks like, yeah, okay, looks like they were fine. One on Skylark, one on the tank. Who cares? He'll just death... Whatever, strike through all that. Whatever Death Knights do, he'll heal himself.
Yeah,
He'll be
death,
okay.
death, strike,
Yeah.
strike.
He'll
Death
just
Knight
do
things.
deaths
Oh,
and
clicks.
hearts, and he'll have
Yeah.
his rune weapon up. What do you think about
for some
committing
reason.
your rune weapon, Dranos? Is it a big commit?
I would press it on full, certainly.
You know, it's a pretty rare thing to be able to have that rune weapon up. You know, it's a very precious ability.
I mean, with 7 stacks of Shrouded, you don't have full uptime on it on a single target, but it is pretty close.
More or less.
Well, they're playing Kyrian in here for that, right? Because they know
Yeah,
that
so
they
the
aren't
Kyrian
gonna
helps
have
you a
the
lot
same
with
levels.
the... It helps you with the uptime on your rune weapon and AoE. On single target, it's pretty similar to Faye in terms of that. You get 1 extra rune per 45
Sure,
seconds.
okay.
Activating thrusters.
Well, it looks like the Giga Zaps, even on 32 Fortified, aren't necessarily that dangerous for the team. Maybe when there's 3 of those dots out at the same time in the last phase, they'll start worrying about it. But of course, remember, they are playing that Night Elf, not Night Fae, Night Elf in this dungeon to be able to Shadow Meld the really dangerous Giga Zaps off. Of course, that cancels the cast of the boss and makes it recast on somebody else. But he only does 3 of the casts, and if you cancel one of them, he won't do another one. So it's pretty useful for this boss, and you can do it every 2 minutes.
Angel Swarm activation for Zalia there.
Uh-oh. Did he take a process
Mira's
waste
down
in
as well
face,
for
or did
Echo.
he just exploded from volatile waste? That's not exactly ideal. They need to adjust that 26, so they're in the 28 here. But this pack is completable, even without the priest. As long as you don't get hit by the frontal clicks, get away from that. Okay, well.
Just
do
at
you
the
just
edge of its
restart here?
range. Unfortunate. I don't think you have to restart just yet. I think you're
Alright.
still on 2 chest time in this dungeon, because I mean, even though you had 3 deaths, you know, they cost you battle res, they cost you 15 seconds. They don't cost you too much more than that. They cost you a little
Zalia's
more time
shadow
getting
melding and
people
resing.
back.
They're gonna build
Oh,
Cool technology there from Zalia.
it. So
kind of a
Res
combat
needed.
res.
Yeah. Giga Chad's here.
Oh,
4
Igloo to
minutes
pod.
for
Oh no!
Zalia.
Oh, the timing there was so
Oh,
bad.
that's
He
bad.
podded, and then the pod ran out just as the Nova came out from the boss. Fortunately, they have 3 battle reses. That was just complete unfortunate timing for Igloo. They'll be able to battle res him right after the angel form, just getting some free mana out, of course. You can cast whenever you want in that angel form. They'll get the battle res off. Need to make sure that they dodge these spikes here. Hopefully they just don't take the spikes.
Huh. So they
Right
let the
after
devoted
getting res.
accomplice
Oh my gosh.
cast
So close.
reinvigorate. I wonder if they're just doing that and letting Dr. J spell steal it off.
That
I
is
think
some
that is
Dr. J tech.
Yeah,
It
because
is.
the reinvigorate comes with a haste buff as well. It's a heal, but it leaves behind a haste buff. So Dr. J is able to spell steal that, and potentially that is exactly what they are doing with that accomplice here. It's also giving them extra targets for, I guess, Blood DK gets a little bit of extra damage from a second target too. I'm
Man,
not sure.
it's just for the spell steal. It's nothing else. This is just Dr. J things, man.
You got
That's
a
all
Havoc
it
target
is.
too. It's extra, it's extra soul shards. Big value. Yeah, there's that reinvigorate cast again, and they are certainly letting that go off intentionally. And
Yeah.
Dr. J is taking that haste for himself. Pretty cool. Pretty cool tech.
Why not
They'll start
min-max
to add.
as much as you can,
They'll-
right?
They'll start interrupting it as well once the boss gets pretty low, probably like sub 20 or so here. But man, everything that they've done in this dungeon has just been completely perfect, except for these angel form
no.
activations for Igloo here. That is
I had
actually
to
a
say
really
it.
poor time for that to happen. I think you need to cancel that and take a res instantly so that you can get these stars off in a couple seconds here, because they're about to go into an immune phase, right? Cancel and get a res off.
It's about to be, and you do need to make sure that
Yeah.
you're alive when those are targeted, right? Otherwise, you won't get to see who you're arrowed with.
Dude, Splat just hit him with the BM pre-soul stone too. Oh, man.
Oh,
dude.
no.
You hate to
That
see
is
it. You
messed
also
up,
love to
yeah.
see it. Well, they still do have one last
Brought
battle
it on
as
himself.
available here. They should be able to get through 30% of the boss's HP with this Orb of Torment from Dr. J, as well as the Invigorate Spell Steal. They might let one more get off here. I'm not quite sure if you do. Let's see. Yeah, they're going to let it get off for him. Of course, they're going to let your mage completely blast. Of course, he's blasting the single target damage, I should mention. Of course, the other two are keeping up, but they're getting a lot of free cleave damage onto that accomplice, so... Even though it looks like the mage isn't quite doing a lot here, I guarantee you he's topping boss damage. Are they just going to full-on commit here, though? That star is down in the back. You can see it right on that purple.
I don't know. I would do that one. The boss is
I
still.
wouldn't
This is
commit.
scary.
Yeah. You should definitely do this.
I mean, you could immune the explosion. You do have.
They don't have
block-
immunes. They don't have
Okay,
any of them.
yeah, they're not up, but you could have done that in
And
theory
look
if
at
they were
Igloo.
available.
He has literally 0 mana. So this boss needs to
Yeah.
go down.
Things are indeed getting scary here. They need to kick the next accomplice Revitalize, which should be right about now. Or maybe they already kicked one about 10 seconds ago. Yeah, they do need to kill that accomplice to finish their count as well. So Leah going immune
the
one
boss
more
gonna
time.
Oh, it got the...
Oh,
okay,
ooh,
didn't die.
beautiful.
Close.
That was last second. All right, well, that's
Yeah.
it. 32 done for Giga Chads here. They are on the same score as Echo was before they completed their first workshop. I imagine Giga Chads is also going to start working on their workshops
Nice.
as well, start making that journey. But Monka into the 32. They've already killed off the boss. They're in that last phase here with King Mechagon jumping down. Probably has about 600,000
Wow.
HP, saving all of their cooldowns because they still have one last trash pack to deal with. And this dungeon is all but over, but this last trash pack is very difficult. Things can go horribly wrong if the squirrels aren't taken care of properly, so let's see how this goes. The main thing for this trash pack is you really want to keep that one singular defender alive. And it's kind of all on your mage there, right? If you polymorph that defender, keep it alive at 100% HP, you'll always have those shields down so that your team doesn't die to the shortouts from these defense spots. That is the tech here, and of course Vote is going to be mind controlling that Tinkerer, sending squirrels out on cooldown. Look at the damage from the first squirrel. 2.5 million damage. 160k DPS just from that one squirrel here. Your whole team is just playing stay alive so your priest can kill the pack. Next squirrel coming out, doubles his
Bang!
damage, back up to 200k DPS. 2 more of those and they are home free, but they do want to keep that defender bot alive.
Yeah, the workshop defender there is the one that's creating these shields that they need to stand in. And you don't need it against the short out, but it's really nice if you can have it. They're even able to stand in the back there and dodge the frontal, although Mode's sending out a little mass dispel as well. Now they've got a sleep cloud spawning on them. They will have to move a little bit. The next squirrel, though, should kill a bunch of these. Oh, unfortunately,
Oh, and May.
a defense bot and a Tinkerer are standing in the shield generator, so they get damage reduced from that next explosion. But either way, they should be okay here. They are
got it.
stopping the
Got it.
clock with 2
There it
minutes and
is.
10 seconds to spare. And I wonder about that 33. I wonder where Monka will go next, because that was a great showing from them. But now they have only hard dungeons left on their scorecard. They've got to pick somewhere to go. I'm not sure where it'll be. Maybe the lower Karazhan is something to consider as well. Maybe the upper? Maybe the Depot 32 could be. I'm not sure. We'll see where Monka head next. Maybe it's break time for them while they figure it out. Meanwhile,
Seems like a
Free
good time to
Pods
do it. Yeah.
getting their plus 30 upper done here. They are probably just going to hang out here. Yep, they are going to do exactly this. Not interested in dealing with Vizdoom for a while. They are just going to use their ranged abilities. Speed, unfortunately, not able to hit the boss directly. Lepan also just going to be sending some Death's Caresses over. Everybody else able to do full damage, though. By not standing on that little circle, boss is just never going to start any abilities besides this Disintegrate spam. Aspect of the Eagle for speed to let him get some Raptor Strikes in there.
You gotta do.
There he goes.
He becomes a ranged DPS for all of 5 seconds or so. Wow.
I mean, he's kind of always a ranged DPS.
Could just-
Those bombs, those
yeah.
kill commands already work from
I
this far away.
suppose.
It's just
I
change spec, and then
suppose.
you're back to being a real range DPS.
But taking stock of the dungeons, take a look at this leaderboard in the bottom left here. Those first 5 dungeons for Monka, Echo, and Giga Chads, all the same. The only thing, of course, separating them is the time spent in there. But the big difference is that Monka has had that extra time that they gave themselves from playing so well the first 2 days to push up that workshop, already having the 32 done. They're 3 dungeon completions ahead of Echo. They're 4 dungeon completions ahead of Giga Chads. I mean, unless Monka doesn't get anything else done for the rest of the day, I would say that they are very safely one of our top 2 teams that'll qualify for the finals. But I think the battle between Echo and Giga Chads is actually going to be really, really close. Giga Chads is really only like 20 minutes behind Echo.
Yeah, I mean, it is right up against the wire. You can see Echo are 10 minutes into their 28. GigaChads have just started their 26, so 20, maybe 30 minutes is indeed all that separates those two teams, and there's definitely not a full day's worth of easy keys that Echo can just stay gas pedal on and stay points ahead with. They are going to need to time some really hard keys or put themselves in a position where GigaChads can yoink that invite out of this region by doing the same themselves.
Issues for 3 pods and speed. Thinner goes down on this platform. They have battle resist to get him back up, so they're going to do that right away. A little bit scary, but they have interrupted. First Disintegrate's coming out. Let's see how this first chaotic debuff goes out. Is it going to be the early one? Yes, it is. There it is. You can see it on a Shine, Le Pen, and Dr. Wolf Disco. They're just not proccing it at all. There we go. The debuffs are getting dispelled now. Everyone's dodging perfectly. That is going to be the 30 down for 3 pods and speed. Thinner goes down again. One more Angel activation. But gonna be fine.
Good enough.
3 minutes on the timer, that's good enough for a +1.
3 pods still need the 31 though if they want to equalize with the other teams in this dungeon, and the rough part is the longer they spend, they've got to be so aware that everybody else is pushing up that workshop right now. And I wonder if 3 pods will go into that volatile, dangerous 31 upper for that 1 point, or if they'll say, you know what, we got to get into that workshop. We can come back later to the upper, but I kind of feel like since you were just in upper, since everybody's kind of used to it right now, you just got to go right back in there while everybody's warmed up on the dungeon.
Oh, totally agree.
I think they have to.
Yeah.
They have to do the 31.
Well, they need to do it at some point anyway, and yeah, it looks like they're going right back in there. But I agree. You're warmed up in that dungeon. If you don't get this done, it doesn't matter if you do workshop in the end because you're still going to be behind. So you might as well just get that 31 out of the way as fast as possible and then see what you can do from there.
I, for one, hope that GigaChads don't beat Echo, but not because I don't like them or because I like Echo, because I do not want Petals to be right.
Wow, double toxic. Wow. Is he though?
Thoughts, Stratnos?
Would he really be?
I of course agree with you. That is the best reason I could think of for hoping for any result in esports. As we do see Sparkflux getting hit here, Zalia vibing out at 2 million damage done from those squirrels. Echo doing really good. Again, you can see they really like this strategy of playing right towards the middle of the room. It kind of feels safer to be more in the kind of middle of the donut rather than towards the middle of the room. But that's actually the part that gets hit by the most of the gears. Is the open areas, whereas the areas right next to the obstacles, you're kind of likely that the gears will have already ricocheted off a different part of the obstacle.
We do generally see players sticking close to the
either
pillar,
the middle or the edges of the room also can work for that. Definitely two places that work well. The middle is nice because then you're always in range of the boss wherever the tank has to drag it for the next flower.
If you're melee though, you just got to be good.
Yes, there is unfortunately no way around that one for melee.
Yep.
Zalia sending in yet another squirrel on these spider tanks.
Just built different.
I've been fortunate enough for both seasons of this dungeon, Dratnos, to just be playing a fire mage for all of them, so I have no idea how difficult that boss actually is for any other spec in the game. It's fire mage, you just jump around like an idiot. You're in combust, who cares? You're instant casting the entire time. But as melee, you're just in the matrix dodging cogs the entire time. As a range class, like a warlock, you're just trying to cast chaos bolts and getting them canceled because you have to dodge a cogwheel. Sounds awful, honestly. Just play fire mage.
I'll never forget when I finally, after I played melee from vanilla all the way to the end of BFA, and I finally switched and I played a Beast Mastery Hunter at the end of BFA, and I was like, this is the easiest time I've ever had playing WoW in my life. Ranged, super easy in raids. You just hang out.
Oh, that was also back when you had like the mega cooldown reduction on your aspect as well, right? With the Azerite power, that was fun.
Oh yeah.
BM back then was fun at the end of BFA.
Yeah, it was a good time. It did a ton of damage and super easy to play.
Yeah, I was playing BM towards during this season for some of my keystones, and it was definitely the best of both worlds on Sparkflux in particular, right? You get to just dodge around, but also not have to stand in melee of the boss, but also not ever have to stand still and cast. Kind of like the fire mage you were talking about, Zyra, but even movier.
It's the perfect range class for melee players to play because you don't have to stay in place at all. You can do your entire rotation while you're jumping around like a moron.
Exactly, movier, more movementful.
Yeah.
More movier.
Movementful,
that's
exactly.
a good word.
Put that in the guide. the most movementful class out of all range classes.
Yeah.
But you know what has even better movement than a BM hunter?
What?
Enhancement shaman.
Wow.
Truth. Yeah. We got a lot of
Especially if they're using a two-hander.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the best. Who needs flame tongue anyway? Not important.
All right, Echo hopping up towards the last boss here. They are good on this dungeon timer. The 2-chest timer is also looking great for them in this plus 28. The question is going to be the 2-chest in the plus 30, if that's going to be a possibility for them to match what Monka did in that dungeon, because we know that Monka did that and then owned in the plus 32 as well. Echo needs to be able to keep up with that if they're looking for first out of this region. And they also want to be able to do that to at least secure the second place and get out of this region into global finals.
Yeah, it doesn't. First or second really doesn't matter in the regional stages. There's no sort of seeding
There's
or
prize
anything because
money.
everyone's just. Yeah, I guess there's prize money, but the money's fine. But you just want to make it to the
glory.
finals. Yeah, the glory, the pride, the satisfaction. That's the most important thing in esports.
Although there is more glory in first than there is in second, I've been told. So I'm sure
A
that
little
Echo
bit,
are
yeah.
definitely interested in going for that as well. They're not interested in conceding the gold medal to Monka out of the European region. Obviously, and like you said, though, that gap between second and third is much wider than between first and second in terms of, rewards, right? Because of the global finals invites.
They're saving their energy for the global finals. They just sneak through this one, and then they really put it all out there with their secret strats next weekend. It's the goal.
Yeah, they are looking good in this plus 28 as well. I'm curious to see where Monka will go out of their break as well. Monka are taking some of their time on their break. It looks like they took a 10-minute break, which should be concluded in about 4 minutes.
So
2 minutes. Yeah.
Something that I've noticed that's a little different, and I'm gonna go back and check the VOD just to confirm that I'm not making this up, because there's always a chance you're making something up. I'm pretty sure that Monka actually get a little bit more count than what Echo have right now. I think they go for about 88% count. And what that allows them to do in the last trash pack is not kill the Mark III bot. They can kill everything else, and that gives them their count. And I think they don't have to kill the Tinkerer either. I think Echo actually will have to kill the entire pack. Oh, that's a cleave. Zalia's going to get a 2-stack of the Gigazap here. That's going to be a lot of damage. Instantly goes into pod, but he also has the GS on himself too, so he should be
winged
totally
pod.
fine here. But that is a lot of cooldowns committed there. That was really unfortunate. He just barely got clipped by that first Gigazap here. Now the Magneto arm's going to come out. On a 28 fortified, though, they should be able to easily recover from this. Of course, Zalia, one of the strongest healers in the world. No problem for him. Of course, that was the mage's fault for getting the Gigazap on him, not his fault, right?
That was now actually that brutally murdered
now?
Zalia. Yep. So
Sorry.
check Twitter later for some flame. I'm sure. Actually, it's usually not. It's usually now and Gingy that are flaming each other on Twitter. That's
that is true.
that's the best place to go. Whenever you're looking for some banter within and between Echo and other teams.
Somebody was popping the mid combat ready checks back in the 26 on Echo. Not sure who that was, but always a good idea.
Zalia targeted by the Gigazap this time, ends up using Shadow Meld against it. Mira is taking the second one, gonna use Ice Block. Targeted for the third one, very lucky.
Block.
Beautiful
Huge
movement.
value.
Yeah,
Solid.
I love that. And they are gonna take 0 of those debuffs, so Mega Buster now already below a quarter health as they get what should be the last Magneto arm fight. Mira's hit by one of those
grenade.
orbs.
Key too low, didn't even pop cauterize. Key way too low.
Next one going out on Clicks here, the Gigazap. That's going to be Unending Resolve. Next one is on Now. Is going to hit Clicks. Clicks going into the pod.
Whoops.
Now just an assassin here, taking out the members of his own
Now
team.
just
I swear he
having
aimed it
fun
at him.
murdering his teammates.
Yeah,
He
he's a
literally did
menace
aim that
here.
right at him.
That was intentional.
Yeah.
They got
They're
plenty
gonna
of
get
time.
through the last
Yeah.
little bit here of the Omega Buster without too much trouble.
See, it's the sacred right of every tank to just start murdering your DPS, when you get the opportunity.
Maybe they're just
Turn the
practicing
boss,
for
get
the
him
32,
cleaved.
right? That's the call. Like, okay, this is too easy. Let's practice for the 32. All right, I'm gonna hit you with this one, Zalia. Okay, all right, this one's going on you, Clicks. All right.
Yeah, play it on hard
All
mode.
right. Well, you weren't able to heal through that. He's in a pod tender. This team, man, these healers. God.
Yeah.
He thought they needed more dodging practice after getting hit by the flying gears on Garden.
And if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a Giga Zap.
There you go.
Oh no, 3 pods in speed though on the 31 Curator. 2 deaths right off the bat. Thanner down, a shine in his pod. They're going to get Thanner up, but these energies are going to start to stack up on the group. They have to get through them quickly, and that's going to be
that feels like a reset
in the last phase.
Yes.
That is so
definitely
unfortunate. They still had that mana confluence up from the pole. Going for that in the 31 fortified, that seems like crazy. I would never even dream of going for that full.
Well,
I mean, having one of them under boss has been pretty standard for a lot of the other teams, but it is pretty scary for sure. 3 pods are going to go and reset this
Igloo.
one.
Igloo has failed the maze. He is stunned.
Oh, and you can't even
part,
summon in this dungeon, right? You can't summon in Workshop.
You can't summon, and he's committed his soul shape, so now they're just going to have to completely wait. You can drop that stone, but you will not be able to summon him, buds. It just doesn't work.
So they're just doing this to taunt him then?
Unless,
it doesn't work on live?
Maybe, maybe it'll work here.
Oh,
well, they're in combat, so it's not gonna happen either way.
Yeah, they're in combat, but he's already at that last event, so he has to wait for the right patrol of the bot, and he'll be with the group anyways. But that is their major damage dealer on this pack. No priest here is actually a big deal, so hopefully he's able to get there quickly. Looks like he's doing a little bit of damage, so he is with the group. We'll get that mind control off. No way he got ported again.
ugh.
Oh no, the sleep puddle
he's with the
combo. All right. Whew.
And he instantly gets double arcing zap the second he came in the group. Welcome, bud.
Life is
And he's
harsh.
slept while mind controlling. Nice.
Life is very harsh. Welcome back, Mix and Nagura. And that means that Zaronic and Dranos are out for a bit, I guess.
Yeah, goodbye. Have fun. Looks like it's going to be a good end of the day. See you
Well,
later
we're
at
only
the,
What do you mean? You'll
About
be
halfway
back.
through.
I mean, at the very end, yeah, but this is going to be a really exciting hour here. These keys
It
are
will
really
indeed.
important.
That's right.
They are.
It's only going to ramp up from here on out. I mean, we are now 2 hours out of the 5 down for the final day here. The key levels are as tight as we have ever seen in a final day, and I think just in Great Push history in general, we haven't seen a situation where like 4 teams were this close, I think, in terms of keys. And now the question is, who's going to take those top 2 spots? Monka looking like a lock at the moment, but Giga Chads and Echo, I think, fighting it out for that second spot, huh?
Igloo potted there while trying to get the Tinkerer out, so I think maybe he got a melee hit or something. Looked very not ideal, but I think they have it back under control now. Also bloodlusting that pull here. Something we've seen from Monka as well, and I believe Echo is also bloodlusting this. Nagura, we spoke about this earlier. Do you feel like it's the right call, so to say? Or would you rather see that lust somewhere else?
I like it on hierarchies because you'll get the last pack or the last trash pack eventually, or maybe even for the boss, depending on how long it takes you to clear that. Obviously, I like it. I think. Looks like Monka is already resetting. Yeah, so they're trying to do the 32 lower, which is of course very difficult. And they already had a very early reset. So I think if there's any chance that Monka, or for any other team to kind of catch up to Monka, then it would be Monka wasting a lot of time in this lower, I think.
Yeah.
It seems
Because
like a
we all
good
know
plan,
how long
though.
yeah, it's definitely a good plan. I think that 32
yeah.
lower is for sure possible. But it's a really long dungeon, 42-minute timer. And there's so many points in this dungeon where things can go wrong, and usually the timer is really fine on lower keys, and even if you make mistakes you can still do it. But on a 32, the amount of mistakes you can make is pretty minimal. So yeah, lots of things can go wrong here for Monster in that 32.
Do you think the big reason is just because Echo came so close to finishing the 32 yesterday that Monka feels like, well, alright, if Echo's gonna get something else done after they finish the 32 workshop, it's going to be this, so we got to get in there first?
Yeah, I'm not sure. So the thing that I was thinking about is if it comes to a tiebreaker, then the best would be to have a 33 somewhere. But the only option for that would really be Gambit 33, which I think might be doable. Very, very difficult. Not sure if it really is doable, but it might. And then we also have the 33 workshop they can do, right? Possibly. And I would have thought that maybe go there because of the tiebreaker. But they have a lot of time. So maybe they just try to do this 32 a few times and then see if it works. Because 32 is the only key that they can still do that we know for sure is possible.
Yeah, exactly. We did see Echo go in that 31 yesterday. And from their timer, with everything that was going on, it just looked like that 32 was definitely in the realms of possibility. So we're going to see how this one looks for Monka as they are making their way through. And of course, it is fortified, so bosses shouldn't be too terrible, but I'm still kind of scared of what's going to happen at Maiden, even with fortified being the case here.
Yeah, we saw the disaster for Echo getting that last shield, unfortunately. So we'll see what Monka's plan is here. We know they have a little bit of a different route here compared to Echo, at least. Not going in that spider area, playing that. So, yeah, I wonder, because in my opinion, the Echo route is one of the most efficient routes we have seen. Oh no, Lemike not being able to press the gateway because the dwarf is a bit too tiny. They did manage to get the grip out of Igloo, though. So they're fine to engage the last boss. Oh, that was funny.
It's so rough when you need to jump and you still can't reach.
But yeah, I do think that Echo has a very efficient route when it comes to speed. And it was still so incredibly close for them on the 32. But yeah, I'm not sure if Monka's route is comparable when it comes to the actual speed. We know that their 31 was quicker than Echo's 31, but we also know that Echo had like a full, or even 2 full wipes on their 31 clear, so we don't really know which route really is quicker, if everything goes well for them.
Yeah, we hopefully get to see how it plays out today. Notably, Echo, like you said, were in that 32 before and unfortunately didn't time it as their last key of the night, but they're in a break right now in case you're wondering why we're not seeing them in any key. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back, as that is a mandatory part for these teams here to take a little bit of a break throughout the day so they don't get rewarded for not taking care of their own bodies and mental health and so on, which is a very good thing. And yeah, I think they're going to run back the workshop once they come back. Or do you think they're going to go somewhere else?
I definitely think they're going to finish off the workshop before they do any other key. For sure. I think they're going to try the 32 as well. The one thing that is going to be really important though for Echo, because I think, I'm not sure, but I think Monka's route for workshop, especially in high keys, seemed a little bit faster than Echo's. And Monka barely managed to 2-chest a 30. So I am not sure if Echo can 2-chest a 30, and if they don't, that will cost them another like 30 minutes or 40 minutes even. Because obviously Monka only had to do 30 then 32. If Echo has to do 31 and 32, that would be another time loss for them.
Well, I wonder if that's part of the reasoning for the break right now, too, is that they just want to make sure they really have everything nailed down to go for the 30 and really try to 2-chest it. Just to make sure, because yeah, you're right. It would be a ton of time if they are not able to do that.
But were they really that far off the timer? I think even with the Echo route still being a little bit slower, I think they should manage to 2-chest a 30.
Probably.
It's just gonna get a
it was
little
just
bit
so close for
closer.
Monka, right? Like it was like 10 seconds, 5 seconds. And yeah, I'm not 100% sure if Monka's route is quicker, but if it is, then yeah, I mean it's a 5-10 seconds difference, right? And Monka had a pretty perfect run, I think. They had barely any deaths at all. So Echo needs to play this 30 perfectly if they want to get that 2-chest. They are back now, and we can see they are in that 30 workshop as well.
Yeah, they are gonna do that 30. We'll see if maybe their route has changed after this break. Do you actually know, so with Fragnance not playing for Echo this time around, their 6th man, Maris, has stepped in as a 5th man, so now playing themselves. Do you have any inside knowledge, Nagura, on whether or not they have a 5th man? Oh, that's a reset. That's a big
Unfortunately,
big
another
go
reason
again.
for 3 pots and speed. I was so unfortunate too because they were basically the evocation had already started, and as soon as the evo starts, the sparks that jump around, they don't actually do anything anymore. At least they don't do much. But the problem was that speed went down right before the evo started, and then we saw an angel pop as well, and then it was just barely didn't manage to get that evo in time. But yeah, I don't know actually if they have a 6th person now, because having a 6th person, especially in TGP, in my opinion, is really like that helps a lot. I think because really seeing what the other teams are doing, if they're 2-chesting, what exactly the differences in routing and stuff. Because of course those teams did practice before. They cannot perfectly practice for TGP because you don't know the dungeons you're playing, you don't know the affixes you're gonna get, and you don't know the starting keystone either, the key level. So I think there's a lot more improvising in TGP compared to an MDI, for example, and that makes a 6th person very valuable in my mind, because you can really see what other teams are doing and maybe even adjust a thing or two with your own route if another team does something that is much better.
Yeah, exactly. I think, like you said, it's super, super valuable, and just in general, such a great thing to have if you can sustain it. And I think there'd be other players in the guild Echo that would probably be up for this. So I'm curious if they actually have a replacement for Maris, now that Maris is a replacement for Fragments. But we shall find out and bring that information back to chat once we have it. Yeah, it looks like Giga Chats are now also on break here, judging by their social card that you're seeing. Of course, check them out on their Twitter/Twitch. You see all the names on that screen. And yeah, Monka in that 32. Nearly finished with Coggleston. 1 death so far. Of course, have used that Bloodlust here. Now, I'm curious what they do if they decide to go for Solgamax or if they're skipping it.
I think Echo definitely played Solgamax in their workshop before, right? While Monka skipped it. And we saw in the lower key, we saw Monka. Did he play Solgamax in lower?
See, I don't recall. There was like some teams that played it and some teams that didn't, but Maestine is setting something up here, so let's see where this goes. Marks are being placed as we speak. Here comes Skylark rounding up all of these mobs, and also one of the infiltrators, but it looks like they skipped Solgamax, unless they're gonna go back.
They might be pulling it back. This is what we saw Echo do first. So basically they use Invispot to get to this point, and they play this trash, and then they pull back down Solgamax into this area. We actually see a pot being procced there for Crims as well, for Monka. A little bit of an issue, but yeah, they pull it back down because they want to have these the 50% damage increase from those zones, from the lights. We'll see if they do that, but they procced some cheat deaths already, which is not ideal because on a 32, Solgamax is pretty deadly. Even if you have that 50% damage increase, it still hurts a lot.
But aren't those stage light mobs the ones upstairs? So the patrons just cast the Firelands portals, right? So
yeah, they get
the poetry
understudies.
slam? Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
so they need to pull
do
these
live.
first. And oh, they're all pulling them in here is what you're saying. Okay,
Yeah,
I get
exactly.
it. Yeah, let's see if they do that. Would be fun to see. Meantime, Echo are making their way to Cujo. And I just want to see, yeah, we're seeing the same setup basically that Monka has been doing, where players decide to go for haste. Not even Versa on the priest. It is still only, in parentheses, only a plus 30. But Shadow Meld also being equipped here as a neat little tag for Cujo, as well as King Mechagon towards the end, just to dodge some of the mechanics.
Yeah, there we go. Monka did pull Solgamax now and one of the understudies, so they're going to be able to get that light to stand in. Now, it can be pretty dangerous sometimes to stand in that light, because the understudy also casts AoE around itself, which you have to dodge. And then, of course, Solgamax also casts the eruption that you need to move out from. And keep in mind that this stage light also buffs the mobs that are standing in it. So you also want to move Solgamax out of that to make sure this Blood Siphon doesn't kill you. There we go, we're going to see a shield come up in just a second. We'll see how easy or difficult it is for them. Yeah, there's a lot of damage on their group, you can tell.
Crims! No! Whew. That is actually very, very scary damage coming in for Monka here as they deal with Solgamax on the 32. We can't see the HP bar right now, but there is no Blood Siphon going on right now, judging by the HP bars. So they have to dodge out of the Shadow Eruption that is happening right now. There's one more other understudy in the pack that they now killed, and now aims at also being deployed for this Blood Siphon that is there. And this one looks actually a lot more stable.
Yeah, definitely. Echo is now on Cujo on the top right. We did have some issues on a trash pool earlier where Zalia did proc the pot. Mirrors cauterized and now also parked. So there's out of some of those sheet thefts. And it also cost them some time as well, and we did say how close it is to actually +2 the +30. So we'll see if they still manage. I might actually check Monka's run to get some timestamps on the boss kills, just so we have a comparison how fast they have to be. And 3 pots and speed on the bottom left are still trying to do that 31.
Yeah, they just restarted again, so a little bit of trouble in that 31. I am not 100% sure. I just saw that they had restarted the dungeon, and I think maybe they got to the beginning of Curator, but just by how long they were in the dungeon, they couldn't have gotten that far. So another restart here, similar to what we saw from GigaChads prior to this at the start of this tourney day. And now Monka are making their way towards the next trash pack now that they are finished with Solgamax. Mir is actually proccing Cauterize here. It wasn't really hidden, it seems. For anybody who's not familiar with what they're doing on Cujo, maybe we can just like run through it. So of course, I think most people know that he drops these boxes and you hide behind them on the venting flames. A neat little tech that teams are doing is now is going to track Cujo at the corner there. They're going to stack along the side, alongside of the box here. You can see them still casting, and that's because they are hidden behind this box here, but not out of the line of sight towards the boss. So there's like this little corner, if you position the boss like that at the boxes, that you can utilize to still get your cast through, still do some damage, not fully AFK'd during these venting flames, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, for sure. And it also looks like that they are pretty speedy in that 30 as well. Obviously, I actually looked at the timer for the 32, I just realized, and that is obviously not the comparison I should be making, so I'm gonna have to fight for the 30 again. I was like, oh my god, they're so much faster than Monka. And then I realized,
Monka actually resetting here. Something went wrong with their trash skip, so they're gonna do it again. They just died.
See, this is what I mean with that lower key, right? There's just... The Solgamax was done, I think, and then they had issues afterwards. There's just so many points in that dungeon where things can go wrong. Pretty crazy. There's so many skips you do, so many invis skips, so many dangerous trash groups you have to fight. Even the bosses themselves are really hard. So yeah, numerous things can go wrong. A smoke actually almost dies there at the very start. Already in that first pool. Didn't manage to recover though.
Yeah, it's like a super volatile dungeon, right? Lower Karazhan, there's just on every corner, basically something could wipe you. And we, thanks to Echo, now know that doesn't necessarily mean you have to restart the keys. I think 2 wipes in, they still managed to like nearly time it by a couple of seconds. It was like 8 seconds or something. So you don't necessarily have to restart, but seeing as Monka has a little bit of a cushion against the other teams, they will restart as long as they're at the beginning of the dungeon and feel like they can do better with their time.
Yeah, for sure. We also do have the timestamps now for the 30 from Monka. So Echo definitely a little bit slower in comparison. On the first boss already, actually. On the first boss, they killed it 20 seconds slower than Monka did on their plus 30. And Kujo died, let's see, also 20 seconds slower. So 20 seconds disadvantage is not too bad, but we know that Monka just barely managed to two-chest by 10 seconds. And that would mean that Echo would not get the two-chest by 10 seconds if it stays with a 20 seconds difference. So they're gonna have to make up some time somewhere.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they are using Bloodlust also at Machinist's Garden, I think, and they will get that third one in the plus 30 for sure. So how much can they really do with that? We know that Echo is a team that can just conjure damage, so they will do that for sure, but right now they're going to set up the skip here to not play the little mini-boss King Mechagon that spawns in the middle here. You can see Clix is already moving towards the bridge. We'll set up a Warlock portal here in a few seconds if he doesn't already or didn't already, but I think he still has to set it up. Then they're just going to portal over and just not deal with what is basically a small raid boss on the plus 30 fortified. There it is, skipping over, and now the Detecto bots. Last time they had to summon someone here, which can be a little bit sketchy. I think Dratnos and Zyra were talking about it. It doesn't always work, but look at that beautiful skip from Mira's. Gonna soul shape one more time. Amazing. I love seeing that come out. Let's see if the rest of the team can catch up.
Wow, Celia quicker than everyone else other than Maris? Damn.
Yeah,
Alright,
just,
so
you
who's
know.
missing Gingy, of course.
Of course, it's the hunter.
There he
To be
is.
fair,
Now
he's
they're
not a
ready to
Night
roll.
Fae, so he doesn't have access to, like, super speed soul shape.
That is true. That is true. He does have an excuse. Alright, so we see a beautiful stack there as well by Echo to make sure the squirrel hits all of those mobs. Really well done. Just barely not in that shield generator. And yeah, they need to catch up a little bit. We will see what kind of split they'll have after Machinist's Garden again to compare it again to Monka or to Monka's plus 30 run. Giga Chat's now in the 28 as well. This is also a key that I don't want to say they have to two-chest it, but if they don't two-chest, then that would be a pretty big disadvantage for them because, of course, Giga Chats and Echo are pretty close to each other right now. And there is a possibility for Giga Chats to qualify for the globals. Because, yeah, they're only, I would say, 20 minutes or so behind in comparison to Echo. Maybe a bit more. I would say like half an hour.
Yeah, they could technically still catch up. We're gonna see how it goes. Right now, Echo and Giga Chats are not in super volatile dungeons as they're just pushing up that workshop. But like you said, if Echo is, for example, not able to two-chest this, and then Giga Chats come around and they will two-chest their 30, for example, then that could actually mean this catch-up. Dr. J getting sleeped here for a second is going to get dispelled by Igloo, protecting him, and 3 pots in speed are on the second evocation here at the Curator. This boss has caused them problems upon problems before, but it does look as if they could do it this time around. Space is not a problem. They're very good on that. Bloodlust has been used, of course, at the first evocation, and now they're trying to chew through the volatile energies that the boss keeps throwing in their face. Like Zyra said earlier, these have a lot of HP, so it's not an easy task.
Yeah, this is usually where most of the teams wipe to. After the second Evo, everyone drops really low because of the explosion. And then right afterwards, you get all of these energies. You can see Fenner dropping really low, Ashan as well. Ashan actually going down. They do have a... actually, they don't have a battle rest available. Ooh, that might be a wipe for them again, because they're going to be running really low on damage here on the energy. But the Evo actually started casting. So if everyone else stays alive, they might actually be able to push through and get further down. But yeah, it's just this one phase right before the third Evo is just so difficult to deal with.
Speed goes
I'm not sure
down.
if they have enough damage without speed.
The 4% is so much.
Yeah, this is just gonna be another...
They can... I mean, Lipan could probably... Yeah, he could probably 1v1 this. Maybe they will do that, because we have seen teams do it before, but I mean, it's up to them if they are gonna run with this. I think they should, to be honest, at this point. If
think so
Lepan
too.
can finish this in a couple of seconds, then they should just go for it. But Lepan is dropping so low. He's fighting for his life out there. Does have a
at all the
significant
sparks.
amount of
Ooh.
shields, but he is taking so much damage. 1% on the curator as it goes
Okay.
down. And it looks like they are willing to continue. Just a neat little skip here with the release. Gonna move on forwards and be a little bit quicker. But yeah, that was not the cleanest kill, but it was a kill.
Yeah, I think they have enough time. We all know that the timer in upper is not too difficult. On that 31, it definitely gets a bit close, so they don't want to have any more mistakes from here on out. But I think it's definitely still doable for them. Now they're pulling those 2 infiltrators as well to get that extra haste stack on everybody. And we see Echo on the top left are already done with the boss. Let's take a look at the split. So they killed Machinist Garden at 16-11. And Monka killed Machinist Garden at 16-19. So they are definitely still in range of 2 chesting for Echo. It's gonna be really close for them though, I think.
But it also means that they kind of caught up in that segment, right? I wonder if it's the detectobots where they're just like zooming through, or if they actually finish the trash a little bit quicker. But either way,
It's also possible that they have more boss damage because Monka was playing a different comp. They were running Destro, Warlock, Mage, and Rogue, while Echo is running the Hunter, and I think they play Demo as well. Yeah, so they have Demo and Survival Hunter versus Destro and Rogue, and I would say that means that Echo has slightly more single target damage, which would also be good for the last boss too. I think because on a 30 even that has a lot of health, takes a long time.
yeah, even though it's fortified, you just spend so much time there due to the pre-mini boss, the aerial unit that you need to chew through. So just a little bit of extra. 3 pots and speed now on their way to Medivh. I'm not sure if Dr. Wolf Disco didn't have the Invis pot available there, but either way, gonna pick him back up and keep going towards Medivh. And Gigachat's now also in the Cujo fight on 28, so kind of following along what the rest of the teams have been doing, trying to catch up to Echo. Monka has finished their Opera Hall, and it looks like they're setting up the Zulgamax pull again, but RX is dead.
Yeah, so they did the skip. I'm not sure if RX died at the end of the Opera Hall or if he didn't have a pot available. But they're waiting for mode to get the mass res off, and now they can do this trash pull. Alright, looks like they got the mass res off, so they can continue. But yeah, Zulgamax is about to come after this. We'll see how it works out for them this time around. Definitely incredibly scary. As Echo is now the last boss, top left. Again, we saw Monka earlier 2 chests the plus 30. But by only having close to 10 seconds left on the timer for the 2 chests. And Echo is on pace to also be able to get the 2 chests, but we saw them have some issues earlier on the boss specifically. As we saw some deaths, some double seps go off on
A little bit of
players,
sniping
now
going on.
assassinating people. So we'll see if they can play it a bit cleaner this time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, are you really playing with a group of friends if you don't like regularly snipe them? I don't know. But yeah, hopefully on the plus 30, it's gonna go clean to make sure that they hit this timer here. And we're going to see that in just a little bit. Aerial unit is down to 30%. They will go into a little bit of an RP event and then the boss. They still have to play the trash outside this room. Echo, that is, top left corner. But the timer is looking pretty good here. I'm confident that they can do this.
Yeah, I do think they can do it. Gonna be a bit close, we'll see. They do have a lot of cheat deaths not available, which is a bit unfortunate for them. We don't have a pot on clicks, we don't have cauterize or pot on mirrors either. So that is going to be a little bit of a downside for phase 2.
We do have like all of the shadow melts
Oh,
a bit.
Mirrors!
Mirrors
One-shot
going
by the
down.
Gigas up there.
Didn't have the cauterize either, so both of the cheat deaths for that mage weren't available. But they are going to go into that roleplay now. One Battleress was committed here to remain Bloodlust will come back up, but only for the trash after this boss. And they do have the Shadow Melts to meld them off if they shouldn't have defensives or, you know, the defensive cooldown from Zelia Guardian Spirit available. Zelia going right into the pod at the start of this boss fight, getting rolled by these orbs that the boss jiggles around, will come out of the pod, does survive though, and in come the Giga Zaps.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of them going on Clicks. Clicks, of course, being the only one that cannot go Night Elf, because Warlocks can't be Night Elves, unfortunately.
But they're Warlocks.
But it's okay. Yeah, he actually even saved Unending Resolve, only had to use Dark Pact to survive, so that is really good for them. Shadow Melt also already being committed by Mirrors. That means next time has to be blocked, because Mirrors gets one-shot by this. There we go, block coming out by Mirrors. Another one on Clicks. Unending Resolve is available. You can see how much damage Clicks is still taking, even with the Unending Resolve being up here.
Yeah, Desperate Prayer now also being committed by Zelia. It might be an angle of a symbol of hope to get these cooldowns available again. Not sure if he has it, but he is going to try and keep the group alive here. Omega Buster is down to 50%, a little bit under that. So they are doing a good job here. Seems this one is on now. Next one is on Gingy. Gingy to the side, of course, can feign this. And now this one should be Zelia, who is going to take some damage here. No, he actually melded it. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. They
That's
actually
really well
both
done.
melded it.
The next one is going to be really scary now, though, right? Because we have no more Shadow Melts available. We have no more Ice Block on Mirrors. We still have a Turtle from Gingy, and Dark Pact should be back up for Clicks as well. But
And
for everyone
Guardian
else, it's going to
Spirit.
be scary. Okay, Clicks should be safe with the Dark Pact.
He's a Warlock. He's gonna survive.
Next, Turtle, nice. And one more Mirrors. I think Mirrors might die.
Oh, Mirrors does survive here? Question mark. It's still ticking, but I think he can live this. Celia has his helping hands above Mirror's head, is making sure that he doesn't drop dead here. 14% remaining on the Omega Buster, as I think they're gonna get one more set of these Gigazaps here. Guardian Spirit still available. It comes in. Mirror's being targeted. Shadow Melt is being committed here. Next one is on him again. Unfortunate, it's gonna get two, and then one more on Clicks, but Clicks does have Unending Resolve once more, so should survive here. Omega Buster does go down eventually, but the team still needs to deal with the Mini King Mechagon that comes out here before they can move on to the Trash Pack. I'm still pretty happy with their timer. They do get Bloodlust in like 15 seconds, 14 seconds.
Yeah, the timer definitely looks good as long as they don't have any issues with this Trash Pack. It is very difficult on a high key 45, of course. So we'll see if they get all of the squirrels off from Zelia. The mind control already coming out. Squirrel is spawned. Unfortunately, that shield generator looks to be a little bit over that squirrel. So we'll see. Yeah, it looked like a lot of damage was still being dealt by Zelia, as you can see on the damage meters. Bloodlust being used as well. Zelia dropping a bit low. Also a bit low on mana as well on Zelia, because of course didn't get to drink up after that boss. Yeah, timer is looking really good. One or two more squirrels and that Trash Pack.
Here it is, mind control coming in. Where is the squirrel? There is the squirrel. Seeing the grip into that squirrel, making sure everybody's getting hit by that ability. And now in comes the damaged Guardian Spirit being committed here. Apotheosis also coming out, trying to help with that mana, but Zelia gets sleeped. He cannot help his teammates right now, as he cannot dispel himself, but it is all okay. And Echo managed to +2 this 30.
Wow, okay, that was really important for Echo to get that +2 there. Monka on the top left also looking really good. They did manage to get past Sulgamax and managed to do that skip that they failed last time around as well. They have 4 deaths on the board, but I think the 4 deaths are still manageable as long as it didn't cost them too much time. The timer in this dungeon is close on a 32, but a few deaths, as long as it's only the death penalty, without it being like, you know, a boss swipe or something, it's still very doable.
Yeah, I agree. I think the death counter is not the one we're worried about. It's more so getting Maiden down for me. and then the overall timer may be posing a problem depending on how this route will look in that 32 for Monka, as they are making their way through these packs here. A lot of explosives that need to be handled, but team does have a good control on everything here. Valet's being stunned by the Shadow Fury. Skylar actually taking substantial damage here, but is able to, looking at that healing meter, heal himself up. Let's not give any fake credit to anyone. Mode is doing the explosives. Skylark is doing the healing, basically.
Yeah, so one interesting point Sarah just mentioned is that if we compare all of the teams except Monka, because Monka is of course in the lead by quite a bit, but GigaChat's Echo and 3 Pots and Speed are somewhat close together, and if you completely disregard Workshop, then 3 Pots and Speed would actually win the tiebreaker if when it comes to the actual speed on how fast you clear the dungeons. Echo is second.
I mean, it's in the name,
then
right?
GigaChats would be third. Yeah, they have speed in the name, so of course they have the fastest time. But
That's actually a big brain move.
They have the opportunity to catch up. They, of course, need to get that upper done because they haven't even stepped foot into that workshop yet. So they're a little bit behind compared to GigaChats and Echo. But there's still definitely a chance for 3 Pots and Speed to catch up, because at some point there's no easy points left to get for all the other teams. And that's basically the way for 3 Pots and Speed to catch up to the rest of the scores.
Yeah, exactly. So even though it seems a little bit like it right now on the score sheet, every one out of the 4 teams could still qualify, although Monka looks like they're very much one of the 2 qualifying teams. So it's up to the other 3 to see who qualifies. But keep in mind, 3 Pots and Speed, like you said, have not timed the workshop at all yet. And it does take a little bit of time to push that up. So the other teams really need to run against the wall. And 3 Pots and Speed need to have everything going for them to keep back up here. But they could do it. It's a possibility, nonetheless.
Yeah, and even Monka, even though they are pretty far ahead at this point, technically they could be wiping in his lower Karasan for another 2 hours, right? Like this 32 lower is not easy at all. So it is totally possible that they do not manage to finish this key in a reasonable amount of time. They are now in that Morrow's room. I think one of the most crucial points is of course Maiden, but also the Ataman area, because that trash in that area is so dangerous. We've seen other teams wipe there multiple times to all of those horses, especially because it's Raging and Fortified in combination. So any of the casts going off in Raging will just one-shot the group. The tank takes a lot of damage as well in that area too. So we'll see how Monka handles that. First, they're gonna have to deal with Morose.
Yeah, they are making their way to Morose right now, just making sure the boss room is cleared. A lot of damage coming out of these mobs here, as it is a 32 fortified for Monka that they're trying to attempt right now. Right next to them, top right corner, Echo has now managed to log into that 32 workshop after running it back and pushing that 30 to a +2 that we just watched. And I'm really curious on their timer here, so we'll see what they do. We'll see where it ends up. I don't think there is a world where they 2-chess this, but maybe we're gonna see it. It was very close on the 30, but maybe. I don't know.
Well, okay, so for the 32, I definitely don't think they're gonna 2-chess. But the thing to note though is that I think that how fast they can. First of all, we have to say, can they even time it at all, right? Because the 32 workshop is really difficult. But if they time it, it matters how fast they time it, because at some point the timer actually matters, right, when it comes to the tiebreaker. So if they would end up being even with another team, then you compare how fast they cleared their highest keys. And we have the timer for Monka already, as they timed at 32. And if Echo can be quicker than Monka, then that would mean a lot for them already.
Yeah, definitely. So gotta make sure you go through these dungeons, not only in a matter where you time them at all, but also in a matter where you're quick. And speaking of quick, 3 pots and speed are on their way to the dreaded bridge in this Karazhan. They want to skip this, but we have seen teams run into problems here. So let's see how the skip goes for them. Are they going to split their team, or are they going to run it together? And it seems like this is going to be one where they all hold hands running up that bridge here. And so far looking pretty good. Dr. Wolf Disco a little bit behind his team here, has to wait, but it shouldn't be a problem since he's a mage, so can spend that little extra second there while the rest needs to hurry up. And they're all through. Beautiful. Now on to the chess event.
Yeah, we'll see how they deal with the chess event. The timer is definitely fine for them, even though they had this mistake on Curator, right? Having Lepan solo the boss for the last like 3 or 4%. Definitely cost them some time, but they definitely still within. Like they definitely have a good time. Now, the chess event though can cost you a lot, especially if you don't get that.
Oh yes.
2-phase, right? Usually they kill those 2 knights at the same time, making sure they have the double damage phase on the king back to back to make sure all of the offensive cooldowns that you're using get the full value. Because sometimes if you only kill one of the chess pieces, then the damage time on the king is too short for all of your offensive cooldowns to get full value, and that's why these teams usually try to kill 2. But they're actually really unlucky because the knight with the skull marker jumped in that cursed corner where it can
really
actually not be attacked anymore. So they have to play the boss differently. They have to do 1 damage phase into 1 damage phase into 1 damage phase, which is not ideal for them at all.
Yeah, it's really not wanting to move out there either, so they have to look for the bishops or even the queen. Oh, there it is. It has come back, so finally they can DPS the knight, but just judging by the king's HP, they're going to probably need a 3rd one, which is really, really unlucky.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, you basically covered all of it, but just to sum it up, you want to DPS these smallies here. They will give you a burn phase on the boss where the Bob symbol basically is removed above his head, and he's attackable, and you need to get him under 30% HP, and then he won't re-shield.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's between 20 and 30, and everyone says something else.
Okay.
Some people say it's 20, it's 25, it's 30.
So somewhere between 20 and 30. I'm not the numbers person here. We need Mathnos for that.
Yeah, where's
But
Mathnos
you need to
when you need
DPS
him?
him down to that, and they're a little bit unlucky. Has the knight gone back to that corner there? Yeah.
Oh,
no.
it actually did.
That is a double block for 3 pots and speed. They're actually losing at chess. I'm so upset right now. The knight is back. The knight is back.
Okay, they can
Let's
finish
go.
off now. I'm honestly Okay, never mind. I was thinking that maybe it would have been better for them to get the bishop low and then kill the knight and the bishop, but then they would have risked the knight jumping into the corner again, so maybe it was just better to finish it off here. But now their timer is actually looking a bit close.
Please get this.
What happened with this chess event. Let's see, they did it, I think. Yeah, so they did get the push. You can see the king is attacking now. It's not stunned anymore. It's not immune. So thankfully they don't have to finish off another bishop here.
Big W.
Yeah. And the timer is still
after
looking
all
good.
these losses.
Good. Yeah, I thought if they would have had to kill another chess piece, the timer might have been a bit close, but now they should be fine. They're gonna have between 5 and 6 minutes for the last boss, which definitely should be fine.
So yeah, they got double blocked on this here. They will need a little bit of time until the NPC comes up and actually opens the door to Wizardom, but I think even with that, the roughly 5 minutes that they will get should hopefully be enough. On the other hand, we see an angel form for Giga Chats, but they do manage to 2-chest their 28, which is amazing. So keep on going. They're probably going to run it right back in that plus 30. And let's see where everybody else is. Monka have made their way through Morose and are on the lookout for the Ataman area, from what it seems like.
Yeah, and that area is really difficult at 32. We'll see how they handle it. We also see, of course, 3 pots and speed are now reaching that last boss. Honestly, that last boss is probably the easiest boss in the whole dungeon, so they shouldn't have any issues in my opinion. The timer is more than fine, which is great for 3 pots and speed, because we talked about this earlier, right? They still have the possibility to catch up to the rest of the team's score. They are able to get 192 points if they time this key now and then immediately go into Workshop. And then they have to +2 every key until the 32 and also one-shot them all. Which is doable, of course. But yeah, it's a tall task for 3 pots and speed, but there is a possibility for them. Now, Monka, though, as I said, are now in that Attumen trash area, and you can see just how much damage they're taking. The tank already procced the cheat death purgatory, so we'll see. I think it's just a raging +45 on a 32. They're just in that range for so long because 30% health on a 32 is just so much.
Yeah, I mean, this area in general, there's just so much you need to do to control these mobs, interrupt stuns, you see anything that you can. There's actually a heal going through there for Monka, so yeah, a lot that needs to be handled, and they still hurt like a truck. So Skylar doing his best to keep these under control, and the rest of the group, of course, also helping here, but it's not as easy as it might look. And 3 pots and speed, they are on the second phase of Visadoom here. Like you said, they still have a chance to catch up to the rest of the teams, but a little bit of a caveat. I learned how to pronounce this word recently. Caveat. They still need to take their 15-minute break. So while most of the other teams have taken some of their breaks, they also still need to do that, putting them just behind a little bit as well.
Ooh, yeah, those 15 minutes might actually cost them. Obviously, all the other teams have to take them as well, so it's not that it's unfair or anything. But yeah, they are already behind, so having to take that break is going to be a bit unfortunate for them. In the end, they would only ever bank on the... I would love some pastry right now.
Oh, did someone say baking? I just got. That sounds great.
I made muffins earlier. Really good.
Really? Yeah. I want muffins.
I have a muffin cookbook from the 80s that my mom used when I was a kid, and I still make muffins out of there, and it's delicious. Yeah.
I actually have the World of Warcraft cookbooks. They're pretty nice.
Are there muffins in there?
Yeah. No, but there's like some of the cookies that there's like mana cookies and all of that. You can bake them. It's pretty great. Yeah.
What's the mana part in the cookies?
This sounds like a whole different World of Warcraft show.
Blueberries?
I don't think they're actually blue. I think they're just called that. I'd have to check back the grower and report to you again.
Blueberries are
I'm sure
real
you can
berries,
make them with blueberries. 3 pots and speed on their way to the final platform here.
They've got
They will group everything up and then pop that bloodlust and then send everything into the boss. They have a lot of time, 2 minutes to be exact, until that timer goes boom. But hopefully they can do that to the boss before. And looking pretty good, 20% remaining, and the boss is dropping lower and lower. Some swirlies coming in, but being dodged by all of the team members. 10, 9, 8. It's just perfection going on right now for 3 pots and speed as they lock in that 31 Karazhan upper.
Nice. Really well done by 3 pots and speed. And yeah, there's still a chance. They just have to keep going. Probably the best time to take the break now for them, at least one part of the break, because then they can do the math as well and figure this out for them, right? Now, of course, it's a bit unlikely that they'll make it, but I think if they take a break now and look at what the other teams are doing, then maybe they figure out as well that it's possible for them to get through, especially considering how fast their timers already are, right? Because they would be winning the speed tiebreaker, at least for now. Now, Monka, looking pretty good though, as they're on their way to Attumen. The timer, let's look at the timer. So they have 11 minutes left. I don't know how much trash they have to do after this before Maiden. I think they definitely have to do like 1 or 2 pools. The timer, I would say, is definitely a bit close, but doable.
I mean, they are doing trash right now as well, right? So they will get a little bit of extra count. Now, not to be deceived by this dungeon, as it takes a lot of trash to fill up that bar. But I think they're good on the timer. Depends on how long they're spending on Ataman. But yeah, we'll see. Explosives are being handled here as the trash slowly but surely dies down. And I think they will pull after that.
So technically, if they would have lasted as soon as it came up, they would have gotten one more at the very end of Maiden. If they had no deaths. So, I guess there's... Yeah, I think that would have been a bit risky. Because if you don't have lust for Maiden for the shield, then that is pretty unfortunate. So they're not deciding to use the lust, which I think is a good decision for sure.
Still that razor's edge though, right? This 32 just does not leave any room for error at all. They've lost 4, but it seems like they really can't lose any more, and it's something as simple as like a heal going off on one of these mobs that can just end your run, you know?
Yeah, really anything. Also these circles, you can see one on Crims right now. They just do so much damage as well. If they stack, you can get multiple of them on one person. So that can hurt a lot, especially in raging. Whenever those mobs are below 30%. They do have one raging dispel. You can see Moat, for example, taking so much damage from that fire. There we go. Midnight is also... Ataman and Midnight is also a boss that caused quite a few issues for other teams. We saw the Hunters go down a lot for Echo, for example. So we'll see how Monka deals with this. Because the most important thing to note, I think, about Ataman on such a high key level is the shared suffering. The shared suffering is an AoE around Ataman that does shared damage. If no one gets hit by it, then it will just recast it until someone gets hit by it. And usually you cannot soak this with the group because it just does too much. So the tank can solo it with really big defensives. But as soon as the tank runs out of defensives, they're going to have to use immunities from the other classes. And that is a bit tricky because the tank has to use the gateway, for example, and someone else has to walk in with Turtle or with Ice Block, and we've seen that being not too easy. So we'll see what Skylark does here. We see a Guardian Spirit being used now.
Bad Blood is also up. Need to be careful when Ataman mounts Midnight. If you're a melee like me on this fight, and you do not enjoy being smashed in the face by a sword, then you need to
Case in point.
step away as soon as he does that and try to have your tank closer to it, which is arguably not the easiest task while dodging these horses, because Ataman still from atop the horse dishes out some melee attacks, so beware, it hurts.
Yeah, every ability in this boss hurts a lot, so you want to try to avoid getting hit by basically anything whatsoever. But yeah, unfortunately RX going down. They still have 3 battle rushes left, so they have some ways to get people back up. We'll see. Shared suffering is about to happen. Let's see what they do this time around. Skylark looking to maybe even solo this one because we don't see a gateway up or anything. There we go. Shared suffering going out. Shield being used. There we go. Alright. Skylark did manage to survive that one. 2 of them already being soloed by Skylark. We'll see if he can solo some more of them or if they use other immunities. Purgatory being available as well still. So.
Right, Purgatory is available for Skylark. I'm not sure if we have seen the Leap of Faith tech yet, which is also sometimes being deployed just to get that tank out of the shared suffering range to make sure he doesn't get hit. But they are doing good damage here. Ataman comes down again. We can see the rangers step away, make sure they're not in the Mizir, is that how you pronounce it, area where Midnight just runs around and rampages against whoever's in that range. But yeah, Ataman going down slowly but surely. I'm just looking at the timer. They still need 12% after this, and also Maiden. It could get very close for Monka.
Yeah, I think the timer is looking a bit sketchy for them, honestly. They still need a bit of trash. Not too much, but it's at least like 1 pull they still have to do. And they have to do Maiden as well. We know that Maiden takes around like 3:30, maybe a bit longer. And yeah, they have a bit less than 6 minutes left at this point. Have to go through another Midnight phase. I think after this midnight phase, they might be able to finish the boss. But we don't see any cooldowns available, so maybe not. We don't have Combust, we don't have Infernal. Coordinated Assault might actually come back from RX here. So, and if the boss is below a certain threshold, he doesn't mount up midnight anymore. I just forgot the percentage, maybe 10. So as long as
yes, it sounds right. I'm just gonna say yes because I don't do numbers. I'm not math nos, but yeah, he is under 10% here. One more shared suffering coming in right now. Skylar trying to lift this, looks pretty good here. Guardian Spirit also being committed, make sure he survives. It's not being proc though, I think. He still has it on him, and the shared suffering has gone through, so it's going to reset the cooldown to 1 minute instead of 3. And now they can just deal with Midnight, which shouldn't give them too many problems here, as they just need to line that stomp. It does a little bit of damage. Perfect boss positioning here from Skylark, of course, making sure the ranges and the melees all have a chance to find a corner as they move towards Maiden. Now, the timer is timering. So 37:30.
That's true.
As it does. Do they? It's like 4:30 for 12% trash and Maiden.
It seems very tight.
It's not 12%. It's not so. They need less than 2%.
2%. See, I don't do math. Why do you let me do this?
So they only have to do like one pull.
Ah, goodness.
So it's one pull into Maiden. So they can. I think they. So this is the pull. Okay. So they have to pull this, then they have to invis to the boss. And then they have to kill Maiden. They have Bloodlust. The boss takes around, I would say, 3:30, maybe slightly longer. So it's definitely really close. But I think they barely might have enough time if they finish this trash off quickly. It's less than 4 minutes left.
Yeah, I think so. With the way that the math is being done correctly, I think they have the time. But yeah, we'll see the invis skip now being deployed here as they go into Soul Shape to get the extra zoomies and move towards Maiden with everybody here. Is RX with the rest of the group? Yeah, he is. Often the hunters need an extra summon here.
Now.
I think they can do it. Let's see. They do have Bloodlust.
320.
Yeah, we'll see.
Just
They're going to pull right away.
We saw Echo needs.
Gotta go fast.
Let's go.
3
Big
minutes,
zoomies,
10
big
seconds
boss.
is what they have.
All of the
Right,
damage.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we get a full screen of Monka because this boss is one of the most difficult bosses. We also saw Echo deplete the key on Maiden as well. You're gonna have to stack up their Scars trinket as well, in case you guys don't know how that works. Jailer trinket called Scars of something. You can use it 4 times, and then you actually get a stacking. Yeah, and you get a stacking bleed effect on you, and that bleed effect damages you, and therefore it will get you out of the repentance without you having to step into the fire, because the dot from the fire does a lot of damage, and it's basically unhealable on a 32. We see RX already has to bleed up on him. Maystein does not have it yet.
Repentance comes in.
See.
Hello.
Maystein.
Renounce your
I'm so confused.
How did Maystein get out of that? Oh, he might be running. He might be running his other trinket. What is it called? The one that damages you as well. But now we have the
Like a
dot on
thorn?
Maystein too.
Yeah, there it is.
It's like
So-
a Casanatria trinket.
Yeah, there's a... what was that one called? I know that you're talking about, though, yeah. Vial of something or something like that? I'm gonna look it up.
Don't
Either
remember,
way,
honestly.
we now see
they all have it up
Crims,
now.
Mason, and RX have that Scars up. And if you watched the Echo run yesterday, you know that they upgraded their runes to get that extra damage amp buff. But that means they didn't have the bleed anymore, because it takes like 30 seconds between each rune to get that stack up. But here comes the Bloodlust. The bleeds are bleeding. Everybody's getting out here. We also see a block being committed by Crims as they try and burn this shield here with that Bloodlust. The timer is not lenient. They have like 1 minute and 15 seconds to finish this key here. It's going to be really,
RX
really
needs Scars
close.
as well. So RX needs Scars. No more bleed left, but RX has Turtle available, and I'm pretty sure Turtle immunes you against Repentance. And Crims and Maystein still have Scars. So the only one that doesn't have it anymore is RX with a Turtle. They have less than a minute.
Yeah, can they do it is the question.
If
They're
they-
definitely going to get the third one.
This is
If
gonna
they get a
be
shield, I'm not
close.
sure if they have...
shall be
enough
sanctified.
time. Yeah, I definitely think they get another repentance. Let's look at the offensive
I think they can
cooldowns.
time
We have
this.
Inferno
40
up right
seconds.
now,
It comes
Combustion
in.
up as well. Shield is
Nobody's
going in
getting
now.
the debuff. Turtle also being committed. Now they need to burn this shield. No bloodlust, only coolies from the
Pretty good
players here. Not even committing the scars, it seems like, for this moment, but they need to do damage from nowhere. 20 seconds for 10% HP on this
no.
boss.
It's dropping.
It's going to come right down to the wire. 13
close.
seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. They can
Well, they
do
got it.
this.
I will.
Wow.
There it is. Plus
Okay.
32 upper, or lower rather, done by Monka. Wow. Oh, it's a Soul
was,
Igniter, by the way. Is that Castle Nathria?
Soul
trinket,
Igniter,
but,
yeah.
But wow, what a
Wow, that was
performance.
incredibly impressive by Monka. I mean, considering how well they've played already, and now timing that lower 32 in only, I think they reset the key twice, but it was pretty early on. So yeah, that's pretty crazy. Now Echo on that 32 last boss as well. We've seen them have quite a few issues on the 30 already, and now it's 2 keystone levels higher. So they cannot have any more mistakes on this boss because the timer is not too easy on this one as well, but it's mostly about surviving. We see most of the cheap deaths are available except Sally as Pot, and we have all of the Shadow Melts available for them as well. Yeah, this one definitely not easy for them.
They've got
Yeah,
time.
they need
It's
to
just-
deal
yeah.
with the aerial unit first. Gonna hurt them a little bit, but I hope nobody's gonna die here. Last time there were a little bit of problems, but we'll see how it goes. Aerial unit is in combat, 50% of its health, and we also see Giga Chads and 3 Pots and Speed in their respective workshops. This is the first workshop we see from 3 Pots and Speed. I'm curious how much they can live up to their name and speed through this dungeon, to be honest, because they need to.
Yeah, hopefully we only see the speed and not the 3 pots for them.
Yes,
but,
yes. Hopefully.
But Giga Chat's also a pretty important key for them on the top right, because we saw Echo and Bonka both 2-chested the 30, and for both of them it was pretty close. So we'll see if Giga Chat also manages to get that +2 to be able to catch up to both Bonka and Echo.
Yeah, let's see. Echo is in that 32 workshop. The 2 chest is definitely off the table, but I think the timers in general looking pretty good. Of course, again, they have to do the trash outside of this boss room after they are finished with the boss, but before that they need to live through the boss. And I'm just looking, but it seems like Zelia has gone with haste again. We were discussing whether or not Versa on the Shrouded buff is sustainable here. I feel like it's at that point where you need to have defensives up or you're going to die regardless of that versatility. So I prefer the haste here, to be honest.
Well, speaking of haste, we have to bid a hasty goodbye to you and Nagura for a bit, as Tettles and Zyronic are joining us now. It's the top of the hour, and so, once again, we have a caster swap.
Bro. What
We
was
got
that
some
lower
spicy
Kara?
runs, Tettles, man. Dude.
Dude,
What was that
How do-
lower Kara?
How do the teams follow up that last hour? The ending of that hour, man. 32 lower
Okay.
Kara, Monka doing what Echo couldn't do. Echo in this 32 workshop, in the time Monka, but man, they're 40 minutes behind Monka still.
I have
What a wild
some.
run.
I have some lore. So 3 pods and speed actually aren't even fully eliminated. I have a lot of ifs, and so if pods and speed finish that upper Kara before the hour, which they did, and then they chain these workshops back to back in good time with no issues, they can get a key in overtime, which would additionally give them an extra point, which would allow them to qualify if everyone else has a horrible set of runs past their 32 workshop and are not able to get additional points. In addition to that, if nobody gets points past the 32 workshop, which we already saw Monka did, 3 pods and speed have a considerable tiebreaker time-wise over all of the other teams, and they have also matched their dungeon score. Now, that's a lot of hoops. I don't want to say they're dead yet, but it's if they make any mistakes or don't 2-chest any of the dungeons that they have to 2-chest, they're dead, pretty much.
it's looking
That
grim.
is a lot of ifs.
let's just say Tettles wouldn't pick them as his wild card. But I would. I did.
Okay. How are you feeling about that right now?
Well, I mean, if they get through, then they lived up to expectations. They truly would be the wild card then.
Yo, look at this! Look at this Omega Buster for Echo. It's getting absolutely owned on screen right now.
Oh yeah, they're giga chilling on time. It's going to come pretty much down to that trash pack afterwards. And remember, the trash count that they get, they pretty much have to kill the entire pack. They don't get to leave a couple moms alive like
they're actually
like Monka does.
So upside, they have Lust. They're probably gonna be popping it here in just a couple seconds. Maybe on that
Do you ever
Tyrant
save
is
it
where
for
I
the
would
pack,
guess.
though?
I don't think so. I think you're gonna pop it once the Tyrant is back available. Maybe after. I think that you're probably popping it on this boss. They don't have any immunities left. The only really major thing that they have still is Unending Resolve. They also gone through all of their Shadow Meld. Zalia's Meld is coming back up here in a couple of seconds, but he doesn't have GS as well. As you see, that's on a 3-minute CD, meaning it proc last time he used it.
Well,
so his Meld is back up now, though, so it's okay.
He'll have Ice Block up soon, too. Well, I mean, they're very clearly holding on to the Bloodlust here. They could have used it 20% boss HP ago, so I guess they're just saving it for the trash pack for safety.
The trash pack is scary, and they have to kill the whole pack. They're doing this route that leaves them at 85.6%, which means that they have to kill off the whole entire pack. I think that both of them make sense. The Omega Buster is generally seen as more dangerous, especially since a lot of issues can happen at the tail end of this boss. But it looks like Echo going to be able to get this killed off, and now they have 3 minutes to kill that final trash pack that sits atop the King Mechagon area after dealing with this boss. They're fine, right? There's no way that they could lose this run from here.
Yeah.
Well, you never say
there's
never,
no way
but
now
probably
just
not.
walks out of the room with King Mechagon, right?
Just reset
Oh,
him?
no, there's
Yeah.
a wall there. He literally can't.
Oh.
They literally
you
couldn't
can't.
if they wanted to.
There's no
Thank
way
goodness.
they wipe from here.
There's no possible way for them to wipe. Actually, there's a lot of ways for them to wipe here.
For the
That
rest
is
of
it.
it,
Just
Dangerous
save the
pull.
Bloodlust for this, though.
oh my god, we perked insta. Okay.
Yep.
I hate that, but we're okay. We have Dancing Rune Weapon up. The big danger actually on this pack is the double Mach 3 bot and the fact that you only have one defender. So whenever you're fighting double Mach 3 bots on the bridge, you normally have 2 defenders, which will drop double shield generator. Ooh, Clix is in a pod as well right now.
That is okay. Clicks is not important. It's all on the priest here.
In addition
Just
to that,
do not kill your priest.
I will also say that your checkpoint, your release checkpoint, is at King Mechagon. So if something bad does happen, you can release and come back. It's not ideal, but
And that
it looks
defense shield for the frontal. Ooh.
it's totally fine.
Massive
It's totally fine
spell
for you
to
to be
get
in the
all of
defense
those
shield for the
debuffs off.
frontal. Ooh,
One
anti-magic
last
zone.
Tinker MC.
The Infiltrator's almost dead. One of the Mach 3 bots is almost done, and then
That is
last
not
Mach 3
a friendly squirrel. That was an enemy
no,
squirrel.
no,
That was an
no.
enemy squirrel.
Ooh.
Release Genji. Your release point is at Mechagon now. Zalia was keeping the team alive, did not get that squirrel off. You saw that squirrel cast it. Enemy squirrel got a double kill there. Got a cauterize and a kill on Genji, and I think it was Clix was potted earlier. This last squirrel that Zalia is about to get should finish off the 2 packs, and Echo will be home free with 1:20 to spare on the timer. Go out, squirrel. Where's the AoE? This is
They'll
the
probably
weird thing, though. Like, if the Tinker ever actually gets its own enemy squirrel cast off, it really messes with the timers here, but they finally have gotten that squirrel. That is a friendly squirrel. It has killed off the Mark III bot and done enough to the Tinker to finish off the dungeon. That 32 gotten for Echo
bad.
there, bringing themselves to within 1 key of Monka here. But again, I don't really think Echo's competing with Monka here. I think Echo's trying to fend off the other 2 teams from trying to snack that second spot to the finals for next weekend. Like, if I were Echo, I'd be worried about them more right now.
So this Giga Chad's team, not counting the workshop, they are 15 seconds behind on the tiebreaker for their time if all of the dungeons remain equal. So if they're able to get this 32 chested, and then they go into the 32 and time it faster than 15 seconds, did I say 15? I think I said 15 minutes. I meant 15 seconds. If they time it 15 seconds faster than what Echo just did in their 32 workshop, then they would have the tiebreaker advantage. So it's, as a point of reference, Echo finished it in 30:59. So if Giga Chads did that in 30:44 or better, then they would actually claim the tiebreaker lead. That is also assuming that Echo here is not going to go and claim any more points after this 32 workshop, which we saw yesterday whenever you and I were casting, that lower Kara is definitely something that is on the table for them, and they have a considerable amount of time that they have that they can accumulate in that dungeon.
I think it's pretty wild that Monka decided that the 32 lower was where they wanted to go next and not do something else. I mean, I feel like that is such a considerable time investment, but I guess they knew it was possible, so they just decided to put the 40 minutes into it. Well, I mean, I think I would rather personally like go to maybe Grimrail or, you know, one of the other keys,
Well,
maybe even
It's a
upper
statement
first.
dungeon.
They can
Well,
go Grimrail now.
It throws the
They
gauntlet
could
down in
also
front
just
of
go
Echo.
into
they're-
the 33 workshop, which they have
Yeah.
done in the top right corner.
Exactly.
Wow.
They
Okay.
were so far under the timer. So they finished their workshop 32 in a 29:51 on a 32-minute timer. I mean, they definitely have enough time. It's not going to be easy. I think that there is a lot of time that's going to be lost from additional things such as vent jets and whatnot. But with how the squirrel scale with dungeon level, there is less friction than you would just have in like a normal key due to the fact that going from 32 to 33, the squirrels are just going to do more damage, do more friendly fire to the mobs.
Yeah, exactly. The squirrel damage scales up as well, and your priest is probably contributing a pretty solid amount of overall damage. Maybe a quarter there. Tobo does get hit
Look
from
at-
something there, but he stayed alive, saves his cheat death.
Look at how much damage Igloo is doing here. So you actually
Yep.
see that the Tinker is marked with skull marker here. And Igloo is keeping this Tinker in the room. That's actually a very important part of this tech. So how the squirrel functions is it runs to the furthest target within 40 yards of it. And so whenever it's MC'd, it can actually run to the maze. And so if you try this on live, you need to make sure that that Tinker is left in the boss room because the wall is kind of thin, and so it can run to the maze. That's why you see the healers running that Tinker into there. And so Igloo was able to do almost 15k DPS on that boss. That speeds up Machinist Garden by an incredible amount.
Well, it's important to mention that we've seen other teams do a little more damage, well, actually significantly more damage on that boss. On the 32, we saw, I believe, Mode doing 25k single target DPS, but that was getting every single one of the squirrels. And yeah, it was a little bit more
Splat!
damage, but not that much more damage. Splat does go down to that Sonic Pulse frontal here. That is a one-shot on this key level. You cannot get hit by that. The silence is just a little bit of extra, hey man, you messed up. But he is able to release right at the garden, so that's just 5 seconds on the board. Shouldn't be too big of a deal to time the key, but they're trying to two-chest here, Tettles, and that timer is getting increasingly closer. Remember, that's 25:36 to two-chest this key. They only have 7 minutes left to two-chest this. It's going to be very close.
Oh gosh! So in addition to just finishing off this trash, they have the pull that's on the bridge. They have the pull that's at the top of the bridge, and then they have King Mechagon. How long is King Mechagon 30? Do you think?
I would say, if I had to guess, probably around 4.5 minutes, maybe 5 minutes.
That's kind of what I'm thinking as
It's
well.
very tight.
Notoriously one of the longest bosses in Mythic Plus, like history. That boss is, whenever it was current, was incredibly long. It's a little bit shorter this season, for the record, compared to what it was back in BFA, but it is still an incredibly long encounter. It is fortified, so that helps a bit, but not by a ton.
Igloo needs to be impeccably on point with every single one of these squirrels here. I think if they miss a single squirrel, that's all she wrote. That's how close this timer is right now with the mistakes they've made.
Well, it's funny because you in a normal group, you're looking at this timer like, oh, this is free. We're going to be able to time this. We have so much time to get to into that timer. But what Giga Chests are doing, they're looking at the two chest because the other teams were able to two chest that 30, and that's why it's mega important for them to be going as fast as possible here because they're going to time this key. They could probably even full wipe and still time this key, but it's about the two chest timer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we'll have to keep an eye on it. All eyes are on Igloo right now. He needs to hit every single one of these squirrels. Remember, there's a little bit of finicky things that happen with the Tinkerers, right? If you let them cast their own squirrel, the cooldown gets a little messed up, and you can't quite see it unless you mind control it yourself. And you really don't want to be mind controlled if you're not casting the squirrel. So there's a lot of micromanagement involved with the Tinkerers. You cannot mess it up, and he has to play perfectly here. He's gotten the first 2 down, so far so good.
Mind controlling Tinkerers is very contentious amongst tanks as well because every single time the priest mind controls the Tinkerer, the tank has to actually burn 2 taunts into it to get it off of the priest, and so it is very, very difficult sometimes to be able to for a tank to regain threat on it, and it's actually insane the level of coordination that these TGP teams have. Oh my god, their Tinkerer reset for Giga Chads.
Oh no. They have to completely DPS that down. He is going to mind control and hit itself with its own squirrel, but I don't even know if that's a DPS increase because they're going to have to keep continuing to single target it. They need to pump out the most single target damage they've ever pumped out in their lives on this next boss, and they're not going to have Bloodlust to do it. My estimation was with Bloodlust. I don't know if they can do this anymore.
What was the What was the 2 chest timer?
25:36. They have less than 5 minutes.
I don't know how I feel about this one, dude. I feel like this is a 1 chest, yeah?
Yeah, okay, hear me out. 1 Hail Mary play. Kill the pack, keep the Tinkerer, pull Tinkerer into Mechagon.
That sounds like a good way. That sounds like a good way to deplete your key.
But honestly, is depleting even that bad? That's the same thing as 1 chesting, right? Because you can definitely come back in and 2 chest this. I don't know, man. This is rough, but let's see. Maybe our estimations are off. Maybe they can kill this boss a little bit faster. But honestly, they're going to have to kill it in about 3.5 minutes to give themselves enough time to deal with that last trash pack. I guess one thing that's a saving grace for them is they're doing the Monka strategy here, where they only have to kill off every mob in the trash pack except for like the Mark III bot.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, they are tight on this 2 chest timer. I think they have to really just focus on doing max DPS here and make some risky plays too, just to get this done. I mean, this is going to be really close.
Again, for the record, they're actually okay. Assuming that they're able to get that 32 workshop done by the end of day today, so they have like an hour 45 minutes or so before their final key is called. So they have to get that 32 in time. But if they beat Echo's time on the 32 by over 15 seconds, then they would win a tiebreaker. The downside, though, is Echo has already finished their 32, and they're able to go into 32 lower. And if Echo's able to time a 32 lower, you know, I think that's... I don't know. I don't want to say that that's like the end of the day for Giga Chads, but that kind of soft eliminates them. It would be very difficult for Giga Chads to come back if Echo is able to go out of this dungeon and go and do another key that would give them score, which is likely the 32 lower. I keep saying 32 lower, but that's the most likely situation for where they're going to go out of here. Right now they're on break, though.
They are definitely on break. We do not see their green marker in any of the instances, so they could be... Yeah, they're definitely taking the rest of their break right now, resting up for this last couple of hours because, I mean, Giga Chad is still within striking distance. Yes, if they don't 2-chest this, they're in a pretty bad spot, but Echoes still would love to get that 1 extra point just to give themselves a little bit of safety pad away from Giga Chads. Here we are, though. Aerial unit is going to go down in about 2 minutes, and that is not what you want to see. My estimation for this boss, whenever I do this in push keys, is that King Mechagon takes about a time and a half of what the first phase does. I think that's about a correct estimate. Maybe they're sitting on cooldowns at the end here, but if it takes them 2 minutes to get through the first phase, it would take them about 3 minutes to get through the second phase. So I don't think there's any way they're 2-chesting this key at this point, which is just really unfortunate. Remember, 25:36 is the timer here. They have exactly 2 minutes left to deal with this key.
For the 2 chests, not just the timer. They're
right.
Again,
yeah.
They're timing this key. This is a pretty comfortable 1 chest. Is the problem? Is that it needed to be a 2 chest because other teams had already 2-chested previously, and it would end up saving them somewhere in the order of almost 30 minutes on the end of their day, which they have to. They really needed that additional 30 minutes because look in the bottom left here. Echo have entered the lower Karazhan, and as we've alluded to a couple times, if this key gets timed for Echo, they are going to be tied with Monka at 193 points, and it is going to be nay impossible for Giga Chads to come back. There is still a chance, but if Echo is able to time this 32 lower, it would be a very tough one.
That would be the nail-driven like 90% of the way into the coffin for Giga Chads. Not all the way,
yes,
but like 1 or 2 more slams and they're done.
I mean,
it's very close to we literally have less than 2 hours left in the competition. It would have to be pretty much done in overtime if Giga Chads were able to come back, if Echo gets this down.
3 pods in speed. There is a chance that they could come back as well if no other points are gained by Echo or Giga Chads outside of the 32 workshop. And 3 pods in speed are able to slam every single key up until a 32, waste no time, and then are able to time the 32 without any problems.
Well, let's look at it this way. We can put this into context in a lot easier way. If we could bring the scoreboard up so we can show this off to the teams. The top 5 teams, or the top 4 teams left, they all have the exact same scores in non-workshop keys, except for that lower Karazhan for Monka, right? So, looking at the tiebreaker for the bottom 3 teams to get second place, I think it's going to come down to the workshop timer. Because, let's be honest, if Echo gets the 32 lower, that doesn't really matter too much if Giga Chads or 3 pods in speed are able to get to a 33 workshop, because they will win the tiebreak based off the 33 workshop. So I think Echo needs to get the 32 lower for the padding, but they will also need to go back and get the 33 workshop so that they cannot get just snacked away by the tiebreak.
Tiebreaker? Yeah.
Tiebreaker
Because
based off of high key.
Yeah, high key tiebreaker. So how our tiebreakers work is...
so let's go over the quick... Yeah, you go ahead.
So first tiebreaker is highest dungeon done. For everybody, 35 junkyard. That's fine.
Yeah.
Second tiebreaker, second highest dungeon done. Which right now for everybody, that is a 32 of either Gambit, Workshop. Like there are a lot of 32s.
Yeah.
And then it just goes down. And so if some team was able to put up a 33, while the other teams even just had 32s in every other dungeon, even if they had the same score, the 33 would have precedence tiebreaker-wise. Giga Chad's on the big screen here. Missing that 2 chest. Very, very unfortunate for them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's going to be rough. I mean, I actually really don't like the 32 lower. I think Echo should be in the workshop right now. I think that's far more important for them to get done. We know they can do the lower. Like, we know they can do it. But the fact that you're leaving that door open in the 33 workshop is like... it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
They're just going to stay awake late at night thinking about that lower Kirazan if they don't do it now, so they have to do it.
That is true. Splat, unfortunately, is asleep for half of this pull, but that doesn't matter because the Giga Chad healer for the Giga Chads, Igloo Priest, is doing all of the DPS here. 120k every single squirrel going out of the pack, and they're going to get this down with the 1 chest.
I pulled up some timers from Monka's 32 workshop. So their Tussle Tonks was in their 32, 3 minutes and 21 seconds. This kind of makes sense in regards to time. Their Cujo was 10:34. So they actually lost a decent amount of time, about a minute and a half on their Cujo split from the 32 to the 33. I think that... So they were 2 minutes under the timer in the 32. I think the 33 is possible, even with that Cujo split, because you don't lose that much time on this area, just in general, with the Mach 3 bots, where Monka are right now.
Yeah. Well, the 1 chest is in for Giga Chads. They did have a little bit of a scare there as Igloo went into pod, but everything was low enough and they had enough time on the 1 chest timer to where they pretty much could have thrown bodies on that pull and made it work.
Yeah.
But of course, we are running out of time at the end of the day here. It can't be mentioned enough. We have an hour and 40 minutes before the teams have to start their last run for the entire weekend, and every single second at this point counts. They're going to instantly get back in there into the 31 workshop, work their way up to a 32, and then probably go straight into the 33 afterwards, because that 33 looks very, very doable for teams that, you know, have perfect execution with the squirrels. But I think, you know, honestly, one of the things that makes Monka so good in this dungeon is Mode is really, really good with those Tinkerers, man. Like, he's literally hitting the squirrels on CD and consistently doing more damage than every other priest that we've been seeing.
He's just built different. Look at where Monka is positioned right here. So the other castles were talking about this earlier, but that gate skip, skipping that giant spider crawler mini boss style mob, that's why the teams are forced to play that pack at the top of the King Mechadon area, the pack that most people skip in Pugs. Because it's like super time inefficient. I really like that gateway setup. It's actually pretty finicky to get that gate set up, but if you come in here in a workshop and you practice it for a little bit, you should be able to get it pretty easily just if you give it enough time and enough practice. Where is Skylark? Okay, so Skylark is down grabbing that infiltrator right there. Ooh, and he's able to snake by. So, hot tip, if you're playing a rogue, you can actually distract the bots here in this maze, and that's how you see that bot is just sitting there with that path open for Skylark for such a long time. That allowed him to grab that infiltrator a little bit late and drag it all the way through without having to wait for his team. That's actually a pretty big time save, as opposed to Skylark having to stand there in the vent, tanking the infiltrator, and then eventually be able to pull it into the pack. Just grabbing it. The Rogue has already pre-distracted the bot there. That's super, super sick for Monka. And they really need it. We're not in territory where teams are one-shotting keys anymore. We are in territory where teams are battling with like 10 and 15 seconds of whether or not they can even time the key or not.
Well, the exciting thing as well is that these bosses and these trash packs are going to take roughly the same amount of time to kill as they are in lower keys, because remember, that squirrel damage scales up as well with the key level. So, like, the relative damage of the group compared to what the priest is doing is pretty similar. I mean, look at Mode here doing 90k DPS here while keeping his team alive through all of those arcing zaps, all of the frontals from the infiltrators that the DPS decide to stand in because they want to do max DPS even though their healer's carrying them. I mean, there's a lot going on here, but one more squirrel pretty much kills off the pack, and they'll be heading into the garden very, very soon here. And if there's any moment where a DPS needs to play the safest they can, it's in a 33 fortified workshop where you don't have a healer to bail you out. But honestly, there's really not a whole lot to bail you out here. You get hit by a cog on 33 fortified, that's just a one-shot. So
Mode wants to
here we
top
go.
everybody up, ideally, but yeah, like you're saying, there is no real bailing out. I guess Maystein here will passively top himself eventually. But, okay, so now here's the Mode show. Looking on the left side of our screen, we already see he's at 30k DPS with that first swirl. He's standing off in the corner because these flame spitters do actually have Z-axis on their fire. Their fire bars go all the way up to the top. However, you can outrange if you're standing at like the furthest possible point in the corner, and then you walk the Tinker into the boss.
Oh no, Crim's already cauterized. That's so early in.
His shoes, bro. They're on fire.
That is not ideal, but here's the second squirrel. You can see Mode instantly pops up. Every single one of those squirrels is doing about 440,000 damage, helping the team out immensely here. And you can see one of the major things about the Machinist Garden is as the fight goes on, more and more of these cogs start flying around the room. It makes the fight harder and harder. But one of the benefits of playing this Priest Tinkerer strategy is that the fight dies faster, so the DPS will essentially play an easier fight. And it even got some cleave onto the plant too. Nice.
That's actually super nice for. Oh my gosh, Skylark dropping incredibly low. By the way, those cogs don't help tanks be able to death strike back through them. So if the tank can actually die on Machinist Spark Flux if they're tanking too much damage from cogs and whatnot. This is not a fight that is like super free for tanks either. More often than not, we don't talk about tank survivability in regards to just like one singular boss. This is a very dangerous boss for a tank, especially if they're getting hit by cogs at any point.
Here comes another squirrel. Mode now out DPSing both the Rogue and the Warlock. I believe that is going to continue to be the case as we go further on into this fight. In the Rogue and Warlock run out of room to dodge and cast abilities. Plant went on Crim's there. Took about half of his HP in the second and a half that it started casting on him. Maybe Mode will be able to get like one heal on him when he's in between mind controls, but Crims has to play completely safe here. Cannot get hit by a single one of these cogs during this boss fight for the rest of the fight, or he'll instantly go into pod.
I don't think healers are actually dropping mind control this week since it's not quaking. I think that they actually just keep the Tinkerer mind controlled perma, and they just sit there and hold it. Oh gosh, Maystein dropping unbelievably low, but he did have Pact. He's still okay. He's drain lifing himself back to full.
Remember, the mind control is only like a 20-second channel, so they do have to bring it back up.
Okay, they have to drop it at some point. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they're actually
that is an enemy squirrel. That is an enemy squirrel. Do not stand in that. Mode decided he did come out of the mind control to top his team off just for safety, but in the meantime, that allowed the Tinkerer to cast an enemy squirrel. So now that's just one less scroll of damage that they have. That's 400,000 damage less that they've done on this fight. It's going to extend the fight. There will be more cogs in the room, and it only ramps up even more from here. There's only like 10 cogs in the room. This scales up to like 30 totals. It's only going to get harder from here.
Unironically, whenever this fight, like whenever you lose like 1,000 or 2,000 DPS on this fight, something that should normally only cost you like 5 or 6 seconds can end up costing you 20 or 25 due to the amount of movement, the amount of cogs. You can additionally get another plant spawn as well on this kind of fight. It is very dangerous, but Monka here have Machinist Sparkflux down at 5% HP. They should be okay to be able to get this boss killed off here in just a second.
Oh, Crims, no, gets hit by a cog there as well. And also Skylark is kind of out of the squirrel there because he purged. Oh no, 3% on the boss here. He's casting Flame Cannon. This boss is kiteable, but you cannot get hit by any of those cogs here. Finish the boss off, 2% on the board here. Crims has gone down. He blinked into a Flame Jet. Only RX is alive, but that is not going to do it here. They've wiped to the boss. And the 33 Workshop first attempt is not going to go well for Monka. They'll head back in there, I'm sure. That looks very doable, but it is very difficult. And I mean, they missed 2 squirrels there, Tettles. That's what it comes down to. They missed 1 million worth of damage of squirrel damage on the boss. It is so difficult to do that boss in a high workshop, man.
It's just like Maystein and Crims getting hit by the cogs. Like if they take absolutely 0 damage, the boss would have been dead. However, I do not envy them. That boss, very scary. On a 33, I would not be able to stay alive for that long with that many cogs. And so the fact that they were able to even stay alive while receiving 0 healing is it was quite a feat. I suspect that with a few more attempts, they should be okay.
It almost looked like at the last 2 or 3% of the boss that Skylark was so scared for his life he started kiting the boss, and they might have missed a squirrel explosion on the boss because of it. And that might have killed off the boss at the last second.
Like I was saying earlier, tanking that boss as a Death Knight is also very dangerous too, because whenever you're taking cog damage, you're not really building, like you're not able to depth strike back through it. It's not going to do any amped damage like you would normally get from taking increased amounts of damage. So, it's definitely a very difficult endeavor. Chad is spamming Sag, but I do not be worried, chatters. I suspect that they will be able to do it if they are given a couple of attempts. There is still an hour and a half left in the day. I think they're fine. They'll be able to get the 33 done. Trust.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think they'll get the 33 done by the end of the day, and that'll pretty much cement them in the first place spot, because remember, they already have that 32 lower done. Only Echo is even close to them. So they can workshop out the workshop for the rest of the day here. Get that done. No pun intended, sorry.
Really? No pun intended. Huh.
No.
Okay.
No, it wasn't intended. It just happened. What do you think of the spotlight tech here for Zolgamux?
I actually think it's pretty good. So what teams actually used to do in Legion is they would take this understudy and bring it into this room and fight all of the Singers and the Fireland Portals mobs with the spotlight as well. That you would actually just take it down to the very bottom, and the moment the understudy spawned it, you would start the pull. I think it makes sense that they're doing it like this. In addition to that, they're stealthing through first, so they don't end up body pulling any of the backstage trash, because they only want the Firelands Portal Singers and the patrons. I think that this is totally fine. It makes sense too that they're able to use and abuse that 50% damage gain spotlight. The only dangerous part is they need to make sure that Zolgamux is not in it, but you normally have enough time to get Zolgamux out of it before it starts casting on you.
I just want to point out, even with the damage buff, how insane it is to pull a 32 Zolgamux. Look at how much damage the Blood Siphon is doing to them. Well, it's ridiculous. And it heals the boss for several 100,000 every time it casts, even with a Mortal Strike effect from the Survival Hunter. Like, it's very ridiculous that this is even doable, and that is going to be their last damage buff as well. The understudy is dead. And this Zolgamux is probably still at about 1.5 million HP here. It's going to get a shield off here and heal for another couple 100,000. You have to break this shield and kill the boss before the next one. Otherwise, I think the time investment for this is just not worth it.
It's, I mean, I don't know. This dungeon is so weird with count, too. They could additionally get count from other places, but there's so much low-hanging fruit count-wise. It is kind of surprising that they are pulling Zolgamux.
Yeah,
I don't know.
No, I agree.
It's weird because like on the 32, like just looking at how many combustions they've sent on this mob, this is like the 5th resident. This is like the 5th arrow they dropped on this guy. Is this really worth?
I don't know. Maybe they think that the Sax is needed for this dungeon. I mean, they have like 18 going into Maiden of Vigilance at the end of the dungeon. I'm sorry, Maiden of Virtue.
Okay.
Vigilance is somewhere else entirely. But like, do you need those 3? Is 15 enough? I mean, I feel like it should be. No. I don't know.
Azalea wanted them.
Well, not only is that going on, Monka again back into the 33 workshop. GigaChad still plugging away at that 31 that they now have to do because they were unfortunately only one.
Did that say 7 deaths on GigaChads? I can't see in the small picture-in-picture.
I believe that is a 2.
Or is that a 2? Okay.
I
That's
believe that's a 2.
Much less dangerous than a 7.
Yeah,
it is
that
a
is
2,
a 2.
of course. All right,
and they still have their battle reses, so it's okay. Man, Warlocks on AoE.
These patron pulls are actually very dangerous for your tank. The uppercut that the patrons do. So in Legion, I don't remember these patrons actually doing damage to your tank, but for some reason they've been cranked up to 11 whenever this dungeon has been refurbished, and just the amount of damage that they do, even just white swing wise on your tank. I've seen tanks purg and proc, like they have to commit a decent amount of CDs to not get just owned by these uppercuts.
Well, let me remind you, Tettles, the reason these mobs didn't do damage to your tank back in Legion is because you had a Warlock that would apply Corruption to them and 60% slow every single one. So your tank would run into the middle, mass grip, Blood Boil like twice, and then flee. So they would never get hit.
Well, now they just binding shot and kill them, but it's okay. All right.
That is okay.
Now the ushers, who have been changed coming into this week, they now give a lot more counts, and there's a lot less of them, but they're still pretty much skipped uniformly by these TGP teams. Click standing off to the side here. Okay, so he was just waiting for his soul shape. His soul shape must have been on cooldown. He must actually need the additional movement speed to be able to run by these ushers and get to where he needs to go. Maybe his potion was on CD for a couple seconds. Is one or the other.
Yeah. Well, everyone did get through, so it's okay. You know, we're all here at the end of the day, moving on with the route.
How many deaths did they have in their 32 yesterday? Was it 7?
I feel like it was like really clean until the last second. I'm pretty sure it was like a 2 or 3 death route until they got to mid. It was like really, really clean.
Give me one moment and I will pull it up. So, but my point was kind of like they have a lot of leeway in this dungeon, just in general. Okay, you're right. They were actually only at 2 deaths in their 32 coming into mate, and then of course they had a couple deaths on the end boss.
Yeah,
but
it was the 31 that was Omega scuffed with like 30, like 13
you're
deaths
right.
or something.
It was the 31 that they had the spider incident.
I think it was multiple incidents actually.
And the horse incident. And then that second spider incident. And then that other horse incident as well.
Yeah, there were a few of them, that's for sure. Man. I mean, it's just crazy how difficult it gets when you get to the high keys, right? Like, you would think that you do have leeway, and even in lower Karazhan where the timer is incredibly lenient, you really can't rack up too many mistakes here. I mean, also, your timers are very, very tight here. You can see the Bloodlust came off cooldown for them, so they really want to get tomorrow's and use that ASAP. But unfortunately, just not going to be the case because they're going to have to clear the trash in that room as well. So, yeah, just a tiny little mistakes here and there can end up costing you a lot of time. Like, even inefficiencies with your cooldown timings can end up costing you a lot of time. So we'll have to keep an eye on that Echo run in 32 lower Kara. That's really important for them to get down just to secure their top 2 position.
Monka, 33 workshop. Their Tussle Talks 326 split. Kind of on pace with the 31. Or
So
the
you're
32.
now.
Not bad. No.
You literally said, yo, Monka. You literally said, yo, Monka, and Mode just instantly angel formed. like literally a second afterwards.
It's not my fault.
You drew attention to them, and then they died. It's your fault.
What's your attention? Because they do good things. It's not my fault.
I'll come in here as the third-party referee. I can confirm it is Tettle's fault.
Thank you.
How? How are you blaming me?
The caster curse is a very real and powerful thing.
Okay, anyways,
I mean, we just saw it in action right there. It's true.
Their Cujo split in the 32 was a 10-30, so if they can be kind of close to that, then they're fine. They were 2 minutes under, so they probably need an 11:30 Cujo would be a banger. A 12 Cujo is probably acceptable, but they're going to be really up against the timer if they don't have like a perfect run at the back half. We were in we were in near perfect run territory for Monka in this 33 workshop. This workshop is like a progression level key.
Yeah, this is really good so far. And of course, you'd expect it to be better after they did their little trial run and had it go wrong at Machinist Garden. So,
yeah,
I expect perfection here from Monka in order to get this 33 down.
I mean,
Let's keep an eye on the other teams, though.
We've definitely hit the limits of what you can do in WoW. Like, we've reached the point where it's like, is the gear, is the skill level even possible to beat some of these?
Dude, storming is so obnoxious in this dungeon. There are so many times.
Did you know, by the way, if you get knocked up in that shield generator, you're no longer in the shield generator and can just straight up die?
Oh, really? No, I did not know that.
Happened to me yesterday. You're not in the shield generator. You can get Z-axis by getting knocked up by a storming.
Dude, I need to test something later. I want to see if I can get knocked on top of the Cujo box and then be line of sight or not.
Dangerous game you're playing there, Tuttles.
Well, I would have a weak core to tell me if I'm safe or not, so I'd get off if I wasn't. It's simple.
Oh.
3 pods in speed, absolutely trashing this 28 workshop here. They
Good,
have
good,
8
good,
minutes
good.
left on the timer, so they should be able to 8 minutes on the 2 chest timer, I should say. So they should be able to get this done and then move into the 30 afterwards. Well on pace to catch up. Remember, they still need to get up to a 32 to put themselves on pace with where Echo is right now. But of course, Echo does still have the opportunity to get this 32 lower Karazhan to give them a 1-point padding over that possibility. But it's all going to come down to the last minute here. Remember, this 32 workshop is not free.
Bottom right, Giga Chads. So bottom left, 3 pods on speed. They're going to be up against the timer a little bit on the days in. Even if they're able to 2-chest this, it would be phenomenal for them. They really need to 2-chest that 30 after that, which we've seen is like a pretty difficult feat. On the bottom right, Giga Chads, if they're able to get through this 31 pretty fast, they're able to one-shot the 32, then if their workshop is 15 seconds faster than what Echo's workshop was on the 32, then they will have the tiebreaker advantage in regards to time. And so that's how Giga Chads would be able to qualify. For 3 pods and speed, if they're able to do the 32 workshop, and then Echo doesn't do anything else, Echo is stuck in lower care for the rest of the day, then they could qualify on time, as they actually, I think, have the tiebreaker over everybody else, even in regards to time. There's something like a minute faster, so something crazy fast. So they would be fine if they're able to get 32. But these are all points contingent on Echo not timing this key in the top left. Echo's fate is still in their hands, and if they're able to time this key, I don't want to say they're completely safe, but they are in a very, very good spot if they time this key.
Yeah. Echo is doing the Giga Chad version of the Lower Karazhan challenge right now. This 32 needs to go down for them to have a chance of securing their spot without having to worry about a tiebreaker. That is very, very important for them. But, again, the timer was very tight yesterday and a very clean run. They would have just barely timed it if they didn't decide to full-on commit their Scars Trinkets at the very end of that very catastrophic end to the run yesterday. Man. Think about how different the competition would be if they got it, though.
That would be crazy. It would basically be Echo and Monka, I think, like, just vying for pride, right?
Essentially,
like,
yeah, I think so.
There's not really much else going on there. Monka, I don't want to say is like 100% safe, because there are worlds where they could technically get upset, but they are. I don't see a world where they actually are able to really get eliminated in this situation, where the fact that they've already timed that 32 workshop, they've already timed that 32 lower Karazhan, they have 193 points. It would be just very difficult for 2 teams to pass them at this point. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. What exactly it would take for Monka to somehow not qualify at this point? It would take Monka not timing any more keys at all for the rest of our competition.
Yes.
And it would require 2 other teams getting a 33 workshop or it'd have to be a 33 workshop down.
A 32 workshop and then 1 other point elsewhere.
And well, the thing is, the 33 workshop outright gives you the tiebreaker off of high key.
Okay.
If they do a 32 elsewhere, they would have to win off of speed.
They're losing time tiebreaker. I think they're losing time tiebreaker to a lot of people, actually.
Okay, well, there it is. So I guess if anyone actually is able to get that 193 scoreline, if 2 teams get there and Monka doesn't get another time, they could lose on tiebreaker.
I don't want to. Okay, just to point out.
I think that's unlikely.
Exactly.
It is unlikely.
That's the thing. It's
but we're covering all scenarios, right?
Sure. It is a possibility. There's like in the greater MDI Great Push multiverse, there is a universe where that happens.
I would say that there is a 99% chance that Monka is making it through right now.
Exactly.
And then for Echo, I'd probably give them like 85 or 90% chance that they're making it through right now with the 192. And the fact that Giga Chads is actually having a hard time in the bottom right. They just had a death here on Machinist's Garden.
Oh, and they don't have another battle too.
Boss is low.
I think it's really important to note that. I think Igloo's trying to play way too safe on this boss here. He's trying to get a lot of heals off on his teammates, and I think you really can't afford to do that if you're trying to do this key on a higher level. He's only doing 13k DPS here. Right? That's really, really low compared to the other teams. Most other priests are doing about 20 to 25k DPS here. Now Dr. J is just permanently dead. Tobo as well. Proc the cheat death and the cheat death trinket too, so no cheats left for him. Splat is getting destroyed by this plant too. They're just barely able to finish it off. They have to kill this with a DPS down for the last 10%. Remember, they're only trying to one-chest this, so they have a little bit of leeway.
Yeah.
It's a lot of HP,
looking
though.
Really scary for the 32.
Is this dungeon still timeable?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That's positive news. I'm feeling a little bit more confident now that you're telling me yes, it is still timeable. Okay. So Giga
22
Chads,
minutes on the timer is about timeable for killing this boss. So they're actually very good.
A bit rough around the edges there. But they're through probably the hardest part of this dungeon. I think that Machinist Garden with this strategy where you're not playing with a healer and you're basing all of your damage off this Tinkerer and everybody has to stay alive and you can't get hit by a single cog. Tough strat. Really tough strategy. So if you're able to get through it and you have enough time, then you should be able to at least see the end of the dungeon. You should hopefully make it through King Mechagon.
Well, with no battle roses, it's going to be a tall task for them. I think they'll have one come up in the next minute or so, but we'll have to check in with them when they get to King Mechagon, because that is going to be an extremely important point for them to see if they even have a chance of coming back to try to nip at the heels of either Echo or Monka and get that second spot for next weekend. Echo, though, into the most dangerous pulls in this lower Karazhan. These Spectral Chargers are probably the most dangerous mobs in here. Each of these charges can easily one-shot off one of your players. You let too many of those trampling stomps go through, it could kill people off, especially if the chargers are in raging range. But here we go. Echo not scared at all, going for a massive pull here. 2 chargers plus 2 packs of mobs, 10 count in here. There's so many kicks you have to get here. If any of those trampling stops get off while you have a fire debuff on one of your players, I think they're down for the count.
We've also seen a ton of tank deaths in this pool. Like it's not just an issue of like, oh my gosh, the trampling stomp group wide damage. It's like the tanks are getting absolutely smoked on these pulls. Just the amount of damage that these Spectral Charges are doing. In addition to that, like if you're face tanking that charge, say it's not synced up and you move out of the way of it. If they're not synced up and you don't move out of the way of the charge itself, you can absolutely die as a tank. We have seen tanks from every region. Both weekends, all of the tanks have died to these horses. These horses are fiends, man, especially on Raging. Like, look at this. The Binding Shot has come out right as these mobs are about to start enraging, and now is looking to line of sight. He does not want anything to do with these horses. He says, not today, as he gallops on out of there.
I also noticed that in the previous pull, Clix has decided to apply Curse of Weakness to every single one of the chargers.
I'm in.
Takes a lot of time.
I'm gonna have to revisit my my Warlock Union notepad. Clicks 4 strikes, 4 Curse of Weaknesses manually cast. I mean, if you really want to cast curses on these mobs, why don't you just play Venthyr, man?
We've actually we've seen Curse of Weakness be applied to a lot of mobs, especially once in both regions. Once these dungeons start to get higher, the Nullifier comes to mind, King Gabamak comes to mind. A lot of these bosses, we even saw Giga Chads applying it to Machinist Garden. So Mr. Sparkflux there, they were applying it to that. I feel like Curse of Weakness, once you start to get to like really high levels,
instantly for now though.
Dude, yeah, you really want
all
it.
the time.
He purged. Those horses aren't even enraged, man. He purged to that. That's why they're applying weakness to all these mobs.
Okay. I mean, I don't see the weaknesses on them this time, though.
Okay, well, take the strikes off the book, man. They're valid. The weaknesses are valid. That was my point.
I'll have to consult with the rest of the union.
We also
I don't
have
make the rules.
We also have European celebrity Zamak in the chat, apparently watching the TGP from a beach somewhere. So something more important than a vacation.
Stylish.
Respect that. Oh, that stomp almost went through, interrupted at the last second for Echo. If we had a stomp go off there, well, they're all topped off, so they probably wouldn't have died, but it would have been a scary moment for them. Look at the HPS for now, by the way. He's just casually doing 40k self-HPS to live through this back.
Why is Azalea healing him more?
Doesn't have to.
Well, but why isn't he? He purged. Couldn't Azalea have healed him through the purg?
Probably did. That was probably the one heal that now got from the healer this pull. Now, notably, the strategy here from a lot of teams is to have their DK use their control on dead on one of the spectral stable hands. Now, what does that actually give you access to? Is that just to stop an extra interrupt or a heal, or does it actually heal your team as well if you use it that way?
No, there's a different ability on the stable hand. It reduces the armor of the mobs surrounding it.
Yes.
There's like an active ability on it.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty decent.
Of course, I knew that, but I was asking you so that you could tell the audience what it did.
Hypothetically, of course, for the audience.
Yeah.
These raging horses are fiends. Oh my god, man! Like he just presses every single button. The fact that he purged to non-raging horses and then he has to full tank the raging chargers. This now guy, a menace. That Skylark guy,
insane.
The fact that he was able to survive that, also a fiend. Look at now, he's got the GS on him. He's kiting out this enrage. They dropped the binding shot and now doesn't want anything to do with these horses.
Notably, though, this timer for Echo is ridiculous. They are crushing this lower Karazhan. Not a single one of these charges has gone off once they've gone into raging range, and they have been playing this dungeon absolutely perfectly. A couple of spot deaths here and there, but that's going to happen in a 40-minute instance, right? You're going to have a couple of spot deaths unless you're some insane player. Okay, Stable Hand is back mind controlled going into the boss here. Instant Curse of Weakness applied from Clicks.
Yeah, I told you, man.
I mean, I guess it's okay for a boss. That's okay. I won't strike him down for that. But
it's a 32,
that being
man.
Said, they have 12 minutes left in this key, guys. I mean, they're gonna get 2 Bloodlust. Do you think they send this Bloodlust on cooldown here? Or do you think they save it for Maiden?
So they have a
They'll
lot of
get it again
trash
2
left
minutes
to do.
near the end of the key.
Actually, they don't even have that much trash left to do. Are the spiders
don't.
only 10%, or do they reroute this dungeon?
They have like an 8% spider pull that they do, or like a 10% spider pull that they do, and then they're done. They go to Maiden, they finish the dungeon off. So they are actually like cruising on time here.
It's I didn't know that the spiders gave that little count. They're so dangerous for only giving.
Okay,
if
meanwhile,
they only give 10%, they're so dangerous.
This is
for
important,
that.
and we've missed the entire fight. Monka, 33 workshop. They are almost finished with Spark Flux. Mode is doing 21 key TPS. Both okay.
Oh
right,
no,
interesting.
Skylark
Both
died!
cheats from
No!
Oh man.
Oh,
Oh no,
dude.
Crims goes down.
there was
That
the
is
cog
unfortunate.
incident. The cog incident, man.
It's a lot of
Or maybe it was
cogs.
the-
A
it may be the
lot of
fire
cogs.
incident. It may have actually been the fire incident, but
lot
Okay,
of
but
fire
this is
the cog
okay.
incident.
This is okay. This is okay. They have plenty of time. I definitely cast a curse in there because I drew attention
That was definitely
to them,
another
but that's
caster
okay.
curse.
We'll move past that. They'll be able to get Spark Flux down here on their second attempt. And then, of course, Crims can just go ahead and release afterwards. The timer that I would be comfortable with killing this boss in this high of a key would be pretty much exactly on that 21-minute marker. So they are actually on pace here to finish this dungeon off.
So their Cujo was that 11:42 mark. I was talking about it earlier. They had it killed off at 10:30 in their 31, and so the fact that they're able to get it done on 11:42 in the 33, I feel like they're on pace. I need to go look at Machinist Garden. You can talk, and I'll go give us some Machinist Garden time in their previous keys. I can go find the 32 if you give me a second.
Sure, go ahead. But we'll keep an eye on both of our teams here. Monk is going to be using those Tinkerers to deal with these two Spider Tanks on the top right here. Echo getting through at him in the Huntsman. We'll probably have to do one more damage amp phase on him. Yep, he hops back on Midnight. They'll have to get him down to 50% again in order to finally finish off Atom and the Huntsman one final time. But they're doing pretty good here. Mode, unfortunately, goes down. His Pod Tender is now down. I wonder if he just had too much aggro on the Tinkerer and it finally had enough and ran to him and meleeed him, because that will happen. Mind Control aggro is insane, and he's been doing it for the past, like, 5 minutes in this game.
I'm worried. They killed the Machinist Garden in the 32 and 18:38. And they were only 2 minutes under on the dungeon timer. I mean,
no, they're definitely they're on pace, but they cannot make any mistakes. They are only on pace.
Doable.
They're not ahead at all.
Exactly. It's doable, but we are definitely on the edge of our seat here. This is this run in the top right for Monka, timeable, but not easily. So we'll see. I'm kind of stressed for them.
Yep. Well, the thing is, the trash is going to take roughly the same amount of time as it did on the 32, right? So it's really the only other major time increase is the 8% increased HP on the boss. And of course, they didn't look too in danger from the zaps on that boss on the 32, so 33 should be okay for them to heal through. It's just a matter of whether or not they have the actual raw damage to finish off that boss in time.
Yo, bottom right, Giga Chads here on the Omega Buster. They're going to be able to get this killed off here in just a second. Then they have just a little bit of trash remaining at the top of the King Mechagon area to be able to kill off. They look like they're going to be able to do this. If they're able to get through this 31 with 7 deaths and are able to time this key, they can immediately go into the 32. They're kind of bailed out, and they won't waste any time. If anything, I think at this point, if anything goes wrong, they may end up actually not being able to finish this key, and that would be a calamity for them. So we are really hoping that they're able to get this dealt with. The Omega Buster is going to be going down here. They have enough time. They have actually plenty of time, but they can't afford like a partial wipe to the Mach 3 bots. If anything, of the trash resets at the top as well. If they don't get their swirl bombing done correctly, we could see some issues. But I think that Giga Chads are fine here.
Yeah, they'll be fine here. 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes to finish off this last trash pack, unless something horrific happens here, which of course we would never want to see. They will be able to get that and go into the 32 and continue on the pace in order to try to catch up. But Echo can slam that door shut right now. They are done with Atom and the Huntsman. They are in towards their spider pull. Hasn't been pulled yet, but they're finishing off that Stablehead that now has control undeaded. That's important. Okay, this is the last trash pull of the dungeon for Echo here. These spiders can go wrong, but they have about 5 minutes to do this pull. Make their way to Maiden. Maiden's probably going to be about 3 and 3.5 minutes, right? So
everything on the screen right now is very, very important. So Echo, top left. They cannot wipe through these spiders. I think if a now does have Purgatory, which we've seen him proc to this pull many times. So if it procs, it's not the most dangerous thing, but it's one of these situations where Echo can't afford basically any wipes here. They would probably deplete the key if they have a wipe from this point. Top right. Monka here, they are very hard pressed against this timer. I don't even know if this is doable in time, but they get that trash pack dealt with pretty cleanly, and they're looking okay. Bottom right, Giga Chads. They're finishing off this last trash pack. It shouldn't be too dangerous, but once they get this trash dealt with, they need to be able to go in that 32 and get that timed as fast as possible. Again, they're in an okay spot to be able to qualify if they get this done.
I think Monka's fine. I think this is a 6-minute boss, and then they have a minute to deal with trash. They have to hit every single squirrel on the trash to get it done, though.
Okay, if
this is going to require perfection.
Top right, if Monka timed this key in any capacity, it doesn't even matter. If this key gets timed, they're good to go into global finals. They're as safe as you possibly can be.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I think they're already at that point, but
Giga
still,
Chad's also timed their
be
key.
Close.
Oh,
All right,
here comes the kiting.
31, into the 32. All right. Into this pack. It looks like Now did die on this pack, but they had the battle res for him, so they're okay. They're finishing off the last of their trash count here. Echo is. They have 7 minutes left of the key. Gingy goes down. That's okay, though. They have a res for him. He's going to cancel the battle res.
Mirror's lost his shoes as well. He did proc that cauterize. Very unfortunate.
Okay. He still has the pod, though. He still has the pod. That's okay. All right, that's their trash count done, though. Unless they want to pull literally one more mob.
What do they need?
What? They gotta do one more.
Oh my!
They have to do one last trash count, but they're skipping through this, right? That's the important thing.
Well, they
they're
can
gonna
just
have
pull
Now run off to the side, pull everything. He's gonna die. They'll res him up, and then they can just pull. I think they can just pull the 2 guardsmen into the boss or something.
Yeah. They MC one of them and they pull the other one into the boss.
Yeah.
So
that is their count. So 6 minutes. They're very chill. Now is doing the death skip here on purpose. That death's on purpose. He was death skipping, pulling the spider to the right. They're gonna mass res him up, and then of course they'll move on afterwards. Oh, can they actually res from Maiden's Room?
It depends on where the spider.
They could also summon too. They could also summon too.
I just don't know where the spider pack is relative to this dungeon. It may actually just be like right beneath Maiden's Room. It looks like it's beneath Maiden's Room in some capacity.
It's a 100-yard range, but it is also vertical 100-yard range. So let's see if that res goes off. Yes, it does. Echo, perfect understanding of the dungeon geography.
Of feasting up. This is fine.
This
makes you hungry.
Oh my god.
And the only change that they know they need to make on that boss is the fact that they really just need to make sure they're ready to kill the 3rd shield. Don't commit. There's no reason to. They have plenty of time in the books. They've been a lot cleaner this run than they were yesterday, which is kind of crazy to say because they were clean yesterday too. But let's focus in on this 33 workshop from Monka here. Remember, the estimation that I use on this boss, I said before, 2nd phase takes about 1.5 times the 1st phase does. So they need to kill this in about 5.5, 6 minutes to give themselves enough time to finish off the crash pack afterwards. And they still have the lust available too. This first phase taking them about 2.5 minutes or so. So they're on pace, but with only the slightest of margins. This is going to be literally cutting edge, seconds off whether or not they get it. It's going to come down to how fast they deal with the trash pack afterwards. It's going to be ridiculously close.
This Giga Zap dot, by the way, criminal. That's why you see Monka, they're running so many Night Elves in their group. Basically, everybody who is a Night Elf is a Night Elf, because you're able to meld off that Giga Zap and have it retarget somebody else, and it cancels the cast. Ooh, Monka slamming Lust immediately on this Omega Buster, and they're stacking up and baiting all of these orbs into melee. This is really good for Monka. That top left, I don't know if they're going to be able to do this in time, but it's going to be incredibly close. I think that they can do it, though, Zyronic. I think you're absolutely right.
Well, the Bloodlust has popped. Let's see how fast they get this boss down here. They've already
look at the top right
for 3 minutes. It's very close, but let's focus in. Maiden is going to go down first, so let's focus in on the Echo pull here. We really need to focus on this because this is where everything fell apart for them yesterday. They've already gotten through the first shield. They popped the Bloodlust on the pull for damage too. That's so confusing to me why you would do that, because don't you want to just play safe and make sure you break the shields? I don't know. Maybe they're confident they can still get it. Second shield's going to come up pretty soon, though.
It's also one of those things that even if they are confident that they can break, it's one of those things that the DPS cooldown allocation is superior, I guess, necessarily to the Bloodlust, and so they would rather just slam the Lust on something else and then use the DPS CDs on this cast here. As you do see, the shield is going down. If you have enough CDs, they used Infernal plus Combustion here, that's that's damage. Especially if you have 2 offensive cooldowns, that's normally more than enough. That can also be supplemented by Bloodlust if you really need it to. But things like Arrow, Resonant Arrow is very short cooldown. In addition to that, Infernal with Wilfred's is a pretty short CD, and then Combustion is basically up all the time. Plus, he can get fairies and pretty much have Combust up as much as he wants.
Yeah, exactly. You can have Combust up for every shield if your priest is feeding you all the fairies. So
okay, so
that's important.
even for this next set, so say they get another shield hypothetically, they have
Well, here it
combustion
is.
plus coordinated assault plus arrow. Like this should be fine.
And they still have all their scars trinkets, so they can pop them here at 14%. They're gonna break this shield here. The combustion is up. They just have to keep mirrors alive. Do not let him pod, Zalia. He is your one damage that is doing the most
He got
here to the
GS'd
shield.
and
You have
stuff.
to break it. Okay, that is smart. They're able to GS him, keep him alive. Okay, Echo is evening the playing field here. They're going to get this 32
Okay.
down, tie up the scoreline with Monka. They are going to time this dungeon. We need to focus on Monka in the top right corner here, though. Do they have time to complete this dungeon? They have 2 minutes left. Omega Buster is at 30%. This boss is probably going to take them about another minute to get through, and then they'll have a minute to do trash. But remember, they also have to kill King Mechagon off afterwards. I don't know. How fast can you do the trash pull after this boss?
Okay, so they don't have to do the whole trash pull. They have the advantage of this is only a partial trash pull because they're at 86.88% count. So if they had to kill off the Mach 3 bots, I would say that this is dead. However, the saving grace is the fact that they don't have to get all those Mach 3 bots killed off. This is a situation for Monka. We are in unprecedented territory. I don't know if they have it. Those 3 deaths, normally you don't talk about 3 deaths costing you a full dungeon. Those 3 deaths may cost them the dungeon because this 33 is just such an insane level. Look at this. They're trying to get every ounce of damage here on this Omega Buster as they possibly can. And even still, I don't know, man. They got 45. They're going to have like 45 seconds to kill off this trash pull. I don't think they have this.
We'll have to see. They have to do all the focus damage to the lower HP mobs to make sure they die. They don't have to kill off the Markbot. They don't have to kill off the Tinkerer. King Mechagon has to be killed instantly here. They have 1 minute on the 33. Remember, there's no free IO for getting a score just outside of the timer here. It's time or bust. There is no consolation points here. King Mechagon goes down. They have to kill it off to open the door here, and then they have to get perfect trash count here. They're
There's
only
no
gonna have
way.
2 squirrels.
Oh,
It's
no.
2 squirrels. That's it. 2 squirrels is all they get here from the priest, and they have to blast. No
There's
damage
no
can
way.
go
Trust
into
the
the Mark
squirrel.
III here.
There's no way they
This
can do
trash
this,
has to
right?
go down faster than ever. The first squirrel is out. There it is. That's the first burst of damage. 300k DPS from that burst from the priest here. Everyone is in the shield to keep themselves alive. 20 seconds on the timer. Can they get this down? Remember, they need to kill everything but that Mark III bot. They're only going to get 1 more squirrel from their healer. Oh, man. I don't think it's going to be enough. That was it. That's all they have from the Tinkerer. Wait, maybe they get 1 more off here?
8
The last
seconds?
second? Is it enough to kill it? 1 more squirrel?
Oh, come on.
Where is it? It's not going to be enough.
There it is.
2,
There it is.
No.
1.
That's the explosion, but it's after
Oh,
the timer.
not enough.
It's not in time, but that was so close. If they had maybe like 15 more seconds, they
Okay.
could have done this.
Okay,
Wow.
the proof of concept
Oh,
is here.
man.
They absolutely can do it. On the right side of the screen, you actually see that Echo is zoned into Grimrail Depot. That's going to be their plan. While
Yeah, why not?
Monka are in this workshop, and then it's doable. Not easily. They have 1 hour left in the remainder of the day, but this workshop is absolutely doable for Monka. I have a question. Did Echo actually kind of clinch this tournament with that Maiden and that lower Karazhan kill?
It's certainly
I
a
don't
good
know.
time.
We're going to have to look at the timers because remember, right now, Monka
Okay.
and Echo are completely tied up. So, yes,
Yes.
they would both qualify if they're top 2, but there is still prize money differences for first and second. So I'm not sure who has the tiebreaker
Sure.
between them. But I mean, Monka not getting that time down
I mean,
leaves the door open a little bit for the other teams here, right? A little
The
bit.
by far biggest thing though is qualifying for the global finals. It's just those
Exactly.
top 2 spots that are the most important thing. I feel like Echo with that lower Kara, while 3 Pods and Speed and Giga Chaz are still doing their workshops, I just don't know if there's enough time in the day for Giga Chaz and 3 Pods and Speed to mount like a comeback here.
Well, we'll find out because the last hour has begun, and that means it's time to bring in Nagura and Makes again, Tettles, and we'll stick around. Dratnos joining us then, and Zyronic. You're done for the weekend, man. What's your
Enjoy,
final
guys.
thoughts on EU going into this final hour? No, you got to tell me your final thoughts.
Oh man, whichever of the 2 teams come out of this region, it's going to be a blast to watch them. I think they've all played incredibly well. Of course, Monka and Echo have been insane, but I mean, if there's any teams that could make a comeback in the last hour here, it would be these 2 teams, Giga Chads and 3 Pods and Speed. These guys have been playing insane all weekend, and they're only behind because of a couple missed 2 chests. So we'll see if they're able to get the 33 workshop down. Could be a little spicy at the end here.
Sure enough. We'll kick back, relax, enjoy it, and we'll see you next week.
See you guys around.
I have a question.
Welcome,
for
everybody
production. Can we get the 4 box up real quick? I want to see if Zalia is taking versatility in the Grimrail Depot.
Probably not.
Well,
Does not look like it, no.
oh, he isn't.
Not
Huh.
Rogue now.
See-
They didn't play Rogue before, right? Mirrors and Rogue? I don't think that's has happened before.
I've
Yeah,
seen
I know.
mirrors on Rogue. I think in this dungeon before. Yeah,
Really?
I think so. Yeah.
I thought he was playing mage. Might be wrong.
I'm not. I remember seeing mirrors huge before. I thought it was in this dungeon, but
I'm going to investigate.
What do you think about the 32 Grimrail over the 33 Workshop?
Yeah, he was on Rogue.
yeah.
This,
So
this basically just means that Echo almost like concedes, because if Monka times to 33,
Yes.
the 32 Grimrail is not good enough for Echo anymore, right? So that means Echo needs to get 2 more points if Monka times his
No.
For some reason, I thought Grimrail 32 would be easier than Workshop 33. Dude, Monka in the top left, they're in a position where if Skylark doesn't get the full first set of the rockets and insta-kill the pack, they're just zoning out of the key.
Yeah.
That is the level of time efficiency that they have to have. So for most groups, it's actually very difficult to kill all of the mobs with the first set of those rocket barrages. But it is possible if you have like perfect grouping and perfect play.
Yeah.
He's
So,
actually
like I
also
said,
pretty important for 3 pots and speed, right? Because if they 2-chest this, there's still a chance for them to make it into top 2 if Monka and Echo don't time either of their keys anymore. Sorry, Mace,
yes,
what do you want to say?
it's tough, right? Because like, okay, they 2-chest the 30, then they have to time the 32, then they have to get another point somewhere, all in the next 57 minutes. But if they can do
Yeah.
all
It's
of
not
that,
impossible, right?
yeah, that is possible. The best bet, I think, would be to... Well, actually, their times are good, too. So if neither Echo
Yeah.
nor Monka time any more keys, 3 pods would have the time tiebreaker, I think, over either team, even over Echo, from looking at the comparison right now. It would be really close, but...
I think Echo timing that lower Kara basically elims 3 pods. Like there is
why?
a mathematical chance, but like so they have to immediately go out of this 30. They have to 2-chest this, then they go into the 32. Be able to do that in time under the timer, and then get immediately to something else,
yeah,
which is probably the lower
which is
Kara.
possible, right? There's enough time to
It
do
is-
those 3 things.
I guess.
We have 57 minutes to start another key. This one will be finished up in about 10 minutes. That gives them 40 minutes or so to do the 32. So they could even
What?
reset it early once or twice, and then they would have to get into their last dungeon and one-shot it. Now that would be the hard part, but the extra hard part is you need Echo to not put up a better time in any of their, like to not upgrade any of their existing score. If Echo puts a point on the board, 3 pods will not be able to overtake them. Same with Monka there too, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 pods. I mean, they have good dungeon times in a lot of these dungeons. That is their strength. If they get to a time tiebreaker, they actually look like they're in reasonably good shape right now, although even that I wouldn't feel super confident in. But maybe if they can do 30, 32, 33 workshop, and if everybody else stumbles, that will give them the points they need and the tiebreaker of the second highest key being a 33.
what's going on with Echo and their Grimrail? Like, I think 3 times they now restarted that key and now keeps, like, dying? Is it not possible? Is it just
those
that the
overseers-
trash hurts too much? It seems pretty crazy.
This Overseer's charge is very dangerous.
Yeah.
Travis, have you been one-shot by the Overseer charge yet in Grimrail?
Oh, yes. I've been one shot by that. I've been one shot by the Iron Stars getting activated.
That's
A lot of
completely
different stuff in
dungeon.
there.
From the Technician cast?
Yeah, the
going
Technician
on?
cast. You want to make sure you stop that one.
Oh no, Fenner went down for 3 pots and speed. They did get a battle rest back up, but losing the priest here is very unfortunate because of course you need the mind control. And again,
Yeah,
they need
that's an enemy
kind of need to
scroll.
+2 this
Ooh.
dungeon, otherwise they're not gonna have enough time to possibly get into the top 2 spot today. So having issues here is not ideal.
What's the 2-chest? 25-30, right?
25-36, I believe, yeah.
Yeah.
So they're sitting on another 5 minutes and 30 seconds to get this dungeon done. Thaner down again. Pain.
So if they don't 2-chest this, then they're basically dead, right?
Yeah. I would say so.
I just think it's like mathematically impossible at that point.
So let's have a look at Echo. They are in that 32 Grimrail, as we just spoke about, and some very scary, dangerous overseer charges are going on right now. But that is the trash bowl that's giving them trouble from what it seems like.
Yeah,
I'm
so
still
they
confused about the 32 Grim Rail though, yeah? Like,
well,
Yeah?
they pulled
What's their
basically
plan?
all of these enemies all at once at the start here. They just had a CC'd Inspiring Mob off to the side, which they brought in once the other technicians were killed. They're getting a lot of count really quickly by pulling this big early on, though.
Oh, in addition to that, so basically, hold on, let me find the ruling. So the reason that teams aren't doing Zul'Gamuks first is basically you're not allowed to pull dungeon that's locked behind a progression point, and so on live sometimes people will pull through the wall. That is not allowed, and that's why you're seeing no team pull Zul'Gamuks first and slamming Lust on it. And that's why a lot of the teams are instead electing to go for this Lust on the first boss strategy, which it still makes sense. Like, it is a 32 Tyrant. Lusting on the first boss is pretty lucrative.
Yeah, but why go for the 32 Grim Rail at all? Wouldn't it make so much more sense to go for that 33 Gambit? To just have that second highest keys, make sure you're safe in terms of any
I mean,
like
or workshop,
tiebreakers.
right?
Well,
Or
there's
workshop?
like what the important variable that's different is Echo's assessment of like which one is the most easily timeable, right?
Yeah.
I think that when you see them go to the 32
Does that
Grim
matter
Rail,
though?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
if they think
I
they have
I
an
don't think
80%
it
chance to
matters.
get this one done, and they think they have a 20% chance to get the 33s done, this is going to be much better
Yeah,
for
but
them.
what's
because
the point in timing this when
I mean,
Monka
this
times
doesn't
their-
feel
Well, actually,
doable.
this is so much damage.
Like, the way their Grim Rail is looking is super volatile.
So the point against Monka, it's a good one, right? Like against Monka, they already have the
Okay.
tiebreaker if Monka doesn't time anything extra, and they lose for sure if Monka does time a 33. But what's much more important than beating Monka is beating Giga Chats and 3 pods, right?
Yeah, that's
by,
true.
By locking
Yeah.
up one extra point in the safest place, they will guarantee a ticket to Global Finals. So I think that's what the Grim Rail is about. I think in their assessment, this is the easiest point that's left on their scoreboard.
In addition to that, the
Yeah.
hardest part of Grimrail is like 6 minutes into this dungeon. Like the first like 8 minutes of this key are by far the hardest, and then you kind of coast, and like once you get through the first 8 minutes, you're able to see the final boss, which is the other difficult part of this dungeon. I think that
Yeah.
this makes sense to like as a key that you're going to be able to progress just generally. Whereas Workshop, the hardest part of that dungeon is Machinist's Garden, like 20 minutes into the dungeon.
Yeah, I think I was just a bit stun locked, thinking they need to get first. Well, obviously, it's much more important to get first or
To
second.
secure a second,
And,
yeah.
Oh,
and then it
Genji.
obviously makes a lot
I
of sense.
don't
Alright.
think
But
this is
just
like.
so much
Sorry, you're saying this is a dungeon that they have to progress, but everything keeps basically one-shotting them. This boss alone looks so
Well,
deadly.
They haven't even swapped to Versa Vamp yet. Like
Didn't Lust
versatility
either.
Well,
amps yet.
The Verse Amp is only going to give you a 2% DR against that boss, though, right? Like, because
Yeah.
you can only get the
Yeah.
4 stacks of Shrouded for it, so it's not even going to help against that boss.
I bet they're being overkilled by less than 1k though in a lot of these situations by the slam.
Yeah, maybe. I think that what we may see out of them is they may decide not to do the Grim Rail past a certain point as well. If they keep having that trouble on that boss, it's not too late for them to make the workshop call
But
instead.
But this is just the pitfall of Grimrail, right? Like I was saying, the hardest part of this dungeon is the first 6 minutes in. Like these that is your progression point. Like you are not worried. You're not worried past the first 6 minutes or so of that dungeon. The first 6 minutes are very difficult, but you just need one run to get past it, and you may be able to just time the keys outright.
What do you think about 33 lower?
I mean,
I'm not saying they should try it now,
No,
but I
I-
think as like a last key before the
I like
timer
it.
runs out.
I like it as well.
honestly, I think it's the easiest timer dungeon that they have available, right? It's the only one where it's like, if this is clean, it is under time, right? That dungeon has a very lenient timer if it's a 0-death run. So yeah,
I want to see it.
I think it's cool. I think it's a cool idea.
I agree. I would like to see that as well. Maybe we can like caster curse them to do that. I'd be here for it.
Oh god, bottom left, 3 pods and speed. I don't think they're two chesting those.
Yeah, that's not a
They're-
two
I
chest.
think-
Uh-oh.
So, for point of reference,
Yeah,
if they
still
don't
need to
two-chest
count
this,
as well.
if they don't two-chest this as point of reference, we're pretty sure that they're just dead.
Right, so this is going to bring them up to 190 points. They need to get to 193 to qualify. So they would need to get 3 more points, not even counting tiebreaker, which they would need to go their way in the next 45 minutes, which there's not enough time to start 3 different dungeons. They won't have any 2 chests left on their board. So yeah, I believe that this is the end of 3Pod's global finals ambitions here, as we do see that timer being passed over on the 2 chest right here.
Okay, I also got some word from Sierra. So now that they're even, it's a great time for a proper comparison. Echo's total time is 3 hours, 14 minutes, and 20 seconds. Monka's total time is 3 hours, 19 minutes, and 31 seconds. Monka is basically, if they're going to win this weekend, they are not winning it off a time tiebreaker. They're winning it off of like a highest dungeon tiebreaker, or they can just win it outright, of course, if they have more points.
Giga Chat.
Chat's
Can
having some
they do
issues.
this?
Is the mic went down
The mic is
twice?
down.
1%.
They
I
can
think
maybe
they
still
cut
kite it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it goes down.
Nice.
Wow.
Their timer is still great as well, right? It's 12
Yeah.
minutes for the end of this dungeon. I mean, they are okay here. That was somehow well recovered so that they are not going to end up losing this key as a result.
So after this, okay, so if Giga Chad's time this dungeon, they probably are not going to be able to win off time tiebreaker. Just thinking about this, so they would have to beat Echo's workshop time by 15 seconds, and then go get another point somewhere else. The tiebreaker that they actually would need to go do is they would have to go grab a 33 from somewhere, likely either that Gambit or likely either that. It's probably Gambit for them, if I had to say, over Workshop,
I don't
but they
think
could
he can do
technically do it
Gambit.
through Workshop.
So Giga Chads don't need to beat Echo. They just need to beat Monka for second place,
Oh,
right?
they actually have the timer free.
The
over
timer
Monka.
tiebreaker is great for them. Yeah, they just need to
True.
actually get to
Yeah.
193 points. The problem for Giga Chads is if they time this 32, they only get to 192 points.
Yeah,
so they
have
will
to
need
have
to
something
go.
after.
Yeah, and any dungeon would work for them, though. Any dungeon would be, even a 32 or a 33 would get them tied with Monka on the dungeon number tiebreaker, and then their times are much better than Monka across the board, so as long as they aren't, like, right on the timer in this 32 and wherever they go next, that should hold true for them.
Oh, the bike's dead. Oh, no. They have to time this key, though. Like, they need to get out of this dungeon as fast as possible.
The mic
They
is
can't-
coming back though. They can't.
They could
kite
hearth
this
and
once
restart it
again.
right now and still have time to get to 193, but it is getting right up against the wire for that possibility.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, every single team still in the tournament has a world record key.
Claim,
That
yeah.
is very nice.
Yeah, it just goes to show how great this region really is. I mean, we're seeing 3 points separating the top from the bottom of our leaderboard right now at the end of 15 hours of dungeon running. 190 key levels, and only 3 are separating these teams.
Yes.
Absolutely intense competition.
World record holder 3 pods in speed gets eliminated. Wow.
Why are you
45
like this?
minutes before the end of day on European Regional Weekend. This region is crazy, by the way.
Well, let's take a look at Echo doing the 32 Groom Rail for his boss. Looking a
Yeah.
bit better this time around.
Slam.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Oh.
Look how much damage everyone is taking from the slam. And immediately after the slam, Gingy going down
dude.
again. It's
He was
just
in
so
turtle.
much damage.
He had
Yeah.
his turtle up, didn't he?
Apparently it
It
does
looked
damage
like
for your turtle.
Kid.
So
Fake community once again.
That
that part's nasty
forgot.
as well. In Warlords of Draenor, there are a lot of abilities that are ground targeted but don't give you swirlies. Recently,
Yes.
they've started giving us swirlies on those sorts of abilities, but one that still has no swirlies is part of this boss's like rocket barrage. Some of them there you can see do have a telegraph, but some of them are just kind of aimed semi-randomly around and at players. So you'll see them just kind of madly dashing around like Clix is doing right now, trying to not get hit from rocket barrages that he cannot really predict where they're going.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely
that's the problem
brutal.
with your melee, right? As a melee, you can't just randomly run around. I mean,
Top
you
right.
can, but
I
then
mean,
you're
you
gonna do a lot of
can.
damage.
It's just gonna feel not great.
Giga Chats had to bail in their 32.
That's fine. Okay, so They
still
still
have
They have
time.
time. They have time.
They can finish this key and still start another, and they can still get to 193. 194 is certainly off the table for Giga Chads, but 193 might be good enough to overtake Monka if Monka failed to get this 33 on the board. If Monka get this 33 on the board, that slams the door on Giga Chads.
By the way, this 33 is well within reach of them. So that 1137 Cujo split is absolutely phenomenal for them. It's what we saw in their previous run whenever they were doing this dungeon. We know that they absolutely can be on pace, but they have to have a perfect Machinist Garden. A perfect Machinist Garden would put them on track. In the last dungeon, they were looking like they were going to be somewhere in the order of like 15 to 20 seconds over the timer, but they had somebody dead for the bottom 15% of that boss, which it makes that boss exponentially harder, only having 2 DPS alive for it. So if Monka is able to have a deathless or maybe only 1 death run through here, they should be fine.
Yeah,
so
I
it
mean,
looks like-
hopefully they can.
Yeah.
Oh, they can. I believe.
I think Echo is changing their plans. We saw 2 people log on a different character, leave the group. So I think they're either changing characters or they're going to a different dungeon.
My guess would be a different dungeon with this many characters being swapped. Usually you would only make 1 change at a time if you were doing the same dungeon. Usually.
Interestingly enough, Zalia is relogging. So, where is this going?
That
Maybe
probably
just a
needs
race
to go
change.
workshop.
Yeah.
So you want to
Race
go Night
change?
Elf?
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
That guy probably's got one character for every dungeon, though.
Maybe.
Could you imagine? Zelia Workshop, Zelia Grimrail.
Well, you say that laughing, but you kind of want like different gear sets.
Yeah,
specifically.
it's
Yeah,
true.
it's tough because like,
uh,
do you want to have to waste the time of relogging as much over the weekend, or do you want to risk accidentally having the wrong
Well,
set on if you're trying to do it all on the same character?
There's like a 35% versatility set that you need on H-Priest and some dungeons, specifically Grimrail Depot. So he may have been on that character and have to swap to something else.
But you can obviously make gear sets on 1 character, right?
You can, but it's like
Yeah, but then you
if
risk having
want
the
a
wrong one on
different
and being
race-
embarrassed and wearing the wrong things.
True. I think a weak
This is
round
how-
might solve that issue.
This is how this guy has also avoided going to
Oh
Orbos.
no,
although-
Mason is He's too small.
Oh,
Somebody let that guy in.
Tettles, you were saying something about the toys on Tournament Realm earlier, right?
Oh,
maybe
there's only
this
one
is
toy.
a good time to reiterate.
There's actually only one
What is
toy
it?
on the tournament realm, and it makes you that big fish that Nagura was talking about earlier.
Yeah, what is the toy? I wanted to. What's it called?
I have no idea. I can ask, but I actually don't know what it's called. But the fact that they only have 1 toy on the tournament realm, it's also on a 1-hour CD, and so it makes some things a little bit harder because you would love to use a toy, like specifically for like gateway skips sometimes.
Yeah.
did you see there? RX did a beautiful distract on that alarm robot at the
Yes.
end of its patrol, and that let everybody sneak through that little gap without having to wait for it to patrol back for the safer path through. Really big move there by Rogue, getting through that gauntlet.
It also
Yeah,
helps
very
Skylark
nice.
grab the infiltrator and pull it all the way through without having to stop. Because if you've done this on a tank, like it is very, very annoying to get that infiltrator pulled through. Oh, Crim's potting right before Machinist Garden. That is something that you hate to see. You do not want to see him potting here. Mode sitting here with this MC, not even dispelling Crims. He knows that it doesn't matter. His damage is the most important thing, not Crims being in the seed.
Yeah, this is where if you're a DPS and you require healing, then that's on you at this very moment in
I'm
that.
gonna need you to heal yourself. Why did you
You've got
pre-meld
health
those
stones, don't
fulminating
you?
zaps?
Notably, Maester is also playing with Imp, so he can dispel the magic sap dots that these MK1 bots apply whenever mode is in mind control. That's really nice.
Yeah, it is very nice, but let's see how damage looks on that 33 Machinist's Garden as they pull. First plant is coming in, and you can see this scroll. Oh, it did hit. Damage coming in here as well. Mode showing up on that damage meter in the details. Of course, they need to be a little bit careful because while Mode is outside controlling that Tinkerer, he cannot heal his team for big parts of this boss fight. So they are not allowed, basically at all, to take any damage from these cogwheels, swirlies, stuns, plants, anything, basically.
I mean, you can. You will die.
Not allowed, Nagura. Not allowed.
A Tournament Realm player DM'd me what the name of the toy was for you, Nagura. It's the Carved Ankoan Charm.
Can you write that down? I will not remember that.
I will post it. I will post it in our talent chat.
Thank you.
There you go.
But yeah, Machinist is down to 50%, and we get that beautiful overhead POV. I love that so much. You can see that the group is a little bit split up with Grims to the side. In comes this squirrel, and they can barely hit it on the boss, but it did hit indeed as they progress further in this boss fight. There will be another plant spawning fairly soon that they also need to deal with, and now they're very far ahead from Mode and the Tinkerer, but still the squirrels keep on coming and keep on hitting from what it seems like. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Thank you, observers.
Those plants are actually some of the hardest parts of this dungeon whenever you're not playing with the healer. Because, like, any other incidental damage outside of the plant is going to end up killing you off or pawning you. Like this. You see Maystine in the seed, and you actually get hit by the laser through the seed. So Maystein's probably going to be going down here in just a second. He's going to need to get battle resed. They do have a battle res available for him, so it's okay. You know, the battle reses are definitely made to be used in this dungeon.
Yeah,
I know how close the timer is, though, right? Like,
okay.
They just barely
I think they're vibing.
didn't time it last time.
Whenever they missed it last time, they were going to miss it by somewhere in the order of like 20 seconds, but they killed Machinist Garden at 20:47.
Yeah, they're a lot quicker
this is
time.
looking a lot faster, yeah. This is the hardest part of the dungeon. Obviously, the last 10%, they need to make sure that this boss is getting killed off. But this, I think, is a commit angle.
It looks like a commit angle. You can see Skylar's getting really close.
My tank's dead. My tank is dead. My tank is dead.
He is dead. No battle res available. Maybe they can kite it out. 5% remaining on that boss. They won't get that battle res back up. 4% as RX and Crims work together to try and get this boss under control. RX going down. Crims now the remaining player here, and it's going to be a go again for Monka.
As the resident tank player here, you like can't death strike through most of that damage whenever it's incoming.
They have 2 more
onto
tries,
you, right?
actually. Sorry to interrupt you, but they have 2 more tries, right? Within the timer. If they go right now, they technically can still deplete it at the very end of the key and then go again if they want to.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue, Tettles. I'm so sorry.
This is definitely doable, but it's very infrequent to see a DK tank die. But that boss can actually kill DK tanks, right, Dretnos?
Yeah, so some damage is environmental rather than from enemies, and that damage doesn't contribute to your Death Strike healing, so that boss does have some sources of that. Usually you can still be okay pressing one of your 70 defensive buttons, but on a plus 32, plus 33, that stops being the case sometimes. Ooh, it's 3 pods actually having their Cujo leaps going off. A rare sight to see, as usually those are melded or vanished.
No melts available anymore. They all used them before, so the occasional doggy jump is going to come out of that boss for most teams. But yeah, not happening too often. If you can avoid it, you do. GigaChat's now also rolling up to this area here. Will pull Cujo in a little bit.
Ooh, Echo, top left, back in that workshop.
I just
That's
noticed how
moved,
to use their Bloodlust on that first boss, and it makes so much sense, but I never really saw anyone on live keys doing this. Like, basically, they're saving their Bloodlust. Oh my god, the Vengeance doing so much damage to their group. But yeah, they were basically saving their Bloodlust until the Platinum Pummeler had no more debuffs left. And then they used the lust to cleave both No Mercy and the Pummeler at the same time, which makes a lot of sense when I think about it, because you're gonna get the last anyway, like the same amount. But you get way more value out of it instead of using it at the very pull and just use it for No Mercy. Which is something that he did in Legion because the Platinum Pummeler mainly just died. Or actually he didn't use last at all because he just used the hammers.
We're still throwing them out with the trash. Trash, trash, trash.
Yeah, let's see what Monka does. They're now back in their 33 as well, and we're going to get the side-by-side comparison of those two teams in the 33 workshop as the boss will come active in just a little bit for Monka. There it is. They're bloodlusting right away at the very start of this, trying to send cooldowns in as soon as possible. I'm curious where that places them on the Tussle Tongs boss split.
Yeah, so the upside is that you have all cooldowns available, right? Because if you last later in the fight, either some people have to hold cooldowns for a little bit, or other people maybe don't have their cooldowns up just yet as soon as the Bloodlust is being used. Well, if you use it in start, obviously everyone has it ready. So that's pros and cons, but then of course getting the extra damage on the Pummeler does seem worth it. But yeah, we'll see. They also play a different comp, so it's hard to compare.
Their
But
Tussle
we'll see.
Tonks, their Tussle Tonks split is turbo slow though. Like teams are putting up 330 Tussle Tonks is pretty consistently.
On 33?
Yes. Monka is like resetting the dungeon if they don't get their first full rocket barrage, and they're looking to get like a 330 to 340 Tussle Tonks every single time.
Huh. Yeah, then Echo
The real-
just seems to be slow.
Yeah, the
But
real
Echo
split is the
plays
Cujo
rocket
split.
barrage on different.
Yeah, the real like split that matters is like that Cujo like 11:30-ish split, and then anything that Machinist Garden that's below 20 minutes, you're probably fine to be able to time this key on the 33. But the 405 is not fast.
Yeah, weird. So maybe that last... Because it makes a lot of sense when I think about it, but maybe it's just in reality not better. I don't know.
I think actually, I think they're losing the time on the mobs prior to the boss, maybe? Because the last to me makes a lot of sense as well, but they're playing the first mobs with all of the group instead of just letting the tank go, from what I've seen. And I'm not sure if that is
Well,
actually quicker.
In addition, look at what Monka's doing in the top right. So whenever No Mercy charges, it can actually hit the Platinum Pummeler and do damage to it as well. And so Monka is severely optimizing their Platinum Pummeler damage. Ooh. Okay, and so look at that. The maximum thrust hit the Platinum Pummeler. Now the Platinum Pummeler is at 40% HP as Monka is killing No Mercy. They're not going to get another set here. But this is how they are able to do this 330 split. They are very... I think that this first boss is incredibly optimized for Monka as well.
Now going down for Echo.
Oh! That's a reset. That's a reset.
Ooh,
That's a
Mirror's
reset,
also in the pod. That's not good. I don't think... I mean, they're
Well,
keeping going. They
yeah, it's a
say
it's a
they can
reset.
do it. Yeah, okay, maybe not.
All right, yeah. So to give some context for what we're seeing on the screen right now, our two teams at the top, they are the teams right now that are tied for or in first and second. If either of those teams times this 33 workshop, they punch a ticket guaranteed to global finals.
Yes.
Otherwise, GigaChads does have the chance to take one of those spots. They would take it from Monka first, but if Monka can time that key, GigaChads might even be able to take it from Echo if they are fast enough in their runs. But GigaChads also need to get to 193 points to even make that possible. So GigaChad's path involved Monka and Echo, both, especially Monka failing to put up an extra key level, and then GigaChads need to time this 32 and then get another point somewhere on their board, potentially out of that lower or potentially out of the 33 workshop, in order to then tie up Monka and then beat them on tie breaks.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dratnos. I'm actually curious. So earlier today, there was something that Echo did differently with the first set of ads in that workshop. They're going to restart their 33. And I'm just curious on what exactly is going on there, so I'll keep an eye out for that top right corner for you. And 3 pots and speed and GigaChats are also in that workshop, respectively 1 level lower or 2 level lowers for 3 pots, trying to get at least some points on the board. GigaChats could technically, like you said, still do it, so they're fighting to get these keys locked in. But yeah, here goes Echo.
Yeah.
So the theory here is you're going to send Gingy and Mirez with their immunities to just immune right under the middle of the pack. Rather than just having the tank baiting the rocket barrages and having to move, you're going to have those two players with their immunities anchored right under the middle of the pack. and that's going to ideally, in theory, bait as many of those barrages so that they'll hit all of the enemies as possible. Plus, you do get a little bit of extra damage from those first few globals, but it's mostly about that bait positioning, as you can see. Now having to kind of dodge around here a little bit, but those two immune players are getting almost all of those barrages onto these mobs.
Grip.
One Tonk still alive, but great job by Echo. That's the theory behind this. It does cost 2 immunities, though.
I wonder why they're bringing out other people, because you technically can solo this with just the tank.
So if you do have just the tank doing it, though, they have to keep dodging, right? And by doing that, the theory from Echo's side, at least, is that then means you're going to miss some more of your shots, because
is it
your
storming?
tank is having to walk around in a circle.
I guess.
Yeah, I mean, different teams have different answers for that, but that is the rationale behind why Echo's doing it that way.
Ideally, you get it killed off in the first rocket barrage. Like that is by far like what you're hoping to see be done, though, is a first rocket barrage kill.
So, do you think it's the Warlock that makes like a big difference on that first boss split for Monka, seeing that Clicks and Mason are on different specs, Destro and Demo?
Oh.
It's interesting because if you play Demo and Fire Mage, you're kind of fighting for PI, right? Because both of those are scaling really well with PI. While Monka playing Destro and Fire Mage, the Fire Mage definitely gets a PI on single target. So I don't know if a Demo Warlock without PI is better than a Destro Warlock.
I think part of it too is like you saw how Monka was really prioritizing cleave on the Platinum Pummeler and making sure that every maximum thrust was going into the boss. Like they were really optimizing their Platinum Pummeler damage, where it looks like Echo is they're cleaving it, but it's not in the same way. In addition to that, Monka, like Havoc, is a much more powerful just cleave ability than anything that the Destro Lock is going to provide to that secondary target right there.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Just having those Havocs going onto the 2-target boss from the start, basically, whereas Echo has to utilize the Bloodlust in the end, that they're going to pop in just a little bit to try and get big dam on both of them. I think that might be the reason why they're a little bit slower on the first boss, but then, of course, Demo's gonna most likely come back around on these long single-target fights.
I'm not even sure if Demo is worse on 2 targets in a fight like this, considering, I mean, look at how much damage Clicks is doing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
True.
Crazy. And Destro, of course, also really good on 2 targets. But at the start, you cannot use... Well, you can use your Havoc at the start, but the Tumbler is going to take a lot less damage. So it only has a lot of value later on. I don't know. I think
I don't understand. Why are they so slow? Like,
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, I don't know.
Where is this
bad,
coming
but
from?
why? I just don't understand
Is
why
it the
it's so bad.
Bloodlust?
It's still running. Yeah, maybe.
Because they're popping it so
The
late.
delayed lust? Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they're
that's
getting
it.
one fewer set of cooldowns. Mira's going down, though, for Echo. And I wonder at what point you're early resetting here. Probably not off of just the one death, but it's still definitely going to be a sketchy timer already. Yeah, the nice thing about the demo in particular, like the end of the dungeon with the demo, man, with that much haste, with like 12 stacks of Shrouded or whatever, Echo even killing Zolgamux, getting extra stacks. Really big damage by King Mechagon.
It's just like, so the other teams are typically using like the tank will slam the first hammer on the Platinum Pummeler, and then the tank will drag both of the bosses around together. Your team will just like cleave the whole entire time, and your tank will eventually get the Platinum Pummeler stacks off. But it seems like Echo's just not getting that Platinum Pummeler stacked up in time.
What happened to Giga Chat?
Giga Chats. Yeah.
What happened? Oh
no.
God.
That
Wait,
was reset.
That's
it for them.
Garden.
I think.
Yeah.
This is a 32-minute dungeon. This is pretty much
Yeah,
it.
there's no time now. I mean, they have 25 minutes to time this keystone, and then time another one, or then start another one, but I don't think they're able to get this done anywhere close to that 25-minute mark. I just don't think it's possible on the 32. I think that determines our top two here. I think that it's going to be Monka and Echo that get out of this region, and now the question is, in which order? In which order are Monka and Echo going to finish?
Rights?
Yeah, because, Echo are in the lead right now, but if Monka time this, they will take that back over Echo, and Echo will also need to time it to hold on. Also, for 3rd and 4th place, we still have a close fight here between 3Pods and Gigachads. 3Pods will be tying up the dungeon scoreboard at least with this dungeon time, and there is prize money on the line between that split, but I am pretty sure that that gulf between 2nd and 3rd place has just become impassable.
Who's in the lead between Monka and Echo right now? It is Echo, right?
Echo by about 5 minutes. So the timer tiebreaker, if we get to that, is huge. But the keystone level tiebreaker, or just the score tiebreaker, is Monka's path through this. If Monka can time this 33, they will get the lead back unless Echo times it. If both teams or neither team time it, Echo wins for sure.
I feel like this is timeable within reason for Monka because they were so close in their previous 33 run that like if Machinist Garden just goes a little bit better for them, they should be able to get this done. For Echo, they're like basically forfeiting 45 seconds on the first boss. I don't know like what their end of dungeon time is going to end up looking like, but it's something that I'm really interested to see. But they have to get a run going pretty soon. They don't have much time to waste.
Yeah, they definitely. So I'm pretty sure that Echo is going to be faster at the end of the key with the demo and with the Sulgamax kill as well, right? Considering they get extra stacks. But yeah, the first split is a lot slower. So they're gonna have to make up a lot of time later on. But I do think, like, especially on the 3rd and 4th boss, I think the demo is really gonna pay off there, and also the Survival Hunter, honestly. I think he does quite a bit more damage than Monka comp can do on single targets.
I have a suspicion that on the 3rd boss, the Demo Lock is a lot better, yeah. So, like, that's a boss that if you're able to do 3,000 or 4,000 more DPS on just single target, just on the boss, you're able to get the encounter killed off so much more quickly because it becomes exponentially harder whenever more fogs are spawning because we have like more fire patches and things like that. In addition to that, there are variables you can't control, like where the fire is spawning from the plants, and that can cost you or save you a lot of time, just kind of depending. Whenever we saw Monka wipe in the 33 earlier, they got a cursed plant spawn. That's what ended up killing Skylar.
Yeah.
Is like having to get to that plant. It was so doomed.
Yeah, and Demo is also quite a bit more mobile, right? Compared to Destro as well. And that's a boss where you have to move a lot.
Let's look a little bit at what's going on for 3Pods and Speed, because if they time this 31, then they're actually tying in with Gigachads, and we're currently checking their timers to see who actually comes in 3rd and 4th, which of course we're not talking about the qualification for TGP Worlds anymore, but it's still going to be a significant amount of prize money, so teams are probably still fighting to come in 3rd here. And I'm actually curious how this one goes for the pods.
Yeah, these teams want to be 1st and 2nd, but if they can't do that, 3rd is what they want to be.
Exactly.
Really? Is that the reference we're bringing up right now? Are you serious?
What? It's just facts.
I see you grinning in your camera right now as you say that stupid line.
He's always grinning. What do you mean?
That's not true. Sometimes he's frowning intently.
True. Also true. But yeah, they're gonna move on. They still have to play the trash in front of this boss here, like all of the routes that we have seen all day. But so far, I think their timer looks good. Pulling the aerial unit here right as they enter the last bracket of that timer to chest now. Of course, has been out of question for longer, but has been overrun now as the aerial unit is engaged. The Gigasets will come in for this team.
Yeah. Monka making their way through their trash skip gauntlet in the top left while Echo are working on Cujo. Both teams have time to start some extra runs if they need to. Neither team really has time to do this and then another dungeon, but that... I mean, I guess in theory Monka could, but it'll be close.
Actually, no. They didn't lose any time because they got the distract off. All right.
Oh, is the distract good? It is? Okay.
It looked okay.
Mason is not respecting it. He is going to wait for that thing to patrol back.
Well, he's not the relevant player here. Skylark is by far the most relevant player here.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, Mason.
Careful with those sleepy puddles. But he did it. Back with the team.
Okay. This is fine. They actually didn't lose any time to that, even though it looked like they could have lost.
Goes down. that was their last battle rest. They're now playing without any safety nets remaining. They have to survive here, come as it may. No other option available. And we can also see that basically all of their cheat deaths have been procced. So there is not a lot between these players and death right now.
All right, so the third, fourth tiebreaker situation, it looks like if 3 pods can get this workshop done under 30 minutes or so, that they will be sitting on the tiebreaker over GigaChads. If it's much over 30 minutes, then it will instead be GigaChads that have that time tiebreaker.
Definitely will be over.
It is so hard to like even declare teams like winners and losers this weekend because everybody looks so competitive. The fact that we're talking about time tiebreakers for basically every single spot and how all of the teams are still not even mathematically eliminated yet is crazy.
I'll just take a little off the top. My roses are of the
Yeah, it's just super exciting. But here are the 3 pots engaging.
Oh no.
They have a better rest. They can get him back up. They just need to survive.
Early on.
Let's go. Keep going.
Okay. The plant is the issue here. That plant has been left alone now for a while, and a squirrel that is hostile rather than friendly has come down as well.
They need to kill this boss in... Okay, so they need to kill this boss in under 20 minutes.
No! That's a go again. Go again.
That's not okay.
They have time. They have time to restart.
Yeah, they have plenty of time to
minutes.
restart, so they can get another attempt, or even 2 attempts at this pace, into Machinist's Garden, but you need to hearth out and start right now on their next run of this dungeon. And Echo are now in position to slam the door on them here. If Echo can get this 34, they will guarantee a first place for themselves. They've already got that ticket to Global Finals locked up, but this 33 completion would be the end for Monka's first place ambitions.
Okay, let's zoom in on the pods, because that's really the moment right now. They have popped that Bloodlust. If they time this key, then they're going to tie up with the GigaChads, who you can see in the bottom right, as they are also trying to get that 32 locked in. But it's all eyes on pots, because if they time this and GigaChads do not time another key, then pots actually make it to the 3rd place here. So that's a really big key for them.
Well, the time tiebreaker is going to be pretty rough for pods because looking at their times right now, it looks good, but that's because their 30 workshop was really fast. Their 31 workshop is not going to be. It's going to be right close to the timer. So actually, I think GigaChads are still going to have the tiebreaker at the end of this, unless 3 pods were able to kill this boss with a big old touch of death right now. I think it's going to go over that 30-minute line, and they are going to be on the bad side of the tiebreaker.
All right, fair enough.
But they could start another key after this is the thing, right?
Thank you,
Whereas
Matt.
GigaChads,
I'm a shine.
Yeah.
At least he did have the pod.
Okay.
Cheat death now also proccing from speed. I cannot see if they don't have any melts available, right? Oh, a shine goes down.
No rest for a bit.
40 seconds.
The problem with Ashan being dead is Ashan actually probably one of the class with the most defensives, and everyone else seems to be out of immunities and out of Shadow Melt. So now they're gonna get those Giga Steps guaranteed on those players that don't have those defensives available. You can see both Disco dropping really low, Fender having to do that as well. They did manage to avoid the last one, but look how much damage they're taking from this dot.
They have a res in 10.
They can do this. 12%
but they need to kill the last trash pack as well. They only have a minute to do this.
They have to kill. They have to kill every mob in the last trash pack too, don't they? They're at the 85.62% mark. Oh no!
All right, so 3 pods. They need to get out of here and give this one another try. They have 15 minutes to do it, but they will have one last attempt at this.
Here's the deal with this dungeon. At this level,
good thing though. Actually, wait a second. I think it's so much better for them to actually go out. Because here's the thing: if they would have timed this key. And maybe they wouldn't have realized the tiebreaker. Yeah. Maybe they would have tried the 32. But what they actually have to do is do the 31 again.
But quicker.
Even if they would have timed this, they should have just done it again, just quicker. Right?
Or, hear me out.
Is there a different key they could do? That
32 lower gets them the 3rd highest keystone tiebreaker over GigaChads instead.
True.
Then they don't have to worry about those pesky timers.
Their lower does kind of look sick.
It could be a vibe. I'm just saying it could
Thick or
be
sickening?
The issue with this dungeon is basically if you win the third boss, you actually get to see to the end of the key, but that doesn't happen until 15 minutes or 20 minutes into the dungeon. This dungeon is so hard. By the way.
Yeah, you've only got 15 minutes left in the day. You kind of only get one good attempt at whatever dungeon you pick.
Yeah,
so the fact that lower is a longer dungeon, no longer a downside. Just saying.
But then you're just kind of like you're praying to high roll like plant spawns on the third boss as well, right? So you're just like really hoping that your plant spawns are good and whatnot. So look at Echo in the top left here. They made up a tremendous amount of time on their Cujo split. So for as much as we were kind of trashing their Tussle Tonk split, their Cujo split is very, very good. And so as long as they can get Machinist Garden killed off in under 20 minutes, they should be good to be able to time this key even. But again, this is the hardest part of the dungeon here. This next boss is something that we've seen kill Monka 3 or 4 times at this point, and it's not easy. And I'm really, really excited to see what Echo's got in store for this boss as Lust has been popped.
So, now it doesn't have perk, which is a problem because we've seen how much issue Skylark had with this boss. I honestly felt so bad for Skylark because there must be like some sort of like pressure on him, right? As soon as he sees this boss and he knows that he has died like 10 times in the past like 2 attempts, he must have feel really bad just even seeing that boss. But yeah, the good thing for Echo is that pretty sure they have more single target damage for this fight specifically.
Yeah.
So they should be able to finish it off faster, and therefore it's less scary for them because we saw Monka die to this boss on like 5%, on 1%, right? And at that point, for Echo, the boss should already be dead.
So their first plant is actually pretty chill. Like where that first plant was spawning, they are getting fire on that side of the room, but it was pretty chill. Oh, okay. And so this next plant here, you know, it's not the best
as
spawn,
chill.
but that
it
whole
is
entire
evaporated by the scroll.
that whole side isn't blocked off. The issue is like if you have
Motorized.
if you have plants on the exact same side, then you're running into issues where there's not enough room to dodge both the fire circles and the cogs as they're coming through. So that plant, I hate it there, but it is not the worst possible spawn. They need to be able to get good plant spawns for the remaining, probably like 3 or 4 that they're going to get of this fight.
Yeah, the Bloodlust has run out, so that's not up anymore. Of course, Celia is on the outside, so it's all on these DPS players to not get hit. And Clix is actually taking so much damage from the plant that has spawned behind him.
Oh, this one is
before
awful.
now could actually run over there, so that was a lot of extra damage. Thankfully, it was on the Warlock, and they're basically a second tank, but that cost them a little bit here.
This side of the room is now just off limits, and like whenever you have to kite the boss through this side of the room too, you have to constantly move it, and so you're not going to get the squirrels on the boss anymore anytime you have to cross to that side of the room because the boss has to be constantly moved. And that's how this boss gets so much longer, especially whenever you're doing this strategy too. Gingy going down there, not great. They don't have a battle res anymore, but it's all on now to be able to survive. If the plant's on the other side of the room, I don't know how they kill this boss.
It is on the other side of the room.
Oh no!
Tettles
Now getting hit by the
keeps
car.
cursing our teams.
They got it.
It's so bad, Tettles. Shh. You cannot. You are not allowed to talk about plants anymore. They need to survive. Click's actually eating a cogwheel here. Another one coming in.
Clix is
He
dead.
does get the debuff. Maris also on the debuff here. 2 of the players of Echo have caught some strays here. Clix can maybe survive as he has potted. No, he does not. The debuff keeps on ticking as they are only 3 players remaining. They seem to want to keep going just because they have the squirrels. But there's probably gonna be another plant coming in a few seconds. Yeah, there it is.
You commit to the boss here. If they kill this boss in under 20 minutes, they can actually get this dungeon dealt with. Okay, they got atrociously bad plant spawns, by the way. I don't think it's very...
only sending his pet.
That is the squirrel. That is the squirrel. They can do it here. Come on, they just need to survive. Now keeps death striking for his life here. Gingy is there as well, trying to help. 1% remaining as the boss goes down. Wow.
This is still timeable. This is actually still timeable. They killed this boss in under 20 minutes.
Now so is the
Amazing.
dot. Okay, he's alive. Ooh, those plant spawns were really bad. That was really impressive that they managed to finish it off.
I do not think you can get worse
That's like
plant
the
spawns.
worst case.
now being able to keep himself alive there is one of the most impressive things I've seen in a very long time.
And he didn't even proc perk either. He still had
Didn't
it
need
available
it.
there at the end.
Did not need it.
So that's pretty crazy. Also, of course, Gingy being the only one without a cheat death and the only one actually surviving. So, wait, actually he died. They rested him earlier. So maybe it doesn't count.
Yeah. Everybody got a freebie on that boss. Except for now. Now was able to survive. Zelia, of course, as well. But I feel like even though priests are doing a lot of work with the scroll and like surviving, I feel like the priest surviving is not as impressive as the rest of the team.
Yeah,
Because
you
the
don't have to
priests are
dodge anything.
outside, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, good job recovering this. Really, really well executed by Echo here. Still in the realms of timing. And keep in mind, if they time this key, and Monka, who are now starting again, they're 33. If Echo times, then they're winning.
Bro.
If both
They
of the
did it.
teams time, Echo wins. If none of the teams time, Echo wins. So either way, if Echo times this, they win, right?
If they can time this with that Machinist Garden, they deserve to win. Oh my god, that was some illegal activity from those plants.
I mean, you were in on this, so I don't know how to
What
feel
was I in
about
on?
that comment from you. You cursed him.
Me? How? Me?
I don't know. Every time you said plant, it just spawned in the worst possible.
Well, it's not my fault that it spawned poorly. I was just explaining to the viewer what would be the worst case situation there, and it just happened to happen.
Maybe try to explain what the best case situation is next time.
I said that too, and it just didn't happen.
Someone was saying that now dodge the fire laser by getting hit by a tornado.
I saw
If
that.
that
yeah,
is actually
it
true-
still applied the debuff to him, so it
Yeah,
actually
he had
still
the
hit him
debuff.
while he was over it. But yeah, it
That-
looked
Alright.
cool.
Those-
It looked like it shouldn't have hit him as well. I think that's something that I would be submitting an appeal over that.
Well,
yeah,
those
over getting that
lasers-
dot.
Those lasers have Z axis, otherwise you'd just be able to jump over them, right?
Yeah, but you can jump over a lot of lasers like that in Shadowlands.
Okay,
the
or
Fate
you could just
Scribe
stand on the
one, the
or you can just stand on the
Tazavesh
stairs
ones.
and dodge every single laser. Like that.
Yeah.
That's why the lasers have Z axis, because they don't want you standing on the stairs.
My immersion is shattered right now.
Really. But yeah.
All right, so a quick update on what we're looking at in the Giga Chad's 3 pods race for third. 3 pods, if they can beat their 32 workshop, actually 31 workshop rather, under 30 minutes and 16 seconds, they will get the time tiebreaker over Giga Chads. But if Giga Chads can time their key, that tiebreaker will not even become relevant, and Giga Chads will lock in third place. Neither team, though, can compete with Echo or Monka for first or second at this point.
So how long do you think the last boss takes on a 33, approximately? I guess we already
6
saw Monka do it, but I
minutes?
don't remember. Yeah, maybe like
A long
6,
time.
6, 7? So the timer is somewhat close for them, I think.
Oh, the
definitely still
the timer is
doable.
close, but so whenever Monka was in here earlier, whenever they saw the dungeon to the end, they killed Machinist Garden in 2047, and they had 3 deaths. But they were going to only be 20 seconds over the timer here, and in addition to
Yeah.
that, they were running the Destro Warlock instead of the Demonology Warlock, which that should actually speed up this boss a little bit. I think that Echo are fine on the timer, assuming that they have no mistakes and no deaths here.
And they have no perk. 2 of the seats are not available for clicks and mirrors. So we'll see how that second phase goes. It's definitely very scary.
Yeah, it did hurt Echo pretty hard in previous runs, so we're all watching, seeing how this one goes, hopefully. I mean, to be honest, they spent all of their bad luck on that Machinist Garden, so I don't think anything goes
True.
wrong here, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and then they have Bloodlust available in 2 minutes. So the last time when they had Bloodlust available here, they did not use it. They actually saved it for the trash pull afterwards. And I'm not sure if I like that. What do you think about that? Or do you think that the trash pull is so difficult that you actually require the haste?
I think it just depends on when it comes up. Like for here, they did save it, right? How long did they end up saving it for? Something in the order of like.
Like almost 3 minutes, I think.
Oh, really?
I would use it on
Okay.
the boss. I think that the boss, like most classes, tend to scale haste a little bit better on single target than they do in AoE. So I
Yes.
think you tend to save more time with the single target bloodlust. That's why we usually see them, even in fortified settings, we see lust on boss, except for when it makes an impossible pull possible. And I don't think you need it for that pull down there, because I think that pull is a little bit less about like throughput from haste and a little bit more about positioning and footwork.
In addition to that, like 3,000 DPS, like so let's just use like so 3,000 group DPS on a single target saves you a lot more time than 5,000 group DPS on 5 targets or whatever. And so you'd rather have that lust on single target. Obviously, these are just like thrown out numbers. I don't know the exact amount of value that a lot of these classes would be getting. But it's one of those things that I would tend to believe that it's better on single target, especially since it's coming up here right at the beginning of this second phase when people should have most of their offensive cooldowns up for Echo.
Yeah, on the other hand, the safety, the extra healing throughput even that it might
That's
present
true.
on that pack could be good. I definitely could
You're
understand
just
the
mind
argument either
controlling,
way.
right?
What healing?
Yeah, that's true. Speaking of your mind control,
I do
do
question
the
what
squirrels
healing.
get lust? Pretty good.
I don't think it makes the squirrels
Really?
more damage, though.
All right, well then, maybe we just use it on the
Unless-
boss.
Does the squirrel stream?
Unless.
Does the squirrel stream indeed?
But yeah, Echo are finishing up that aerial unit here, just glancing across their player
Their
frames.
timer's fine.
2 pods are currently on cooldown, but it looks like it will probably come back up during this boss fight.
This is the live challenge. If they can
Yeah.
live this boss, they
Yeah.
are very, very fine.
All right, cooldowns are coming out, and Lust has not been popped, so they are indeed saving it for that last trash pack of the dungeon, because you would certainly press it here if you were going to use it on the boss at all. So.
That's a question I gotta ask them later. Like, why? Like,
I mean,
what's the point of saving it?
The logical thing is that they think they need it to be able to do the trash pack. Because it's a 30 feet.
guess.
Yeah, I mean, the
40
squirrels
fight.
don't solo that
Yeah.
pack. You do get more damage
Right.
out of the rest of your group on it. I mean, it does make sense. I definitely
also for
trust that they have
survivability for
considered
now.
the lust on single target
Right?
and have decided
Oh.
this is better.
This is not something that's like, oh, is this something they haven't considered? Of course they
Yeah.
considered lusting the Omega Buster. That's the default. That is just the default strategy for this boss. Oh my god, clicks. Oh, nice port.
Zelia getting another one of those Gigazeps is gonna shadow melt it, make sure he doesn't get any damage here as they try and not get too much damage
Okay.
onto their teams. The pods should be up in a few seconds. They do have 1 battle res, but the bombs keep on bombing around. Omega Buster is down to 63% right now, and another set of Gigazeps will be incoming in just a little bit. Here they are. First one's on Gingy. Does not have the Shadow Melt. Clicks actually goes down behind him. Turtle being committed here. They do have that battle rest to pick him back up, but I think they're going to wait for the Magneto hand first. No, they're actually picking him up right away, making sure he's back with the team, trying to get that damage out. Here is the Magneto hand. They all need to step away. There's a lot going on in melee right now, and everybody's taking a bunch of damage, but it
Yo,
looks
where are
like
those
they can
dancing root
survive
weapons
this.
going? Get those back in melee. We need those. They were just following the Magneto balls. Our tank's got to do damage too.
Oh, these are all
Mirrors
going on
and Zelia
targets.
with the debuffs.
Desperate prayer.
No, no.
AMZ
I need one.
comes down.
I need one.
Oh,
No,
Gingy
Gingy's down.
gets sniped here. And
Oh,
there's 1 more minute to
no.
start the next key. Echo could jump off right now and teleport
they're
out of this dungeon,
teleporting.
and that is exactly what they are going to do.
Oh my
Brilliant.
god.
Oh my god.
No
Brilliant move
way.
by
They
Echo.
made it through Machinist Garden and they wiped a King Mechagon. This is something you
no.
hate to see.
This is
Oh,
a great. It's
no.
a great call though to know that they still have
That's
time to
exactly
do one
what they
last
need to do.
dungeon. So they are hearthing out, and they are going to start that last one, and this will be the final keystone of the great push here for them, because all of our teams do not have time to get another one going unless they all want to hearth out right now, which looks like maybe is happening for
Giga
Giga
Chads.
Chads as well.
Yeah.
But both teams will get to start one more if they want it.
Skylark. Notably, Monka's Tussle Tongue split looks a lot slower than the previous ones. Mason also potting here as they try to move on from this trash here.
Are they leaving?
It could be,
I
it could
would
be a town
leave.
portal. Yep, okay. All right. Monka
Yeah,
will
okay,
also
yeah,
get
yeah,
one
yeah.
more.
Oh, we're gonna get
One
a side
final
by
keystone.
side. That
We
is
give
so
the competitors.
exciting.
We give the competitors a couple of a few seconds.
Yeah, if they
leeway
say
to-
that they want to start a new one before the time is up, we let them get a minute or two to actually go and do the work, but they have to declare that intent before the time is up.
I think we're going to ring the bell after Monka get this dungeon started. I think it's going to be this is the final runs for everybody kind of thing.
Yeah, there they go. It is starting.
We need
almost immediately there.
Go again.
We need Doa to come confirm that though.
Doa confirmed in the green room saying it's MDI now, so. Well, because they're side by side in that key.
Yeah, all of our teams are basically. We've got 3 teams that have all just started a workshop, so they are going to be all at the same point as each other. These are the final runs of the day that we all see right now. No more takesies backsies.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 pods are going to be the team to first get through their dungeon. It is the lowest keystone level that we have here, but they are able to get into 3rd place if they can time this under 30 minutes and 16 seconds. That's the timer we're going to be looking for 3 pods. If they can do that, and if Giga Chads have another wipe, then 3 pods will yoink that 3rd place from Giga Chads.
Notably, Skylark!
Oh no!
Killed the trash though, right?
They're okay. They're okay. They killed the trash.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's
oh no,
only
there's one more mob.
Oh, that means they have
baited
to
on
wait
it,
for
though.
the reset.
It's okay.
That's fine. That's
they
fine.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay. I
Yeah,
was
it's not
going to
great for
say,
Monka,
if
but it's not
something
over.
goes wrong here, they don't have the chance to restart anymore. But before I could even curse it, it happened.
I just feel so bad for Skylark though. Like that dungeon on Bloodseeker is horrible, and now he went down there at the very start again, and I can't even imagine the pressure when they reach Machinist Garden one more time. Skylark just looks at that boss and probably falls over.
I think
Notably,
they take for granted like tank survivability and specifically DK because they've been so sturdy up until this point. But once you start to reach this like 31 plus level, tank survivability really starts to get called into question on even just random mobs. Like a random 3-pack can just beat up your tank even with just white swings.
I talked to Mode about this team like a bunch of times already because I've been following Mode back from like BFA. And he was saying that this team, from like all of the teams he's played in, which are a couple at this point, is one with like the best mental. And even yesterday he noted that like, even though, I quote, he clowned in one of the keys a little bit, the mental was like still strong and they recovered, and he was really happy about that. So I have to think that Skylar is pretty much unfazed by that Machinist Garden, just going in knowing, okay, we're just going to try to play it as clean as we can, and my team has my back, kind of, because I think they're a really great team in terms of how they work together.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Skylark has died now a few times in a row, like on the Machinist Garden. So, to me, it looked like he was affected by the previous mistakes. But maybe because this is the last run, they might be able to like pull it back together and be like, hey, you know, like it's all fine, we all make mistakes, blah, blah, blah. And maybe that helps, and maybe they can actually pull it all together and get Skylark back on track, because obviously mistakes always happen, and this is a 33 workshop, so I'm not gonna blame anyone for making a mistake. Because, yeah, obviously you get hit by one of those cogwheels, you get hit by one thing, and you just die, right? So it's just so much pressure, especially in the tank, because any other player dies, well, they get a battle rest, and even if they don't have a battle rest, they might even still be able to finish off the boss with the squirrels. But yeah, the tank dies, and all of a sudden, everything, you know, is chaotic, and you might wipe. So, yeah, a lot of pressure on the tank, for sure.
For sure, yeah. I'm just watching as it happens. The only team that's like a little bit ahead of everybody else, of course, is 3 pots and speed. And even if they time this key, they need to kind of like shiver and wait what GigaChats do, and they're only in contention for the 3rd place. So it is clear at this point that Echo and Monka, just reiterating this, have punched their way to TGP Globals. But the other 2 teams, of course, still competing to get 3rd place.
I have an inquiry. Is this
okay.
If you end this weekend and you come in 2nd place as Monk, are you kind of upset with the result? So they've been, just for reference, they've been leading pretty much the whole entire weekend, right?
Yeah.
I don't think
I don't think I would be upset. Obviously, these some of these teams, they're so competitive that even though, because obviously there's no seeding, right?
Yeah.
So if they get first or second, doesn't matter at all for the globals. So, but even so, some of these teams might still think of it as not succeeding if you get second, right? That's definitely a mentality that we've heard Echo, for example, have. All they care about is winning, right? No matter what. Not sure if Monka has that same mentality, because you are right. They've been in the lead for quite a while now, and not being able to get the 33 workshop down there at the end might affect them a little bit.
I mean, I think even after MDI coming in second, of course, it's going to be that, can we take it this time? But just looking back at being in the lead for so long and all of the keys that they played and how well they played them, I don't think they'd feel too bad. I think they might feel invigorated looking at globals, trying to see what they can learn from this and how they can come back and like finally beat Echo. But I don't think it's going to tilt them that much. I mean, a little bit, of course, in terms of like being a competitor, of course you want to win, but I think it's more so a little bit of extra enrage buff for the finals.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it motivates them more to also like look at what they did wrong and like stuff they can do better next time. So it might actually be a good motivator too, because if everything would have went perfect for them, or if they would have timed this 33 and they would have won, then maybe they wouldn't have had that same motivation to look at smaller mistakes they made or smaller things they could improve. So yeah, you might be right. Maybe it actually helps them for the globals. But Echo had a death there, unfortunately, on Gingy, on that trash pool. Didn't cost them too much time, of course, but not ideal.
Yeah. Pods and Speed on their way to Machinist Garden, just finishing up the trash pack here as they try and set up everything to pull the boss. You can see the Tinkerer to the side was CC'd for a second, so it's not going to do too much as they try and pull this boss.
Yeah, this is a scary boss. You know, on 31, it's not even that much different than 33, right? It lasts a little bit less long, but most stuff that was going to one-shot you still does at that level.
It is one of those things that I think that you get like one fewer plant on a 31 compared to a 33. So and then in addition to that, there's like 3 less cogs active at once. Don't avert your eyes to the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Nothing is going on there.
Notably, that's not the team. That's just our ops. So no disconnects on the side of the team. I just want to note that quickly before anybody gets scared for them, because they're right in the middle of a boss fight, but we'll get that back for you as soon as we can. But for now, here's Echo on Cujo, plus 33, of course, making use of that little buff-enabled, but line of sight still available corner that we explained a couple of times throughout this weekend. And yeah, 1 death on the counter. I think someone died on the trash towards this here. I think it was
is a little
Gingy.
close for comfort here. To the next box.
Oh, this.
They're actually gonna move it to the farther edge here. So hopefully,
This is okay.
I think they're okay. Yeah.
The box has to be like inside the other box. That's what the deal is with it. Is like if it's inside of it, you probably have a problem. It is obnoxious, and now is probably scolding whoever dropped that box there because it, as a tank, really annoying to put the box that close to the other one. But it's not like it's not going to wipe them or anything with that knockback unless it is seriously inside the other box.
3 pods putting on a clinic against Machinist Sparkflux so far, but the later half of the fight is the hard bit, as there are more of those geysers of flame active where those plants used to be. Lepan doing a great job of moving this boss around for efficient cleave, but also, you know, in a way that he's not cutting off the rest of his group from the boss.
Yeah, the squirrels are coming in here. Of course, you can see Thanner on the details as Dr. Wolf Disco drops very low here. Is not going to get any heals as the healer is up on the stairs. You can see him in the far background. Thanner actually getting meleeed. Goes into angel form here on top of the stairs. Will not be able to provide any further squirrels for the rest of the team as they now have to finish this boss. Is getting backed up. Does have the battle rest available. Will come back here. But they need to get this under control again. This is actually so explosive for them. Everything could go wrong. Shine going down. Thanner trying to regain control here as everybody's fighting for their lives. Mind control should come in. There it is. The Giga Wallop actually getting cast, but he was able to control it before it casted. So that should be one more squirrel. There it is.
They're fine,
Hopefully
they're fine.
doing enough damage as they kill this boss. Finally, no battle rests, so Shine is down for sure, but they 4-man this boss and bring it to an end. Wow, that was very close.
Their timer is omega chill
Well,
for 3 pods and speed, assuming that they don't have any more mistakes.
32 minutes though. They need to beat 30 minutes and 16 seconds, right? So
Okay,
the timer
the
is
timer-
actually right on the line.
Their timer's less good than that. I think that they...
Oh, the ban!
I don't think their timer is that good. I do not think that their timer is that good
Shine!
to have multiple deaths here.
I'm so upset right now. Can they re-control this? I mean, it's only 4 deaths. We have seen worse. But they need to get this under control. Speed taking so much damage here from the Tinker as the rest of the team is trying to run back up and regroup and re-stabilize this pull. These spider tanks have a lot of health and they're trying to send the Tinkerer scrolls in. They're of course also getting out of the mind control so that the Tinkerer takes some damage of his own scroll and goes down with them. But Thanner goes into Holy Form once more. Another death on the board for 3 pods. This is chaotic.
I don't know if they're going to be able to do this in 30 or whatever you said the time that they need to
30.
beat
So
was.
if my math is right, 30 minutes
Math
and 16
knows?
seconds is what we're looking for pods to get the tiebreak over Giga Chads. And
I think they time this, but I don't think they do it in that time.
it's going to be real close. It's going to be right down to the wire, that is for sure. They need nothing to go wrong from here.
Notably, Monka are a little bit slower than Echo in their boss splits. We saw that at Tusseltongs already with everything that was going on there. They were like a few seconds behind, but now it's like 20, 30 that they're behind on Kujo once this finally goes down, which is significant between the teams on that kind of key level.
This
Yeah, it's
this
interesting as well
Monka.
that-
Yeah, sorry. Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to say that Echo improved their own Tasseltongue split by quite a lot. They always had like a 4:15 or 4:20 or something. So they're quite a bit faster this run. Well, Monka is slower on their side.
Monka is slower than their normal run, right?
And then that's also
Yeah.
reflected in their Kujo split, which is almost 12 minutes when they really probably need to like an 11:30 Kujo. Basically,
There's
for
enough
both
time.
these
Like,
teams,
both teams can do it, right? From where they're at.
Yeah.
they just have to get a sub 20-minute Machinist Garden. Both of these teams, if they get a sub 20-minute Machinist Garden, they're probably in line to. They'll be right up against the timer, like right up against 32 minutes. But if they're able to get the Machinist Garden killed off in under 20 minutes, they should be okay.
Oh, 3 pods having another death there on
no.
Thanner. Soulstone coming out from a shine. That's going to be their last combat res
I hate
of
that.
the dungeon, except for right at the very end.
It's tough because like the last boss, if you just kind of low roll and get every single shot on you, like sure as a priest you can rotate through a lot of defensives, but at some point you start to run into problems. Oh, Shine going down for 3 pods and speed as well. He's gonna have to run all the way back, and he's the person who drops the gate too. So even if this trash pack does get killed off, they are seriously waiting for a Shine to run all the way back.
They could summon him, but oh no, he's the person who does the summons as well. So really tragic there for 3 pods. Luckily gets the short path on the taxi service here.
Yeah, Soul
Did he?
Shape is up.
Oh wait, no, hang on, is this the long path?
No, something in the way, but Soul Shape
This is
saves
the
the
long
day
path.
as they
Oh,
go
no.
across.
The long path goes around that big thing.
Yeah.
actually.
A Shine getting ahead, getting ready to place that gateway already, knows that is the next thing they need to do here. The gateway's up, and they have 8 minutes to do the last boss and still get the tiebreaker over Giga Chads, which is, again, I think at that 30-minute, 16-second mark, so 7.5 minutes from here. That's a very tight order.
None of these teams, like all of these teams this weekend, have a lot to be proud of. Even the ones that aren't going to be, we're not going to see in the global finals. Everybody's performed incredible this weekend.
Yeah, shout out to our fallen heroes, Levels and Depleto Patrol as well.
Yeah. Big shout out to Walpen for bringing the Frosty Cake. Personal
actually,
favorite.
No shout out to him. No.
Okay, can we say big shout out to Ryben for bringing Rested Druid?
No, none of that either.
There was actually a team that barely didn't manage to qualify. They ended up being 7th spot, which would have been enough for probably the China region and the NA region as well.
What are you saying?
They play Warrior.
You know what
I
she's
would have
saying.
loved to see the Warrior.
Like DPS Warrior?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with DPS Warrior, actually, in these dungeons. There's some nice DPS Warrior reflects that are available in some of them.
Yeah, I would have liked to see that. Maybe in Global somebody is going to whip out a Warrior just for funsies. I don't think so, but here's to hoping.
Yeah, funsies is a
my breath.
well-known characteristic of Global Finals gameplay.
I mean, they're very funsies, just not in ways where you see Warrior DPS. But yeah, Echo on that Machinist Garden. Let's see how this one goes. The last one was devastating, but this one should hopefully be better. Gingy going down right away during the Bloodlust. They do have a Battle Rest available. They do have 2 available clicks in the pod here. They need to get them back up, and now also proccing that Purgatory. It's all eyes on Echo as things go south. They have the team back up, though.
So now got hit by the disorient there, and I think that caused Sparkflux to melee Gingy and at least Clicks. That was what got Clicks in the pod.
Planned.
Brutal turn of events there for Echo. They do get over onto this plant quickly enough to get the squirrel to hit it, which is very important for them. And that plant has been taken out by one of those squirrel explosions very easily.
So that was tragic, but there is a lot of room for recovery. They have to play this boss basically perfect. They lost a large amount of their damage inside of their Bloodlust, which is really bad.
Gingy.
So this fight is going to be around 20 to 30 seconds longer than they would have anticipated for. It's fine. They need good plant RNG from this point forward and basically perfect play. If you're looking for a team that has this level of play, it is definitely the guys over at Echo.
Yeah, we have confirmation. Both Gingy and Clicks did get meleeed by the boss because now is disoriented. So this one's not on them for once. You can save that for the Twitter wars. But in comes the plant. Another squirrel has spawned. It doesn't land on anything here as the boss has to be pulled towards the plant here. Maris is taking a little bit of damage here, but hopefully doesn't get hit by any of the lasers as he's very cuddled up in front of here. Did blink away to make sure he doesn't get hit by the cogwheel as the team is dodging around here. Very difficult to get the boss into the squirrels while the laser beams are rotating. So the team is doing a fantastic job here. Meanwhile, Monka also has arrived at this boss. So you're seeing a side-by-side of these teams in the 32, and it's getting just so intense.
Bottom right, Giga Chad's also head machinist Sparkflux. So we really are... there's a lot of cogs going around here between all 3 of these teams.
Monka as well on top right. And I just noticed now that storming is probably the worst affix you could have on this boss.
Oh, storming. Storming killed
Look at how much
Skylar
quicker Monka has gotten, though. How much time they have caught up.
Yeah.
That's actually very impressive. But Echo on the final stretch here. 6% remaining on Machinist Sparkflux as they try and finish up the boss. Cauterize has been procced by Maris, but everything else is looking pretty good. 3% remaining. Last squirrel goes down and up, and they finish this boss here. Beautiful. Can move on to the spider tanks. Let's hope it goes the same way for Monka. There's a squirrel going up. It's going to kill the plant. 30% remaining. They do have cheat deaths on every single player available of the team should something go wrong here. And to Battle Rest's Crims dodging everything he can in the back there as they walk around the pillar. Another squirrel coming in, 20% remaining. Looking pretty good so far.
Giga Chad's having some issues as the boss is really low. Slats did go down there. but they should be able to finish it off. It's just that plant that they decided to ignore, and it ended up killing Splat. But that 1%, they should be able to get it done. There we go. Toba also proccing the cheap death as well, Trinket here. But they're good to go, and their timer also looks really good.
Yo, everybody
is Speed having a death though on a Shine.
Is everybody gonna make it through
They can
Machinist
still
Garden?
do this. They have 5%. 3%. That Omega Bus set is going down, even with 4 players remaining. They just need to survive here. It's not going to give them any problems. Not even a Gigaset is going to come out.
Wait,
look at the
2
timer.
minutes.
Pretty good.
What do they need to beat? 30-30?
30-16. 30-16, and if that number is wrong, I'm going to look very foolish because I pulled out my calculator and everything to do some multiplication and stuff to try and figure out
Why are you
what they
multiplying?
needed
It's
for the
addition.
tiebreaker. Well, I had to
addition.
multiply.
He's
I had to multiply the
math-nos.
number of minutes by 60 so that I could convert things into seconds because I couldn't do it with the.
He's
the minute-second
American, you
format.
know. They
Okay?
use different measurements. But yeah, here goes 3 pots and Speed. No bloodlust available on this pull here, like some other teams do. But the squirrel is going to be there, and they will commit those coolies right now as soon as they're available to Shine. Now also playing here, ramping up, getting that damage in, and that is looking very, very good here. Dr. Wolf Disco
Looks like Wolf
getting
Disco
that
potted.
rock.
Yeah, they're doing okay though. They're keeping it going, rolling around that shield generator. Most of the group standing in there. Thander standing out to the side so that he doesn't get stuff
think they
baited on
have
top
this.
of him. Another squirrel comes out. Lepan hits that purgatory though. That is the last cheat death that he'll have.
By the way, this tiebreaker is contingent on GigaChat's not timing this 32
Yes.
in the bottom right, correct?
Yeah, if GigaChat's time to 32, they lock 3 pods out of 3rd place. But right now, 3 pods have another 30 seconds or so to end this timer, and I think take that tiebreak from GigaChad's. Again, this
Yeah,
is caster,
here it
not
goes.
admin confirmed, so could be wrong. But we'll see how it goes. I think they have the damage on this. They have another 30 seconds to make the 30-minute, 16-second mark that I have decided I think is the right one. The squirrel is on the wrong side, though. Oh, it's going to get revenge on Thander here, maybe.
Oh,
Okay, no, he's
Thanner's
still in the
not
seed.
going to get hit in that pod, but
Wolf
they
Disco.
will manage
Please,
to finish
please.
these defense
They
bots.
have
They
to kill
spawn
this.
right
30,
here, so it should
11,
be all good. There we go.
12.
One
They
tinker.
didn't count.
There we go.
Okay. And we can check the scoreboard to see if they have moved up to 3rd
They
place
did.
because that is going to
Should.
be the decider there. I believe they have 3 seconds over GigaChads now across their board, but I am not super confident. I would be much happier if there was a scoreboard that showed them moving up into 3rd.
As somebody who has the scoreboard pulled up,
There is.
I can confirm.
The scoreboard did move
yes.
into 3rd.
Oh,
Yeah.
Let's
Look
go.
at that.
Nice math.
wow.
Good math.
There it is. So 3 pods
Quick math.
briefly in 3rd place, but GigaChads can take that back. In the bottom right, GigaChads are here on a sub 20-minute Machinist Garden split. They are in position to time this 32 key. If they do that, they will make that tiebreaker irrelevant because they will have an extra point. So they just need to beat this key at all, and they will take 3rd place
So-
back away from 3 pods.
Look at the top of our screen here. Both Echo and Monka, they were within 1 second coming out of Machinist Garden. Monka
That
does
is
have
so
3 battle reses
impressive.
to Echo's 2, and we know that there's a little bit difference in lust strategies between these two teams, but they are right on each other's heels. For Monka, they have to beat them in regards to they have to overtake them with points because Echo's somewhere in the order of like 3 or 4 minutes ahead in time
Yeah.
tiebreaker. For Echo, they are just trying to fend off Monka. If Echo times his key, they will be winning the weekend. They will be the first seed in quotation marks coming out of this region. But it's all up to Echo here. Are they going to be able to get this boss killed off? Are they going to be able to time this key?
Monka!
Can they put up that 33 workshop?
Maystein goes down.
No.
Mode in the seed.
Crimson's shoes are gone.
RX
They're on
uses
fire.
cheat and cheat trinket. That is cheat
Come
death
on.
and weave of warped fates, both procking for RX here.
There's an
And
enemy
still goes
squirrel going off here, but Mode is back with the group, does mind control it, has a cooldown on it right now. Ooh, there's a Gigaball.
Oh,
Let's go.
Gets
Get that on
storming
the
out of his mind
enemies.
control. Oh,
There it is.
brutal.
There it is.
Short
Friendly
out, short
scroll
out.
going out, but the short out is coming.
Oh,
that is
Mode-
so
They're gonna have
devastating
to
for Monka.
They have to B-res him. They have to B-res him because they don't have like an out-of-combat res. So they have to commit that battle res here. So I was talking about how they had 3 battle reses coming to this last boss. Now they only have 1.
I'm not even sure if they have enough time at this point.
I don't think. I mean, to be
Does
fair,
not
it's
look
all
good.
eyes on Echo, right? If Echo timed this, then it doesn't matter what Monka does.
I think
'Cause they
I
can't
still
pull
think
ahead.
Monka's okay. I still think Monka's okay on their timer, but
Another
they are
pop
going to
being
be.
proc.
I hate it.
there.
They've lost every defensive. Okay,
Still
that's...
have to finish the Tinkerer.
Whoa! Dude, imagine if there weren't that invisible wall there and that
Oh, they're
storming could
pulling
just
the trash.
lob you
They're
off the
They're actually
side.
pulling that trash here.
We were all
Okay.
thinking it. Whoa.
That's a curveball that we weren't ready for.
Huh.
Yeah, I think they think
Well,
they
they're
need
Because
it
they
for
don't
time
have-
because they still had a Tinkerer that was half HP
Yeah.
in the previous pack. So they decided to pull this because it would have taken them so long to finish off the Tinkerer.
Yeah.
I wonder if they can take a Tinkerer
Arx
into
goes
last
down.
boss.
Mason focus.
okay.
Moat
That's
is
gotta be
down.
that right there for
Prince
Monka.
now also dying.
Yeah.
That is it.
Monka will be taking second place, and Echo. Now the question is just, will Echo be able to take first place by tiebreakers or in a dominating fashion with an extra point in this 33 that they are up to? Also, GigaChads are fighting for third versus fourth place in their dungeon right now as well. So 2 pivotal keys going on right now for what the story of our tournament is.
You cannot elude my targeting.
Yeah, Echo is nearly finished with their aerial unit, and then the actual boss fight starts. Just looking across the player bars, Click's pod will be available again. Maris pod, maybe towards the end. Cauterize won't be ready. Like you said, 2 battle resses, and they have that bloodlust. Maybe this time around, deciding to use it right at the beginning of the Omega Buster. We're all watching, seeing what they decide to do. I feel they should, but last time they didn't. So let's see how this goes. Some cooldowns are available here for the players. PI is also up, and they could just send it, but they don't seem to want to.
Oh my. So the reason why I think they should send it, because even if it is for safety on the trash pool, I feel like this boss is scarier than the trash pool if it takes too long, right? Because you're running out of Shadow Melts, you're running out of Ice Blocks, immunities, cheat deaths at the end of the fight, and that's usually what they are struggling with. So, but yeah, maybe they never tried the trash pool without Bloodlust, and they just really think they need it.
Yeah, it seems so valuable to do it on this boss but I'm sure that they have a good reason for doing it on the trash. Like that is not something that Echo would fail to consider. So I am definitely curious to talk with them about the exact rationale behind it for sure. One cool thing to note here, if both of these teams time their keys, our scores will be a nice ladder: 194, 193, 192, 191. That'd be pretty neat.
You're the only person in the
Math
world who has
getting
cared
happy
about
here.
this.
No, that'd
You're
be
the
pretty cool.
only-
Come on. They'd all be one apart from each other. It would be elegant.
Also, if
Oh,
there,
and
I made a Mathnos meme on my Twitter. If you want to go look at it, it's very good.
Yeah, I will have a look.
Also,
Let's
it would
go.
be funny if Echo times this key, then Monka would be the only team out of all 4 teams that don't have a world record key, even though they are the second seeded team qualifying for globals.
I love
Yeah,
that
just
meme.
kick them while they're
Pebbles.
down, Nagura. That's a good idea, yeah.
Just saying.
Nakura.
GigaChat's having a death here on Splat. That is one of their 3 battle reses that they will be committing after the Giga Zap is over.
Oh,
Ooh, really good.
beautiful.
It's actually
Ice
so
block.
smart to not take the res until the Giga Zaps are over. That increases the chances that it targets Dr. J again for that next zap while he's still in the block, because there's less other legal targets for it to be. Really good move there by
Also-
GigaChats, actually. Well sequenced.
Battle resting on this boss is actually kind of difficult because if you rest, it's very possible that the recalibrate is gonna move to the position where you got rest in. So you're gonna have to cancel the rest, or you have to wait until another recalibrate comes out to move that moat away from that spot. Because otherwise, you're just gonna die instantly as you accept.
Yeah, keep in mind, GigaChats will move to 3rd place if they time this
still have
key.
to do the
Omega
trash
Buster
pack also.
is coming in. Clicks for Echo goes down, is in the pod
Yeah?
right now.
No, he's in a pod,
Will
he's in a pod,
come
yeah.
back. So he's not fully dead, but is
didn't lose his
in
tyrant?
the pod. 1 defensive gone. That is a big healing phase here that is coming through right now. 20% remaining on that boss. Zelia needs to heal his friends up here as they try and survive this key. The Giga Zaps are continuing. Turtle coming out here from Gingy. The Giga Zap is on Maris, and he actually kills Clicks with it. Clicks going down now. Finally,
so low on
Zelia
mana.
also having that huge dot. No mana available anymore. They need to somehow conjure mana out of thin air to keep this boss in play for this team is actually not looking too good for Zelia's mana here. But 10% on the Omega Buster. Push comes to shove, he can go into Holy Form and just heal from there if it should be necessary. Second Gigazap coming in here as they go third one on Gingy. They're going to finish this. Timer.
Is the timer okay?
Trash pack.
Is their timer okay?
It's really close.
It's going to be really tough.
Okay, the Magneto Arm's going to come out. They will have Lust for that trash pack. The gateway is used by Clicks to get far away from that Magneto Arm.
Kill the boss, kill the boss, kill the boss, kill the boss, kill the boss. Get out of here.
Yeah, that Tyrant, is the Tyrant found the target? Yep, there is bang. Every single Demon Fire cast in that Tyrant, you can see just chunking King Mechagon. Beautiful.
Giga Chats in the top right are already on that last trash pack, really beautifully stacked up for that squirrel. So it looks like they're going to be able to finish that key as well. It looks like, but Toba proccing the cheat death there as well. Having that debuff, I think he might go down if he doesn't cloak. Maybe cloak the debuff. There we go.
Does cloak it. Echo also starting that last trash pull as well. Both teams are up against their timers. Echo here have 50 seconds to get this trash pack done. They have popped the Bloodlust. A lot of cooldowns coming out, but also a lot of tornadoes here.
Click's losing that Lust is very tragic. No. Click's going down again to the short out.
They can respawn here. They can respawn here, but it's all about that timer.
They are feeding death to this pack.
Can they do this?
Click's
so much health.
Mind control going off
squirrel.
here. 15 seconds remaining. Zelia in the apotheosis right now, trying to keep his team alive as one of the mobs goes down, but the rest of them needs to die as well. Gigavala being interrupted here. One more time. Can they get another squirrel in?
Depleted.
Oh, wow.
Echo will still be winning the weekend, but not
though.
by an extra point.
Are they getting their
Use
point?
that pop
They
from
also have 20 seconds remaining.
But
everyone
down.
Oh, it's not good.
9, 8,
10 seconds.
7,
This trash.
6,
I mean, that answers every
4,
question.
let's count.
3, 2,
No.
depleted.
Wow.
Oh my god, 3 pods
Tragedy.
beat Giga Chads. Oh, what a weekend, man.
What an ending.
Wow.
I mean, it just goes to show, at the end of the day, that these keys were pushed to the absolute limit by these teams. And in the end, Echo, the guild that did it just a tiny, tiny bit better than everybody else, getting that tiebreaker win on time against Monka. But what a week. In our top 4 teams, nobody had less than a 31 left in their dungeons. Like, this was some incredible dungeon running.
Beautiful. Really, across the board from all of the teams, even the teams that were eliminated yesterday and the day before that, it was just exquisite, mythic plus high key gaming all the way. Just, I'm so impressed with all of these teams.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Monka and Echo for making it through. There's our final loadout for the EU scoreboard. Obviously, Depleto Patron levels not making it to the final day, but at the same time, still incredible performances from them to get this far at all.
Dude.
But Giga Chad's 3 pods and speed, so close, but yet so far, but just insane results for the key levels. I mean, look at that. Some high keys.
This wild card team Echo came out of nowhere to take first place. This is unprecedented.
Terrible.
No one could have predicted.
Tattles.
No one could have predicted. Yep.
Unprecedented.
Well, let's take a look at the other regions as well, because we had North America last week. We had China also doing their qualifiers over this weekend as well. Let's do some comparisons. Let's talk about it. Now, the thing to keep in mind with NA, all right, just to feed a little bit more hopium into the tank too, is that, you know, not only were affixes different and things were different on different days, but, you know, EU and China had a whole extra week to prepare too, didn't they? So,
yeah,
I'm just saying.
This is a week, like, they've had a 33% longer season, right? Because this is a very fresh season. So,
oh, yeah.
You know, 33% more season.
Thank you, Mathos.
That's only
enough.
like 5% more points, okay? So when you factor that out, NA is actually dramatically better by that calculation.
This is the worst math I've ever.
You're not allowed to do math anymore.
out.
I'm sorry. This this has been your last straw.
Chat is being very wholesome right now and shouting out all the competitors, saying GG's to everybody.
Yeah.
That's super nice.
Absolutely.
As they should. As they should.
It's just one of those things where it's just fun to see what people can do in these dungeons, right? At the end of the day, like, it's congratulations to the winners, but, like, everybody has to work so hard to get this far. Very, very, very cool stuff. if we look at the China region, Tettles, that's the little flame logo. That's 3/5 of the team that won the last great push, isn't it?
Yeah. So there are 2 members that are no longer on the Astro Y team, but they have reformed and kind of owned the Chinese region. The Panda logo is a team made up of Skyline members, although you do see that they got 3rd. The SJS BYD team, that's like a live key pushing team, and it is made up of... We knew that the Chinese region was incredibly top heavy, and so... Great meme. We knew that the Chinese region was incredibly top heavy, and they showed that. It's one of these things that China, kind of similar to NA, with them being so top heavy, I expect that their top 2 teams are really going to play and put on an excellent performance next weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be wild. Like I think next weekend is gonna be one of those days that goes down to the wire as well, where it's gonna be tiebreakers. Like it's gonna be really fun to see. First of all, what affixes we see on the keys, because that obviously has a huge effect. But then also, what region is going to be the best? Obviously, China winning it last time with Aster Y taking great push too. Now in this expanded format, who knows? We've got great teams from all 3 regions. Europe looking really good coming into this one. So we'll see. I mean, the keys very comparable between China at the top 2. So I don't know.
Yeah, and they also don't know which dungeons they're gonna get, right? Maybe there's some classic dungeons coming back. We have to play some Dead Mines.
Yep, that's right. Some Mythic Plus, Nomergan really. Maybe, yeah.
I want to Salt on Violet Hold. That would be my favorite.
Oh no.
Gingy GIF, it's just so good.
Dance us out, Gingy.
I mean, he was just in chat. I want to say chatting, but big GG's, congratulations for getting that first there. A lot of the competitors have been in our chat throughout the weekend. I'm really enjoying this. So yeah, very great to see you guys in the community and just like making sure people can find you.
It is fun. It does feel like a big party sometimes, but there's going to be more reason to party because during the week, there's going to be some WoW Esports announcements coming out. We're not going to say any more than that right now, but just keep an eye on the social medias. There's going to be things said. I'm told they're exciting. I don't even know what they are. I'm going to have to wait and see, just like the rest of you too.
Wait, what's the announcement? I don't even know what
I don't know. No one knows.
I don't know either.
They just told me to say that there would be announcements this week, but they said we're not saying any more than that. So there you go. More WoW Esports announcements coming this week, but no doubt it's going to be exciting stuff. And I want to get final thoughts, of course, from everyone like we usually do. We'll start with you. We'll start with you, Nagura. How was the weekend? Are you basking in the EU greatness right now?
Oh, yes, obviously. I mean, even though I didn't compete, I'm of course also from Europe, and therefore it's basically me playing that well, right? That's how it works. So, no, but anyway.
By proxy, you're a winner, yeah.
Exactly.
You played with Now back in the MDI as well, so of
true,
course,
I did play
proxy.
with Now, so yeah.
Well, Max, how was your weekend? Your great push weekend?
Well, since I'm also from EU, of course, no. It was pretty great. I'm super happy to see just like also the China region, EU coming out and giving us all of these amazing keys. I'm a little bit sad I won't be there for Globals, but yeah, I'm very happy to see what's going to happen there.
You will be missed. But you know what I did cleverly here is I organized it in a way where I would give NA the last word on the EU weekend, of course, because you have to. So let's send it to Dratnos first. How was your weekend? What's your takeaways from what we saw?
Yeah, I mean, it's just great that EU were able to get some teams qualified for the global finals. Of course, we were able to do it a week ago, but
a week
it's
early.
Nice they finally caught up and got some teams through. I will say, okay, the tournament we saw here, the teams played so unbelievably well on days 1 and 2 that we got this day 3 of just bashing into this wall of plus 33 workshop. And now none of the teams actually were able to convert there, but both Monka and Echo got within like 30 seconds of that one. If we see that kind of gameplay at the global finals, I mean, it is going to be crazy. And we're going to see that determined in similarly high keys, probably with similar kinds of margins. That will be extremely intense. I'm looking forward to the Echo versus Monka rematch in the global finals. And of course, excited to see how the other regions stack up.
It would be sick. Well, the Echo Whisperer, the Wildcard Whisperer, Tettles, what do you have to add?
Well, as somebody whose heritage,
Thank
also
you for
way
that.
back in the day, additionally European, I'd like to claim this victory for NA.
Oh, there you go.
Wait, what?
You're welcome. Yeah.
I suppose there are some historical thing. Anyway, I get what you were going for. I get what you were going for there.
We're not gonna indulge.
We've done enough math. We can't add history onto this.
No,
This is getting way
no.
too educational here. No.
Overall, I think that this weekend, it was like the depths of the teams that we saw this weekend was incredible. I don't even know how we're supposed to have eliminations going into the global finals. We were struggling eliminating teams in this European region just due to the depths of skill that all these teams presented this weekend. And I suspect that we're going to have something similar for global finals next weekend, where on day 1 we're going to have to eliminate a very good team, and on day 2 another very good team is going to have to go. And dude, I don't even know like who are the favorites even coming into the TGP finals, because
Everyone.
a Chinese team won the last TGP.
Yeah,
but
He's starting this propaganda campaign for how he's going to put Echo as not the favorite, by the way.
Wildcard Echo going to the global finals. Yep.
I've never done this
I can see it now.
before.
Yeah.
I've never done this.
Don't know the favorites,
is
but we do know the wild
precedented.
cards.
Yep. All right. Well,
Okay, I think I do, but
okay, well, there's our schedule, as you can see in the bottom right there. Starting September 2nd, 10 a.m. Pacific time, we have the Great Push Grand Finals, the Global Finals. 2 teams from China, 2 teams from NA, 2 teams from EU. It is going to be pretty awesome. Another awesome thing that's coming up is on Tuesday, the Wrath of the Lich King Classic pre-patch hits. I'm going to be leveling a Death Knight all day because I really enjoy tanking on my DK way back when dinosaurs ruled the earth and the Wrath of the Lich King was new. So, gonna have fun reliving some of that when the pre-patch hits, but a lot to look forward to next weekend with the Great Push Grand Finals as well. So until then, play some World of Warcraft, have some fun, be good to each other, and we'll see you next week. Thanks for watching.